last month. Actually, strategists cut their year-end forecasts at the fastest pace since the pandemic, and now they're going back to their bullish ways. They entered 2025 pretty optimistic until we got tariff announcements, cut their forecast pretty quickly, and now that we've gotten, a pause on tariffs, they're saying that the risk of a recession is lower. They're expecting that AI will regain momentum after positive earnings. You have Goldman Sachs upwardly revising its forecast last Friday.
Nei, jeg kaller det bare for Trump trading, ja. Ikke noe, det er ikke noe daytrading lenger nå, det er Trump trading.
After a trade deal with China, and then also Edward Denny.
Men nå vet jeg hvordan de jævla algobottene funker nå. Jeg sitter og studerte hele går og hele dag.
Ok.
Ja, så jeg skal se om jeg får tatt kål på dem etterpå. Jeg driver og sett på det, jeg så på det i går, jeg visste ikke helt, det kan ikke være sånn, og så jeg på det i dag, så tenkte jeg, nei, sånn, og så har jeg gjort det bare sånn på papiret da. Så jeg skjønner hvordan de gjør det nå, sånn halvveis, vi får se om det funker etterpå. Utover det, Goldman Sachs gikk ut i dag og sa det at de tariffene er alt for høye. Det er høyere enn hva det var i utgangspunktet, og mener at realitetssjekk vil gå i løpet av 48 timer, er det de sier på Goldman Sachs. Det er ganske bombastisk. Den skulle snudd opp her nå på 21,245. Skulle gått opp her nå. Jeg skal se om jeg får rett.
Especially at Goldman Sachs, they say that U.S. equity positioning is still low, and that's kind of the case for more upside.
Yeah, we're not all too far from those all-time highs. You saw it in that chart.
21,244.
No.
Focused on the two-year yield, which is just over 4, right?
Det er her han skal snu opp. Så den gjør nå da, de algogreiene, de kjøper på opptur på alle nivåer som tidligere har vært motstand. Snur opp, så der hvor vi normalt går short, så kjører vi gjennom og går opp. Det har vært sånn i hele går og hele dag. Bare tester litt, det er helt motsatt, helt motsatt.
10 minutes ago, let's bring up the chart. We'll see here, 0.2%, almost 0.2%, and more on the Nasdaq 100.
Det rart vi taper penger.
Nei, men det Trumperen, det.
By what's done poorly previously, the small caps Russell 2000 at least down. Coming up, President Trump wants the price of oil to come down between $40 and $50 a barrel. That's according to Goldman Sachs. More on that next. This is Open Interest.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Ser du? 45.
What makes it India's time?
It's us women who are going to transform India. I truly feel that the time for Indian women has come. Not only breaking glass ceilings, but they are redefining whether it is in sport, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in creative arts. They are everywhere, and I have so much positive energy that comes back to me when I'm talking to women. And I just think at all these little girls and boys, I don't want to discriminate, who are now in school going age, imagine once education, sports, we empower them, what a difference they would make not only to India but to the planet and the world. And the world needs it now. than ever before.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve. This is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversation.
Tim, ikke enda. Han lå syk.
Insight with Haslinda Anin, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get to high interest now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. President Trump said the U.S. would explore normalizing relations with Syria after the toppling of its longtime autocrat Bashar al-Assad. Trump is also pledging to lift sanctions against the country's new government. He met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, during his Mideast trip. The decision to lift sanctions and normalize relations may spark fresh tensions, though, with Israel, which has issued warnings about the new Syrian government. And United Health Group is giving Stephen Hemsley a one-time $60 million equity award on top of his $1 million base salary as he begins his second round as CEO of the beleaguered insurer. Hemsley will also get additional personal security benefits following the December murder of United Health's top insurance executive. Yesterday, the company unexpectedly replaced CEO Andrew Whitty, who resigned, reportedly, for personal reasons. And House Republicans may land on a compromise.
Snakket om hvorvidt vi også skal til Midtøsten. Det betyr bare prat, det betyr ingenting. Det samme som alt han har sagt, det er bare prat foreløpig.
The House Ways and Means Committee is debating a proposal that calls for increasing the salt.
Det er jo ingen avtale som har signert dem da. Teknisk skal vi opp. Teknisk skal vi opp til 20.300.
Phasing out that deduction for individuals who earn $200,000 or more. But several lawmakers have already rejected that plan, saying it doesn't do enough to reduce the tax burden for people living in their districts.
Ja,
We're going to turn now to the oil market because crude is down about 1% in today's session, but Goldman Sachs has shared an in-house analysis of President Trump's social media posts, and they've determined that he seems to favor U.S. oil prices between $40 and $50. And for more, we're going to bring in Bloomberg Deputy Editor for U.S. American Oil Markets, Devika Krishna Kumar. $40 to $50 oil based on social media posts. How different of a fundamental analysis is this than what you're used to?
It's quite remarkable, especially if you think about how Goldman arrived at this conclusion. They analyzed about 900 posts, which is quite incredible when you think about a president tweeting about oil prices or posting on social. The floor and the ceiling, so to speak, of oil prices has become the entirety of the oil market's focus.
Det er teit. Goldman Sachs har analysert 800 tweets fra Donald Trump for å finne ut hva han mener med oljeprisen. Altså når du må basere analysene på hva Donald Trump sier, liksom, det er så teit.
I would ask if this is good for his standing in places like Texas, where he has a lot of support, but clearly the president wants to bring down the price for consumers. It doesn't help those who are producing oil here in the U.S.
That's right. It's been a tricky thing to navigate for politically. Of course, right from the start, the president has said we want to lower prices for consumers. We want to bring down.
Vi får i hvert fall ikke onshore-dritten i USA så lenge at han tenker sånn om oljeprisen. Ja, vet du. Det er ingen som har råd til å ta opp den olja.
Ja, jeg vet ikke hva han tenker lenger.
A lot of shale companies during earnings this quarter have already started talking about, well, at these prices, we don't really know how sustainable production volume is going to be. Maybe prices stay at 50, maybe even go lower. Things will start to slow down quite significantly in the oil field, and that's not going to be good news for.
Well, you're not going to drill, baby, drill if you can't make any money on the product, right? And their break even is what? 50, 55?
It varies. Again, it depends on well quality and like with geology and a lot of different.
Nå sier de det du sa nå, Robert.
Hva sa du?
Nå sa de det du akkurat sa nå. Han sa at det blir ikke noe drill baby drill når break-even ligger på 50.
Ikke sant?
Så du tjener ikke noe penger på det.
Nettopp.
Så da går det mot det han har sagt da.
Ja.
Ja, de snakker om det akkurat nå.
Det gjør det. Skal du si offshore vil jo gå for det, da.
Ja.
Men det er jo det som er problemet med indeksen, altså oljeindeksen, da, den OS6-en, så består jo den av både onshore og offshore.
Ja.
Offshore drar opp, og onshore drar ned, og det på et eller annet vis så er onshore tyngre, sett ut som det har vært lenge. Ja.
Det er det samme som Nasdaq da, Max 7 og Russell 2000. Du har 2000 selskaper nå som taper masse penger og er helt fortvilet på grunn av tariffdriten. Og så har du 7 selskaper som er bestevenn med Donald Trump, som tjener penger som hakka møkk, og de drar opp indeksen. Majoriteten taper nå.
If I had to say one more, it would probably be what happens with Iran, whether they achieve a nuclear deal. You saw yesterday President Trump talking in the Middle East and saying once again that we will not hesitate to put maximum pressure on Iran if we don't achieve a deal. So that's a big variable for the market as well.
All right, excellent reporting. Devika, thanks so much for joining us. Devika Krishna Kumar there covers oil for us on the BN side. A check on futures right now ahead of the opening bell. You can see we're looking at gains on the S&P futures of more than 0.2%. And remember that we closed out the day yesterday in the positive, up about 0.75%, and 3.25% was the gain on Monday. So we're really on a roll here. We wiped out the losses for the year, and we're back up to just under, on the cash trade, 5,900. Coming up, Morgan Stanley's Michelle Weaver is on the program. We'll tell you why she thinks 6,100 may be now in play for the S&P 500. This is Open Interest.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the stars to watch. Plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Han måtte begynne en kjæring her, så starter jeg.
Snakkes etterpå.
Han måtte begynne en kjæring her, så.
Ja, vi snakkes etterpå.
Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradbrots here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything. Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Two of Wall Street's major trading desks are making the same bold call as U.S. stocks tensions ease on the pressure on them. We're going to look into the biggest losers for the quick short-term profits. Citi and JP Morgan, they are bullish over the next few weeks on small caps, technology, hardware, and home builders, all of which have lagged the broader index. But will you buy? Joining us now, Michelle Weaver. She's Morgan Stanley U.S. thematic and equity strategist. You're seeing a proper jump back. You had Matt talking about how the S&P 500 now finally positive on the year. Same goes for the NASDAQ 100, but not so much for the Russell 2000. It's still down almost 6% this year.
Russell 2000 henger igjen, den ned med 6% i år. Så basically så det liksom bare Max 7 som holder oss oppe da. Russell 2000 2000 andre mindre bedrifter som også på Nasdaq.
But I still do think it is too early. Tariffs, the risk is going down. We're seeing, positive momentum there. But the tariff policy is far from final, and small caps have a lot fewer levers to pull when it comes to tariff mitigation strategies. So I think it is still too early there.
Don't forget that the Dow Jones Industrial Average, Shanali, is still down year to date.
Are you watching that?
These kids, Michelle, they don't care about the Dow. They're all looking at the Russell 2000.
Too fast and loose, us kids.
No, in all seriousness, I wonder where you look for the most upside, right? I mean, even if we get to 6,000, 6,100, that's not achieving a new high on the S&P 500. So are you looking in emerging markets? Are you looking at some private assets? Are you looking somewhere else besides just big cap US stocks?
Yeah, so you mentioned 6,100. I just want to formally set out too. Our range now is 5,500 to 6,100. That's the trading range that we got pre-Liberation Day. Liberation Day was such a surprise, I think, for markets on the level of tariffs that we saw you got through the range to the bottom side, but I still do think that 55, 6,100 is where we're going to be, especially into the summer when we get more formalized discussions on trade. But I think, not to sound like a broken record, but it's still high quality, it's still large cap. Those names have worked well, and that's really still where we see, and we want to be relatively safe from here.
Where did I get my 25% gain this year?
I think that maybe that's tougher to come by, my friend.
I mean, if we want to talk excitement, the AI names have been doing really well. I think within the AI story, what we're still really excited about is the AI adopters. We've seen, the people building out the AI infrastructure do well, the chips names, the power names. But what about what happens when we actually take this technology and put it into businesses? And that's a very idiosyncratic story. Unfortunately, you can't just buy, a sector like that. But I think that's where you're going to see a lot of excitement potentially back half of the year and into 2026.
Michelle, you're sticking with us. That is Michelle Weaver of Morgan Stanley. And it's interesting. Everyone's talking about the small caps, Matt. The Magnificent Seven is still down more than 5%.
We've been here before when everyone talks about the small caps. The Mag 7, I have been looking at NVIDIA because it is also still down for the year, but it's powered higher since Liberation Day.
Meta and Microsoft are the only two Mag 7 names that are up on the year.
That's fascinating. I wouldn't have thought that. And I mean, a lot of stocks came down after the tariffs went up. NVIDIA just climbed higher and higher and higher. It's in basically like a post-Liberation Day bull market, almost.
Speaking of, as we head into the open, let's take a check on these markets too, because NVIDIA is powering the market higher. We had another day yesterday where that Trump trip in the Middle East had driven a lot of exuberance after the tariff talks. We are up on another day of gains despite the continued weakness in the bond market. Nobody's listening. People are buying that.
Yeah, he wants to do deals. And that's definitely helping the stock market. S&P futures right now up 0.2% would be a third day of gains for the S&P. The NASDAQ up 0.25%. This is Open Interest.
Ja, men det dollaren som strekker seg. Kanskje faller ned til 21,225 og så går den opp igjen.
You're building another art museum of the Guggenheim. Now, Louvre's big enough. Why do you need a Guggenheim as well right next door?
I think it's a great question. I think the beautiful thing about the UAE and Abu Dhabi is we live with over 200 nationalities. And in doing so, they have become a part of the country's and the city's fabric. And we need to celebrate that. So we need to celebrate everybody's identity, everybody's background, everybody's heritage, everybody's history. And what a beautiful way in doing so in these beautiful institutions. These museums are educational institutions and they're community institutions. So we wanted to curate really a story where you come to Saadiyat Cultural District and you, if you allow me to curate the story, you start off at the Natural History Museum. And at the Natural History Museum, you get a glimpse and you get an understanding of how we came to be, how our Earth came to be, how our universe came to be, from a scientific perspective. Once you leave the Natural History Museum, you go to our National Museum, the Sheikh Zayed National Museum. There you understand the history of this great land, not just the history of the country, but the people of this land that have been a part of this land for over 300,000 years.
21,225.
Of what the past and the present and the future looks like here in the UAE. From there, you maneuver yourself to the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is a beautiful universal museum. It is universal in its thematic approach. So there, you basically see a part of you on an equal pedestal with the entire world.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading on this Wednesday. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. You're looking at gains, slight, but still green arrows on the S&P 500. We could push above 5,900 on the cash trade today. We're there in futures. NASDAQ futures up 0.2%. Small caps down about 0.3%. Even though Citi and JP Morgan say buy these, it's a short-term tactical trade, but they've been hit too hard. You hear the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange, and this one touches close to home. I have no relationship to Horace Mann, which is an insurance company. However, the educator was the first president of my alma mater, Antioch College, and he said, be ashamed to die until you've won some victory for humanity, a quote I will never forget. On the NASDAQ, Hashdex, some kind of crypto ETF, doesn't matter. Shanali, what are you watching in terms of the stock movers, the big heavyweights right at the top?
I don't know that humanity is being saved today, but at least the AI industry is. You have NVIDIA on the rise about 2.3%. Other chip makers also higher. The U.S. has cleared a path for Saudi Arabia and the UAE to pursue AI ambitions. NVIDIA, AMD, they're already planning to spend billions of dollars in the region. Take a look at AMD. It's up almost 6%. Supermicro, this is an anomaly, of course, up more than 17%. But, of course, they had a rougher year last year, Matt.
Yeah, lost an auditor, had trouble finding a new one, kicked out of an index, now they're back. However, let's talk about CoreWeave. Higher ahead of its latest quarterly results, investors are going to be looking for any insights into demand for artificial intelligence infrastructure. Clearly it's there, but how much? And what I think is interesting is this is a recent IPO, Shanali, as you know, and they've done very well. They're up like 40, 50, 60% since they IPO'd, and that was just at the end of March. So CoreWeave trading at $66 and change. Still with us is Michelle Weaver of Morgan Stanley. And Michelle, what's your take on the animal spirits? I mean, are we going to see IPOs coming back in the market? We're already seeing a few. Are we going to see M&A deals get done? Is this the right environment? You talk about the back half of the year. Are we going to see deregulation that's really going to make us excited about markets again?
So I think there's a few different components to the animal spirit. So we have kind of the corporate side that feeds more into the M&A story. That will get a lot more excitement if we do see deregulation. I think it's still a little bit early. I think we're probably past peak uncertainty now, and that would be represented by Liberation Day. I do think, though, we can see a little bit more confidence within corporate decision making. But consumers are another important part of the animal spirits sentiment type story, and the consumer is still in a really precarious place. We run a proprietary consumer survey, and 42% of consumers said they're planning to cut back in response to tariffs. That figure was about 35% pre-Liberation Day, so people are very aware of what's going on, and are very aware that companies may be raising prices to offset some of this. So I think corporate confidence, corporate sentiment, that should be in a better picture now, but the consumer is still a place to watch.
And corporate was pretty rough. One of the most fascinating things I've heard in the last few days was in your interview with Ken Griffin. Sonali flew down and spoke to him on Monday. He said this administration already has been a champion of deregulation because they haven't put on any new regulations, right? And so we're, 5 months into the year, and they just completely stopped that. And for him, it made a big difference. It stuck with me.
Yeah, it stuck with me too because it's already a win, right? And you had the Treasury Secretary telling the surveillance team this week, third quarter or fourth quarter is when you really start to see it. So to the extent that you could add that into pricing for the market, what does it look like?
So I think policy sequencing has been something that's really interesting to compare under the second Trump administration versus under the first Trump administration. So under the first administration, you got the dereg first, you got the tax cuts first, and you didn't see tariffs until a couple years into the administration. This time we're seeing basically the exact opposite. We've seen some of the more growth negative, the more challenging parts with the
Nvidia som drar opp 3,6%.
Still really constructive that you could see more dereg.
Russell 2000 går i rødt. Det vil si 2000 andre selskaper går i rødt, og så er det Nvidia som drar lasset.
6,500. Nice.
You'll take it.
You'll take it.
Not a 25% jump.
No, but
higher,
good.
Less.
Positive.
But there are still factors that people are worried about. We have Walmart reporting tomorrow. This is going to be a big barometer of the U.S. consumer. Albeit you could argue now somewhat wealthier consumers more and more, those people over $100,000 in income.
Stepping down.
Yeah,
trading down, I think is the term.
Trading down. So what do you make of what they might say tomorrow? How much can that change the game?
Yes, so about the top 40% by income spend around 80% of the total. So that group is something that's really important to watch for the broader health of consumer companies. I would say, consumer spending is not about to go off a cliff here by any means, but people are becoming more selective with where you're allocating your dollars. More discretionary parts of the market, you could see more weakness in there. In that survey I just referenced, people were planning on cutting back from dining out, from travel, from apparel spending. But for the more core goods, staples type retailers, they should fare a little better.
We have hit 5,900. It's a big round number. It doesn't mean anything, but it still is kind of a milestone. Romain was talking about this yesterday on the close. How much can this market be driven, or how much further can this market be driven by retail? Because retail investors held strong post-Liberation Day, right? As at the smart money was dumping its bets. Do they have any room left to run, or are they fully invested?
I think retail is still fully invested. I don't think they're going away from here by any means. They show that they were willing to hold fast, and they were not put off by some of the headlines. I don't know how much potential upside you could get driven by retail, but I do think it's still a mechanism of support.
Speaking of support, what were they buying? Because you heard all of these anecdotes about retail diving into Tesla. And on the year, Tesla is still underperforming all of the Mag 7 and much of the market. And you look at what's actually been performing, it's actually industrials, financials, utilities, those things that those big institutional buyers are used to buying for the sake of protection. Did the retail buyers buy the right things?
They were still into tech. They were still into some of those high-flying type names. I don't want to speculate on individually what names they were putting on, but I would say overall it's the support mechanism they provided for the index broadly that was really, really important for what they did.
You see more of the Mag 7 turn green. That's when I think you can call that a return of animal spirits.
Right, and I mean it makes sense also that MAGA loves Mag 7. I'm sure they're big buyers of that. Let's take a look at. Well, first of all, let's thank Michelle.
Thank you for having me.
Real pleasure having you here. I hope you come back soon. I'm going to take a look at the move screen on the Bloomberg terminal. This is a great way to look at a dynamic picture of what's happening in the S&P 500. You can see the biggest gainers on this side, and obviously NVIDIA is always going to be on top. As long as we organize by points, and if you want, you could click here and organize by percentage change, and then you see smaller companies right there. Thank you, Joe. Super Microcomputer, really dominating Advanced Micro Devices, NVIDIA. It's all about tech today. You can see they're bunched up there. And on the low side here, Northrop Grumman is the biggest loser. Biotech Cooper, Target. You're going to see some names that you're not familiar with now. If we organize by change, go back to points, Joe, and we'll see the biggest losers, who's subtracting the most from the S&P 500 index. Berkshire Hathaway, Apple, and Exxon. You also see on the move screen a great picture of breadth. You had 300, I think, and 33 stocks down and only about 160 gainers. Here, in terms of the sectors, industrials, as Shonali mentioned, financials, utility, consumer staples leading the way. So kind of a defensive gain today. On the downside, you have those consumer discretionary. Wait, this is year to date. Okay, year to date. I thought it looked very familiar. Consumer discretionary has done bad. In terms of the day, IT, again, all about tech. Communication services, the hyperscalers, and healthcare leading the way up, a bounce back, a dead cat bounce, if you will, after United Health. At the bottom, utilities, materials, real estate, and energy. Shonali?
A little bit of
Funker fint her, Tommy. Kanskje nettet ditt.
Rallying on the heels of President Trump's Saudi Arabia visit. We're going to power up on the conversation around semiconductors next.
Jeg er på to skjermer på plattformen. Ja, frontblogg oppe nå, Tommy, hos meg. På to skjermer.
What's the hardest part of being a CFO? It's hard to come up with that.
It's the vast responsibilities, the need to be engaged in different topics.
It's remembering which audience I'm speaking to and what I can say in that context.
The job is not just being the executive of the finance function, it's being an executive for the company.
I would say it's prioritization.
Complete the sentence. The hardest part of being the CFO is
telling people no. It's hard. It's the right thing to do, but it's also
being just like a touch of a heartbreaker, basically.
Yeah.
Center support.
A plethora of good opportunities. Some are really, really good, but as we strive for the great ones, sometimes the really, really good ones have to be left behind.
Jeg skal hente på brus, så det var på to slagser.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and an ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Da Center support, kanskje noe som har skjedd, for min oppe her.
Countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
Han er flink til spørsplass. Han er veldig flink til spørsplass.
Big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us.
Jeg tror supporten fremover klokka meg.
The opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg.
Det er min oppe her.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest, and we're going to take a check on stocks because it's also looking at Green Day on the screen. It's 2% 0.2% higher on the S&P 500, 0.4% higher on the NASDAQ 100. That Russell 2000 still 0.2% lower and not getting the love that Citi and JP Morgan have been looking for. But it's time now for our top calls. We're looking at some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, we're looking at Cboe Global Markets, getting a double downgrade to a sell at Morgan Stanley. Analysts say that the de-escalation of the trade war between China and the U.S. has come sooner and better than expected, but this would limit the upside for options volumes on Cboe. You're seeing about a 1.8% decline on the morning. Next, Wayfair getting cut to a sell at Loop Capital. The downgrade is driven by tariff uncertainty. We've been talking about looking at those retailers, still up about 2% today, though. Next up, KKR getting raised to a buy at Morgan Stanley. The analyst says that it's a way to play the anticipated capital markets recovery. Fun fact, they made about $1 billion in that business last year. They're up about 1.5%. Finally, we're watching Rosenblatt Securities raising its price target on Coinbase to $300 a share. The crypto exchange will join the S&P 500 index next week. It'll be replacing Discover. And I'm going to be talking to the company's CEO, Brian Armstrong, today in an exclusive interview at 12:30 New York time.
All right, we're looking forward to that interview and that program. Shanali, let's talk right now, though, about chip makers rallying on the heels of President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia. The president, as you probably know, has been striking deals left and right to give Saudi
sikkert en hiccups, Tim. For min funker det I hvert fall.
And Supermicro already reached a deal worth $20 billion. And NVIDIA has officially surpassed Apple as the second largest company by market cap. Microsoft is in the #1 slot. Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow, who follows all these big companies and the little ones for us from the West Coast, joins now. So, Ed, what do we know about these deals that lump in a company like Supermicro along with a big behemoth like NVIDIA?
Yeah, I mean, the unlock is the ability for NVIDIA and AMD to sell their latest generation cutting-edge processor, GPU AI accelerator into that market, Saudi Arabia, right? The Commerce Department announced last night they would rescind the diffusion rule, which in simple terms was a technology export restriction. The reporting had been that were it due to go into effect on the 15th, tomorrow, the US would not have enforced it anyway, and now the question is, well, will we get a new rule, and what will the parameters of that be?
Jeg I minus på pinna.
To flag Supermicro, because
proff. Jeg I minus.
The building of data centers in the Gulf. If you can send the GPUs, then a name like Supermicro, which simply
det må bare, det kommer sikkert rett opp
with its deals to do that as well. So their deal with Datavault is really interesting. As you know, it's $20
Jeg har tatt
billion.
penger.
I would point out that business is a much lower margin business.
Det her ikke et normalt marked. Du kommer til å tape penger. 100%. Og du så god, så det ikke noe stress.
I would point out that the buoyancy of AMD is partly informed by a $6 billion additional share buyback they authorized this morning, which is on top of $4 billion they were already doing. So take that into account. But just look at the research on the sell side from BI. This is immediate sales growth that policy has unlocked for those two names in that region.
You know, it's interesting, and I don't know if you know the numbers to this. I realize this is very new news, but something that really struck me on the heels of these deals being cut or these talks advancing is the fact that this is being done in an energy super hub. Is there a chance here to really accelerate AI computing power through the Middle East, given that costs could actually be a lot lower?
Well, in short, yes. Building data centers requires several things: capital, space, time, and the correct political and regulatory environment. And most who follow the market would agree that Saudi and UAE are places that conform to those specifics. So take the deal, for example, between NVIDIA and Humane. The first phase is 18,000 GPUs. We measure the size of a data center in megawatts.
Du må drite I sorting. Legger på sorting.
The first phase is a 500 megawatt data center. Technically, that's at the hyperscale level, what we call hyperscale. But if you compare those to data centers around the United States, those range from 5,000 to 11,000 megawatts. So it's small by comparison, but Saudi and UAE have the tools to get it done. And that's why, again, you see from Bank of America or Bloomberg Intelligence this multi-billion-dollar sales opportunity each year for the chip makers, because they'll move fast in moving the product to those nations and start building.
Det falt 100 poeng nå på faen meg.
The Qataris giving President Trump an old used airplane.
I heard you talking to Anne-Marie about this. Go ahead.
And the security concerns there. But what about giving the Saudis, who have such a close relationship with China, these chips that are capable of beating the Whopper in global thermonuclear war? Isn't there a security concern with sharing this kind of high-level tech?
There is security concern. And the whole point of the Commerce Department and the Trump administration reviewing the diffusion rule was to concern that if they allowed those nations
access så tar de mot på 21.206 på rettroppen. Det snur.
Third-party funnel. So what we do have is corporate deals. Nvidia has a deal, Cisco has a deal, AMD has a deal, Supermicro. We do not have bilateral agreements between the United States.
Goldman Sachs sa basically nå at den fantasioppturen vi har hatt nå vil antakelig snu innen 48 timer. Hvis de treffer nå, så har de jo truffet noe helt jævlig.
But again, go back to the Bloomberg Intelligence deck on
Jeg skulle jo bare 30 point der opp, så det var
offset the revenue to China.
Jo, men Goldman Sachs sa det jeg sa. Jeg følte jeg var jævlig flink med den metaforen min. Det var en nettbutikk som skrur opp prisene noe helt jævlig. Og så går de ut uka etterpå. Nå er det kjempesalg. Men det er fortsatt dyrere enn hva det var før salget. Det er det Donald Trump gjort med tariffen. Så Goldman Sachs sier at det her henger ikke på greip. Så det her kan du ikke, som de sa at de tror at realiteten vil trå til innen 48 timer. Jeg håper det, for jeg har følt meg som en idiot siden det jævla møtet med Trump.
Flat on the morning. We are looking at a reversal. Remember, we started the day in green. Gains are very lightly being held in the Nasdaq 100, but also starting to turn around. Those Russell 2000 stocks now at session lows or near session lows, almost a 0.5% lower. We're going to keep an eye on it all. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Tok imot på 200. Og her er så algotrening at det holder. Jeg har alt mitt oppe på grafer alt. Jeg er på 2 skjermer.
Du må ut og inn.
Har dere lov å ut og inn, eller? De som har programmet? Tommy, bare skriv klokkeslettet, så får du stengt det, hvis det er noe feil. Men snakk med support, de er live liksom. Skriv klokkeslett og kurs. Så ordner det seg sikkert. Det har skjedd meg 100 ganger på både TD og på E2 og alt. Skriv klokkeslettet du vil sette den, og klokkeslettet hvis det er noe feil.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Hvis du vil ta short nå eller selge, så skriver du vil selge på 21.200 eller noe. Den er sikkert oppe i løpet av et par minutter.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Vi jumpa opp med 50 poeng. Puff!
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller.
Raste med 125.
Get a loss now on the S&P 500. We've had a couple of pretty bad days. Up 3% and change on Monday, up 0.75% yesterday to almost 5,900, but we bounce up against that level and come back down today. The Nasdaq 100 still holding on to gains, about 0.2%. Take a look at some of the movers here. CoreWeave is one we have been talking about and we'll continue to discuss. It's up like 50% since its IPO. So, and that was just in late March. We're going to talk more about IPOs. American Eagle Outfitters pulling its forecast. Another company to say the macroeconomic uncertainty doesn't allow it to look at the future, and it's already lost half of its value year to date. NVIDIA is holding the S&P unchanged right now, gaining 2.5% on those deals. NVIDIA and Supermicro both really helping to hold us back from bigger losses after those.
Sier at NVIDIA holder indeksen oppe på S&P. NVIDIA alene, sier han.
Global markets both down right now. Shanali, what are you
Det der burde jo ikke vært mulig.
Progress in trade talks, because that and economic resilience so far have fueled a market rally, and it pushed stocks back into positive territory for the year. But the optimism may now also be turning into fears of vulnerability. You're seeing it in that wavering market today. Joining us now for more, Bloomberg Equities reporter J.P. Barnard. We've been asking, right? This has been a temporary pause when it comes to what you're saying, or temporary de-escalation with China. A lot of exuberance around the Middle East, but to the extent that investors are not diving in fully, what's keeping them from it?
Well, I guess like it's still uncertainty and an unclear path of the economy, and I guess like everybody agrees that we are not going back to the world that we had before the tariff story played out. So there will be some tariffs being in place, even if they find like some common ground that they can agree on. They will not be as high as at the height of the drawdown. But there will be some tariffs, and this will have implications for global growth, for corporate earnings, and probably like for a long-term thinking about like supply chains and how you maneuver your goods around the globe, and especially also for like international relationships. So this is all stuff that people don't know about it yet, and we see it like in so many corporate earnings that they are saying like guidance can't say much about it because we simply don't know, and that's the same with investors. And if you haven't been like
lager ny lows. Nede og tester på 21-200.
Now you face a very unattractive risk reward profile, coupled with uncertainty.
Russell 2000 holdt på å falle videre. Nå er det plutselig creepy rally. Nå snakker man at rally er creepy, skummelt. Man må snudd synet fra vår plutselig.
Extension of the 2017 TCJA and then more tax cuts, especially on the corporate side. Is that a catalyst for this market?
That sounds like Trump big and beautiful. That's what he likes, and I would say like it's certainly a possibility. The more good news you get, the more likely the market is to rally. And the thing is like people are still chasing this rally, so there's not enough exposure in portfolios right now to have like that alpha on that you need in a total blue sky scenario. So if we get that indeed, then I'm pretty sure markets can rally further. But for the time being, I guess it's going to be a little bit more choppy and a bit more wait and see. And a bit more depending on what the next headline is going to be.
Yes, I'm glad you brought up the big, beautiful bill, because the bond market is saying something else. You're seeing the 10-year actually up almost 2 basis points. We are closer and closer to that 4.5% level. JP, at what point does the stock market look to the bond market for a clue? Because if you can't rely on the sweetener of too many more rate cuts, if you can't rely on the 10-year staying stable, then isn't that telling you something about the direction of travel?
Well, I mean, I guess the stock market is looking already, but that's the funny thing about the stock market, which it does quite often and not always in a sane way, that it actually looks at the stuff, or the people look at the stuff and they point it out and they raise an eyebrow or two, but then still prices still go up. And let's not forget, like right now, this is a very technical, very systematical driven rally. It's not exactly those people who look at the fundamentals and at the macro data that are in charge right now and that are leading the gains. So everything that is going basically around the stock market in terms of macro data, in terms of warnings from other assets. I mean, the dollar is another topic that you still need to keep an eye on. I wouldn't say is not being ignored, but it's just not like playing a big role in the price action that we are seeing. This comes next, I would say. And of course, if there remains a trend of like anti-American flows, then this is also going to be a problem for the stock market.
All right, getting closer and closer to the danger zone there on the 10-year. JP, thanks so much for joining us. JP Barnard out of Frankfurt. Coming up in the next hour, John Stoltzfus joins us, Oppenheimer Asset Management, as well as Caterina Simonetti of Morgan Stanley. This is Open Interest.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue
into
our existing
costs.
We don't need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Det smeller opp og ned med 50 poeng. Skal vi se her nå om Trumperen har sagt et eller annet. Nei, ikke noe nytt. Fokus på Nvidia. Nvidia holder Russell 2000 oppe. Russell 2000 er ned. Nvidia er opp 1,89, var opp 2,5 i stad, faller litt. Det er basically Nvidia som holder oss oppe her da. Nei, nå skal president Trump prate. Jeg får, nå må vi bare, nå skal han prate, nå er han live igjen. Han gir seg ikke, det stopper jo ikke.
On the inflation front, and we will sort of stay on top of these markets. Again, a little bit of green on the screen. You're monitoring
Altså det her han er mer på TV som president enn når han hadde Apprentice og sånn.
Presumably President Trump will make some comments momentarily, and we will bring those to you. So, Alex, it's just we're looking at today's trading here, and it's pretty quiet here today. We had a big move to start the week, and it kept it going.
Trump signs agreement with the emperor or the emir or with emir of Qatar.
Though that the path of least resistance, when you strip out the bad news, could then be higher, right? Because we've kind of taken out some of the bad risk when it comes to China trade. We can see many deals being discussed when during.
Det er samme som var I går. Det er ikke noen ny deal, bare så det er sagt.
He's with the emir of Qatar, so there will probably be a lot of things announced. Whether or not that's shovels in the ground is a different story, right. But that sort of puts the spin on good news rather than negative trade news. And then we're going to get another revision of the tax bill in Congress today as well, really focusing on those tax cuts.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we were talking earlier to a guest talking about this mini trip that President Trump is taking through the region, and it seems to be much more of an economic development focus.
Vi burde gå rett opp på dette når han prater igjen, men vi gjør ikke det.
But again,
han har ikke begynt.
Geared towards economic development between the U.S. and some of this very important part of the world.
And speaking of, the U.S. and Qatar are signing an agreement of buying Boeing jets. So some executives now signing that Boeing purchase agreement in Qatar. Also on the sidelines, there are many other things going on as well. President Donald Trump saying the U.S. would.
Men vi får jo aldri hvile her. Vi var på full fart ned nettopp, ned med 120 poeng.
Toppling of Bashar al-Assad and lifting sanctions
Og så
against
skal han prate, så går det opp.
There's also
Det her
been
ikke
some
noe å finne
movement in
på.
terms of Iran.
Det faktisk,
Iran urging the U.S. to show a quote more realistic approach at the next round of talks between the two countries. Unclear as to what that means. The New York Times was reporting that potentially there could be a joint nuclear development program within Iran. They enrich to a certain extent, then send it to other countries to be refined. So that's a very different kind of setup than just even a few years ago.
Yep, a lot going on out there. We will stay on top of it, including when we get comments from President Trump from Qatar. We will bring those to you. In the meantime, let's get a reset here. We'll go to John Tucker and a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, thanks, guys.
Som motstand hele tiden.
Ja, GT3 det var nesten.
Det var så å si.
Ja. Tror jeg manglet 30 points.
With its weekly report on home loans. By the way, the average rate on a 30-year, little change last week, running at 6.86%. I don't think that gets it done for Paul. That did boost.
No, Paul's sitting pretty with that. With that 30-year at this point.
Yeah, that boosted new loan demand higher, but loan refinancing that did stall. And we check the markets view all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. John Tucker, that is your Bloomberg.
Ja, det blir alt rundt åpning klokka 4.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney.
They're not even listening.
No, we're totally listening. You said back to Alex and Paul. See?
Okay.
We listened. We are deep in research right now. You are clearly, if you're looking on YouTube, you're looking at President Trump signing agreements with the Emir of Qatar, among them purchases of some Boeing jets. We're going to bring you comments as they come. And it looks like they're going to begin speaking right now, so let's listen in.
Discussed many issues, our great bilateral relationship, and also the situation in the region. Of course, I think after signing these documents, we are going to another level of relationship between Qatar and the United States. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, again for this historic visit. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And this has been a very interesting couple of hours. We discussed the world. We discussed Russia and Ukraine, where you've been a tremendous help in so many different ways. We certainly discussed Iran, where it's been really an interesting situation. I have a feeling it's going to work out. I think it's going to work. It's got to work out one way or the other. We know it's going to work out. But you were of great help, and other things. But in particular, trade. The trade is the. Kelly's telling me from Boeing, it's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. And that's 140, was that a 140 or 160? Well, yeah, but you're right, it's actually 200.
Hva venter på KOA? Det er bare markedet. KOA har levert på avtal, de har levert kontrakter, de har fått innsidekjøp, de har nytt styre, alt er på stell der.
And congratulations.
Det er bare totalmarkedet.
Get those planes out there. Get them out there. But I just want to thank you. We've been friends for a long time.
Alt går opp med K står stille. Mye har opp nå.
For me it wasn't, right? But we've been friends for a long time, and this is an outstanding man. He's a great man, and we're going to help each other. The United States is in a very strong position militarily. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. You're buying a lot of that equipment, actually, and I think we're going to see some of it in action tomorrow. At the, we won't call it an air fair, but it's going to be sort of an air fair. We're going to be shown a display that's going to be incredible. They have the latest and the greatest of our planes and everything else. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun and very interesting. But I just want to thank you for the friendship, for the long-time friendship. And again, long before any of this stuff, we just liked each other. That's not a bad thing.
We just liked each other.
But we always had a very special relationship. And we came from Saudi Arabia. We have another great man over there that's a friend of yours. and you two guys get along so well and like each other. You sort of remind me a little bit of each other, if you want to know the truth. You're both tall, handsome guys that happen to be very smart. But
Koa opp 11% på 5 dager. Jeg vet ikke faen hva du mener om det dårlig eller bra.
the relationships forming in the Middle East, because the Middle East is really being talked about all over the world, and we're having a lot to do with it.
Men target der cirka 4,50-ish.
They're doing a tremendous job. So I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I want to thank the media. The media has been very fair, actually, and it's a great honor to be with you. This is, you take a look at this room. This room
Nei, ikke noe mer nyheter der. Det bare at markedet får med seg hva som skjer der. Det ikke noe... Det ikke noe... Det ikke en konkret tall eller noe sånt nå. Bare at de tjener penger og kontrakter og sånt. På Trump pratet nå, så gikk jeg opp 77 poeng på at han pratet. Faen, må begynne å lære snart å kjøpe når han prater, altså.
Thank you. The ceremony has now come to an end.
All right, that was President Trump in Qatar with the Emir of Qatar and inking some.
Jeg lå inne med kjøpknappen, men bare nei, han kan ikke gå på at han prater igjen.
Yep, and one in particular, President Trump saying that the total Boeing order from Qatar was about over $200 billion.
Ingen Trump gjør det. Drit i Koa, se på alt annet jeg har sagt for deg. TGS, Koa, Axolution, 2020, Bulkers, Gold Motion, alle de. Akkurat samme av alle sammen.
That good news with some of the troubles they've had in the past with some of their production. So that is good news for Boeing and for others that have been able
Trump har ingenting med Koa å gjøre. Det liksom et totalmarked å gjøre. Hvis hele markedet faller, så faller alt, stort sett. Hvis hele markedet går oppover, så går det opp også, antageligvis. Men nå går ikke hele markedet. Det noen få aksjer som går, som drar med seg markedet.
Let's start, guys, with retail.
Koa kommer sikkert også, jeg tipper Koa kommer til å levere bra tall ut i tredje kvartal.
The company withdrew guidance for the full year. They also said that there is a charge of about $75 million related to a write-down of spring and summer merchandise.
Det skal gå for det nytt styre der, det ny ledelse der, det hentet masse kapital, de har fått mange kontrakter, og et helt nytt selskap.
I spoke with a couple analysts, and potentially the main reason they either bought stuff that they were not able to sell because they wasn't got the wrong choice, or since we know that American is a value player, potentially customers are looking for better deals, and again, it could be a sign of cautious US consumer, but anyway, it was a
Bare
big
skriv
miss,
til
and
support.
potentially
Jeg får
we see
gruppe til en
that all
dritt.
that those inventory will
Jeg
go
snakker
to
med
discounters like TJ Maxx, and the
Det ikke meg.
company itself is doing right now a
Jeg
massive
snakker ikke med
sale
noen på
website.
Telegram. Det ikke meg. Det over 100 fake profiler av meg.
Hvordan kan det være der når du sitter live og trader, altså?
Ser det som du på det rommet?
Nei, jeg kan det.
Okay, what else are you looking at?
Yes, looking at shares of CBOE Global Markets. So, yes, we see that Morgan Stanley downgraded the company, and they said, of course, that de-escalation of US and China trade war came sooner and better than expected. Earlier, they downgraded the stock, citing higher volatility. We know that when volatility is high, people are trading options more. It can be more beneficial for companies like CBOE. So now it's a reversal of this trend, and they cut the price target to 215 from 256, and of course we are keeping an eye on VIX, which is way below 20 for the first time since a couple of months.
Interesting. Okay, I used to trade back in the day. Super Micro Computer. That sounds like a big name.
It is. So we see that it's also a big move in stock price. It's up by almost 13%. It came, of course, after this deal with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabian data center company Datavault signed a partnership with Supermicro. The deal is valued at $20 billion. We don't know all details of that deal, but basically Supermicro buys chips from like Nvidia. They build infrastructure and then they sell to data centers. We don't know if
vi har supportet på, som sagt, før åpning 21,245. Der går jo opp hele tiden.
Analysts' questions still remain about demand for power, demand for AI infrastructure. But as of today, it is a pretty good development that the stock is up sharply.
All right, Natalia, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Natalia Knežević joining us. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Det er ikke meg, Don Gusto.
You listen to your podcast. All right. Man, sorry, allergies are killing me.
Dude, we're having all this rain. Isn't that supposed to help with
I
your
don't
allergies?
know. This is the worst. Okay. Let's get to tech here and the tech market. NVIDIA in particular making some front pages as of yesterday. The U.S. is thinking about letting the UAE buy over 8 million leading NVIDIA chips. Mandeep Singh, senior tech industry analyst from Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us now. What's the significance of it? Sounds like a big number.
I mean, 1 million is almost like 15% of the overall GPU shipments they'll have this year. So we're talking big numbers here. Obviously, it's going to play out over a multi-year horizon. But look, I mean, a few weeks back, we were all concerned about how China revenue is going to disappear because of the restrictions. They actually took a $5.5 billion charge because they couldn't sell their H20s, and AMD did the same for their chips. And now suddenly we are talking 2 big incremental buyers on the sovereign side, Saudi and the UAE. And we're talking big numbers here. I mean, 1 billion GPUs is like huge in the context of demand.
So how is global Silicon Valley thinking about this administration? On the one hand, you've got tariffs, not good. On the other hand, you seem to have a president who's very much looking to drum up business for U.S. tech. How does it all shaken out?
Yeah, especially when it comes to AI, it feels like this administration firmly believes in driving deals for more American companies in the field of AI, and that could help them down the line. But clearly, when it comes to AI, they are a firm believer, which is why all these CEOs actually traveled to the Gulf region with the president.
Does NVIDIA have those chips to sell them?
So, I mean, so far, you know, the fact that we were in a supply-constrained environment had served them really well, and the NVIDIA margins are a good reflection of how the supply constraints have played to their strengths. And look, when it comes to the capacity that TSMC is allocating to NVIDIA, they clearly have a lion's share of the capacity when it comes to these GPUs. So from that standpoint, any ramp up in TSMC supply, and we know TSMC is ramping up supply, should help NVIDIA kind of make those chips. And
Det selger I dag. Det har ikke vært det på over en uke.
We're hitting some sort of a crest, and there could be an air pocket in demand because we are losing China. That doesn't seem to be the case, at least with this development. Nobody knows how much of revenue would get recognized in 2025 and 2026, but you don't want that revenue to decelerate to flat growth. 20% growth is much better than, you know, anything in like low to high single digits.
All right, before we got all into this tariff thing over the last 4 or 5 months, we used to talk to you a lot about AI. We haven't talked to you at all in the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Where is the AI story today?
AI story, I think, did shift a little bit with the DeepSeek moment back in January. To me, that was pivotal in terms of how compute was getting allocated, what it meant for the large language model development, and that has not skipped a beat. I mean, look at how many models OpenAI has shipped in the past 5 months. They've really had a very swift kind of product launches, and that has helped maintain that enthusiasm around what these models can do and the capabilities that they bring. So from a technology perspective, I think the AI trend has played out pretty strong, and that outlook continues to be good for the remainder of the year.
Here's a headline for you. China suspends exports control over 28 U.S. entities. So China is suspending exports control over 28 U.S. entities. So this comes as we continue to see a relative de-escalation of the trade conflict between the U.S. And China. The S&P now pretty much flat on the day. Mandeep, 20 seconds. Most important thing.
Nvidia faller litt, da. Opp 2,5%, opp 1,77. Det er Nvidia som holder alt opp her nå. Så hvis den faller nå, så faller det.
that's what you want to know in terms of their outlook, how much all the tariff situation has impacted their outlook and the positive developments now. So really their outlook, and we know they beat and raised, so you want a continuation of that trend.
Always the best. Mandeep, thank you so much. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. Just to reiterate, China suspends export controls for over 28 U.S. entities, and they're lifting an unreliable entity list measure on 17 U.S. firms. We'll have more coming up. We will be going to the Middle East. Anne-Marie Hordern, Chief Political Correspondent and Bloomberg Surveillance Co-Anchor, will be joining us on President Trump's trip.
Don Gusto, AI-trening, ja. Jeg holder meg til old school-trening.
Kjøkkenet ble mye mer åpent.
Ble det bedre?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're mixed, a little change in the major stock averages right now, and a little more cooling in the U.S.-China trade situation. China suspending and scraps the unreliable list policies on some U.S. companies. That's the latest headline. As Alex mentioned before, China suspending export controls over 28 U.S. entities. And as his Mideast trip continues, NVIDIA shares are most active, up 1.8%. According to Bank of America, NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices have multi-billion-dollar opportunities related to artificial intelligence infrastructure projects with Saudi Arabia as the president continues that Mideast trip. Shares of AMD, they are up 5.1%. And again, NVIDIA shares up 1.6% right now. The Mag 7 index from Bloomberg, that is up 0.8%. Additionally, President Trump says Qatar's total Boeing order is the largest in history, and it's giving a lift to Boeing right now. Those shares up 1.9%. Overall, the S&P 500 just a point higher at 58.88, still about 4% below the February high for the S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial Average right now up 88 points. That's a rise of 0.2%. And the NASDAQ 100, that is up 62 points. That is a rise of 0.3%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Hi, John Tucker. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. There's actually a good article right on Bloomberg Terminal entitled, "In Trump World, Jets are key to unlocking political favors." So it seems to be a theme coming through some of his tour through that part of the world.
But it's a used jet, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, but I think just
the one he's getting is used.
Okay.
And how much money, the question is, how much would you have to spend to retrofit it and make it safe and secure? Because I'm sure if I were going to sell a jet to a foreign entity, I'd want it bugged. I mean, I'd put bugs in it.
John Tucker.
Well, that's
Not
yeah,
cockroaches,
exactly.
I mean listening devices.
Understood.
That's just me.
But
That's
I'm
just
just
JT.
thinking about these Boeing deals.
Det sitter langt inne.
Anne-Marie Hordinger joins us. She's chief
Det sitter langt inne hos deg. Aldri hørt deg si det ordet på 10 år.
Jeg sier det ordet når det er riktig å si det
Nei.
ordet.
Da bare smiler du som om ingenting har skjedd.
Jeg har alltid rett.
Vel.
Development deals. What's the theme been that you've heard from the president and his
Har ikke skjedd stort, Nijo. Trump prata, så gikk det opp.
Well, I think whether it's deals, investment, transactions, the one that we just heard announced right now
Vi ligger og vaker på nivå på 45.
Qatar when it comes to 160 Boeing jets, something that we flagged last week here at Bloomberg News. Whether it's that or geopolitics and the region being a place to mediate global conflicts, you can see the president really leaning into doubling down on this region as being the venue to offer a wide array and to address a number of issues, whether or not that's making sure there's more investment into the United States, into US tech firms, NVIDIA, AMD, they had a huge day when it comes to what happened.
Vi fikk en vanlig wienerpølse, en sånn to små biter.
Emirates, but also geopolitics.
Jeg kan det med bikkjer i stikker hele tiden, så må du lokke med en pølse. Det var sånn
So he really sees the region as being this place for economic relationships and also a venue for the Gulf to mediate global conflicts.
So planes and chips is sort of what we've seen so far with NVIDIA and then the newly announced Boeing deal with Qatar Airways. What's next? Like, what are the companies, what are the countries can we be looking at here?
So the president tomorrow will be going to Abu Dhabi. Now, Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Khanoun was already in the United States a few weeks ago. He actually was at the White House. He had a meeting with the president in the Oval Office, and then shortly after that, they announced an investment of $1.4 trillion into the United States. But of course, it came with an asterisk. In order for the UAE to invest $1.4 trillion, they need to get their hands on advanced semiconductor chips. And we've already seen a lot of that play out since Sheikh Khanoun's visit, which is one, this administration canceled the Biden-era diffusion rule, which really put the world into buckets, and these geopolitical swing states had a cap on how many of those high-tech advanced semiconductors, those chips, they can get access to. And you are really seeing the president in Riyadh, and then you're likely going to see it tomorrow in Abu Dhabi, offering up these countries more access to those advanced technologies. And our colleagues were talking about how maybe the UAE is going to be able to get more than 100 million chips from NVIDIA. This would be huge. We should also note that key to all of this is that the United States wants to make sure that if they are giving these countries access to these advanced chips, they want to make sure that the tech does not leak to China. So a lot of the conversations when it comes to these economies really wanting to transform, traditionally, obviously, they've been these
Nå er de redd for at disse AI-chipene som Nvidia skal selge til Qatar og Saudi, at det kan lekkes til Kina. Det glemte man å snakke om i går. Men det er nå et tema i dag.
Henry, lastly here, can you just give us the context?
Men det dreit jo Trump, tenker jeg. Han ga faen, bare han fikk en deal.
Normalizing relations with Syria. What's the context here?
Well, he lifted sanctions on Syria. He said he was going to be lifting sanctions on Syria yesterday. And then this morning, he met with al-Shara, the new Syrian leader. I'm getting mixed messages from Washington, D.C. I could tell you in the room in Riyadh, there was an absolute applause, an explosion, and excitement. The president talked about that this morning. He said it was that line that got the biggest applause. The Arab world wants to see Syria remain within the Arab orbit and not be pushed into Iran. Someone quipped to me from Washington saying, why would you still keep the chains on a country and punish them from a former regime? There are critics, though, that talk about al-Shara and obviously his past, his ties to al-Qaeda as a militant leader. But at the moment, the president says he was pretty much convinced by Mohammed bin Salman, maybe as well as Erdogan of Turkey, to lift those sanctions. And he had a 33-minute meeting with him this morning in Riyadh before he touched down in Doha.
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks a lot. Great reporting. Anne-Marie Hordern, Chief Political Correspondent and Bloomberg Surveillance co-host on everything related to President Trump's Middle East trip. Let's go back to the markets here. And so what do you do when some of the bad news has been removed and good news could actually be good news? Dana Dioria is Co-Chief Investment Officer at Envestnet. We're looking at a NASDAQ here and an S&P that's recouped its losses for the year. The NASDAQ still shy by about 1 percentage point. Have you revised your forecast for inflation, for growth, for the equity market?
Well, so I think it's so funny. You look at the market and you say, how many times can Lucy hold the football away, and we're still going to react to what we do, but we do. And so I would say there's no change in the forecast based on this moment. I think it's, and nor would you have wanted to based on, the course of the last month. I think from the perspective of, hey, where do we land relative to something like recession, the risk is starting to come off. It's starting to look more like this was in fact a gigantic disruptive negotiating tactic. You can't bet on it, right? And so you have to be allocated in a way that sort of takes into consideration that I'm going to have to ride out some volatility ahead, and that volatility could be quite substantial and quite long. I think it's interesting too that the market is sort of pricing now that these Fed rate cuts will come later. The market has continuously kind of pulled forward these rate cuts more than I think anything in the hard data suggested that they should. And now the market's kind of coming to terms like, yeah, okay, the situation doesn't look as bad as we thought. The Fed's going to be cautious on inflation. They're not going to cut that fast. I think that was probably the case regardless, right? Even before we sort of got the news out of China.
So, Dana, to the extent that some of the tariff risk factor may be coming out of the market here, does that impact kind of maybe where you're allocating capital these days? Or are you just trying to stick with quality and ride it through?
Yeah, so I mean, from our perspective, we have allocations to hundreds of managers on the platform have allocations. So I can give you kind of sort of what does a lot of it bubble up to, right? Because there's all different choices being made by these different active managers. 100,000 advisors kind of on the platform doing different things. Some of them certainly have pulled money off the table. And I think you're going to see that money kind of come back. And of course, that's unfortunate, right? Because we're doing the opposite of buy low and sell high when we sort of react this way to the market. I do think a lot of advisors have done a good job, just in looking at the flows on our platform. What we have been seeing in the last month is what you'd kind of expect. Money going to short-term, cash equivalents, money, and this is incremental, right? It's not a wholesale change when you're talking about, millions of accounts, but there is incremental movement toward, international stocks that weren't getting any love before. There was incremental moves towards short-term equivalents. I do think as we get into this higher risk-on environment, you're going to see that start to shift back again in a way that's not great for the client's long-run, IRR, dollar-weighted return. But I do expect a shift of that nature. I do expect and hope that we won't shove all the way back into risk-on U.S.-only assets. I think there remains a strong case to be made that you stay sort of internationally diversified. You really don't know what's going to develop. And I do also think, you know, on the corporate side, where we see all these buybacks.
Det fortsatt jævla choppy. Fortsatt veldig lite volum. De sitter og surrer på samme måte vi har gjort nå en time.
The corporate planners out there are saying, we don't know what's coming next. It's very hard to do CapEx in this environment. We're just going to give the money back.
In terms of flows, have you noticed any flows towards safe havens at all, and what has that looked like?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, obviously, gold has been you know, obviously we know has been a big recipient. The short-term cash equivalents where money is kind of, you know, on our platform, that's a typical way that the advisor would sort of, quote, go to cash. They'd stay within a managed accounts framework, but put it to a short-term equivalent, so we have seen that. We've interestingly seen evidence of both. We've seen evidence of movements toward lower risk type models that have more of those short-term fixed income solutions. But we had also seen sort of a buy the dip mentality where you started to see trades into models that had more aggressive stance with inevitably an expectation of something like this, that, you know, this was in fact, I think, a ploy to a certain extent, that recession fears were overblown and sort of an opportunity to get into the market as things were down and, you know, ride it back up. But of course, you know, our advice on that is you really have to be allocated based on the risk tolerance that you can withstand. Otherwise, it's a bet. And, you know, when the volatility inevitably comes back and we have another, you know, kind of bad announcement, you know, your client is not saying, oh my goodness, I can't handle this volatility.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
De forventer et fall på indeksen og sier at man må allokere aksjene sine riktig for å tåle fallet som eventuelt kommer, er det de sier nå. Det er andre analytikere i dag som tror at det skal ned. Sier fortsatt at resesjonsfrykten er noe mindre, noe avtagende, men det blir ikke rentekutt. Og det blir må allokere aksjene riktig hvis du skal kjøpe det environmentet som er nå.
I don't know, at least I have a hard time envisioning a market broadly moving higher, tech's not leading it.
Yeah, what is not leading it though is the dollar. So even though you had the S&P recover for the year, the dollar has not, if the Bloomberg Dollar Index, which is really quite interesting, still down by about 1 to 0.2% today. And the why, when rate differential, should tell us something different. Very interesting conversation in the market. All right, coming up, Janet Lauren is Bloomberg Higher Education Finance Reporter.
Snakker opp valutaen svekker seg dollaren, skjønner ikke hvorfor. For noen som skal snakke om noen analytiker. De synes det er veldig rart, i og med at indeksen har gått opp. Det er liksom... Jeg aner ikke, ass. Vi har gått opp på overskrifter i en uke, så... Jeg aner ikke. Vi snur på 45 helt der. Hvis den bryter 45, så skal vi falle videre ned. Men han stopper det hele tiden. Det er Nvidia som holder oss oppe.
Bare Nvidia?
Nvidia opp 2%.
Faller noe annet?
Ja, det meste er grønt, men det har ikke skjedd så mye. Amazon har gått til rødt. Apple er i 0.
Microsoft?
Microsoft er opp 1%. Den bør falle mye mer egentlig. Tesla på 1,98%. Jeg tror faktisk det kan være sånn dette her frem til neste tallene som kommer om 14 dager. Ja, for da vil tariffene slå inn. De har ikke slått inn ennå. Det er det folk ikke har skjønt. De tallene vi fikk i forrige uke er fra Biden, er ikke fra Trump. selv om han tar æren for det. Neste måned for Trump.
Skal vi opp, eller skal vi ned? Sånn vi skal hen?
Det har stått her nå i akkurat samme stedet i en time. Men hver dag det har stått stille, så har det gått opp, da, Stig. Men i dag det litt selgere også. Du ser det litt selgere i dag. Det har ikke vært det de andre dagene. Da har det liksom ikke klart å komme ned på noen ting.
Var det ikke Robert?
Nei, det Stig, for faen.
Herregud.
Ja, jeg helt enig, Stig. Vi hører faen på forskjell på det. Stig 17 år, og Robert 55.
Kan jo droppe greit om jeg dratt ned nå, men det var vanskelig bestandig opp igjen på trønderen.
Ja, han tar alt imot der på 45. Han må liksom bryte der.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P 500 kind of bobbing between some gains and losses. Little change right now. The tech stocks, they're higher.
Det ingen ekte mennesker som gjør det der. Det skjønner jeg hele.
Up close to 14%. They signed a partnership agreement with Saudi Arabia.
Jeg husker jeg kuka med en sånn algobot på Lerøy Seafood for mange år tilbake. Han frontrunna meg hele tida. Så det jeg gjorde var at jeg bare la en ordre i boka. Så hver gang jeg la en ordre, så fronta han meg hele veien. Så han pushet aksjen opp med nesten 12%. Så ringte børsen meg på faen her jeg drev med. Jeg fikk kjeft, men ikke båten.
Macro uncertainty. The shares right now 7% lower.
Det var Lerøy Seafood.
Global says markets can push higher.
But it's not going to be an easy path to get there, and I think there's going to be a lot of volatility that we see from now through the end of the year, whether you're talking oil, whether you're talking stocks, whether you're talking bonds. It's all in there, and it's going to be kind of a bumpy ride.
S&P 500 up just 2 points, 58.88 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 62 points higher. The Nasdaq 100 up 53 points. That is a rise of about 0.25%. Starbucks shares, they're down, what, 0.6% right now? Hundreds of Starbucks employees have walked up the job. They are protesting the company's new dress code. When I get my coffee, I don't care what they look like. No. But it requires baristas to wear solid black tops and new rules on bottoms, according to the union. baristas, more strikes are likely to come in the coming days. So, my daughter worked there, and I think she almost had a mental breakdown taking
I mean,
orders.
the job is
It's
so
not-
hard
It's a difficult job.
that, like, you know, let people be comfortable.
She still, she was able to keep her green, you know.
Oh, that's
apron.
cool.
I wear it around the house sometimes.
I don't really want to know that, but that's nice. On that
Anyway.
visual.
Ooh.
Thanks, JT. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also, check us out on YouTube as well. All right, let's get to one of the top stories pretty much for anyone, and that is what's happening between elite universities and the administration, in particular, Harvard. So the latest, last night, Harvard University expanded its lawsuit against the Trump administration for freezing billions of dollars in federal funds, ratcheting up this high-stakes battle between the two. And also, you can make an argument that elite universities were some of the losers in the GOP House-led tax bill. Well, joining us now to help break it all down for us is Janet Lauren, Bloomberg Higher Education Finance Reporter. Let's just start with the lawsuit. Where are we with this?
So, as you know, Harvard filed a
Snudde på
lawsuit last
45,
month,
gitt.
and it's so hard to keep track of all these different federal things going on with Harvard, all these different investigations, lawsuits, freezing money, and Harvard amended its lawsuit. And right after they sued, within hours, the government slapped them with a freeze of $2.2 billion.
Så man prøver nå, da.
And Harvard wrote a letter back on Monday, and immediately another $450 million were frozen. So what was amended was including other things such as these communications from the federal government, and they're trying to get money unfrozen so research could potentially continue.
Why is the administration seemingly targeting Harvard? Did Donald Trump not get into Harvard as a kid?
Well, Harvard, as you know, is the oldest and richest university in America. You know,
Okay.
Harvard stands for wealth, power, and money and prestige. And if you can get concessions from Harvard, it speaks to what could come next. And Harvard has, said they actually agree with some of the things that the Trump
Snu på
administration
45,
has
ja.
proposed. They acknowledge there's anti-Semitism
Jeg
on
tar dem opp.
campus. They acknowledge that it's a problem in classrooms when students do not feel comfortable speaking. They're sort of self-censoring themselves. And Harvard has acknowledged this.
Normalt sett
They
hadde jeg
just don't agree
shorta her
with
nå, ikke
the
sant?
way
Men
that the Trump
det
administration
er
has
stilt ut
lined
på
up
oppsiden, dette.
So, and then in addition to that, then you have the GOP tax bill that comes out. What did it say about taxing universities' endowments that then obviously hurts Harvard as well?
So right now,
Men videre går opp
after
på
the
2,2%.
2017
Apple
tax
faller videre
bill,
0,22.
Private colleges with 500,000 of endowment per student had a 1.4% tax on their net investment gains. Now they're creating a tiered system where the richest schools with 2 million of more of endowment per student pay 21%. Yes, and there's several other tiers, 1.25 million to almost 1.999 million per student would be at 14%, and then another tier would be at 7%, and then still 500 to 750 million would remain at the 1.4%. So in the story we have out today looks at Grinnell College in Iowa, a place most people have never heard of, but it's high on my radar screen because a certain guy out of Omaha helped them invest their money decades ago, Warren Buffett, and they have $2.7 billion. And when you look at their population of 1,700 students, they're in that zone, and they're going to pay a lot more.
Is the expectation that this legislation will actually go through? Does it have broad support? Do we know anything about that?
Dag Tore, det har ikke skjedd så mye allerede. Det har ikke skjedd så mye. Det er det samme hver dag. Det stopper opp, og så det skjer ikke så mye. Det er ikke det skjer ikke så veldig mye. Vi har stått her nå en time.
We're in Kentucky, where Mitch McConnell helped make that happen, and it put it in the language it must be for schools with at least 500 students. Tuition paying, and Berea is like a work college, so they don't charge tuition. However, there is a idea that if you're 5,000 students or less, you should not pay the bigger tax. And we all know who's from Iowa, Chuck Grassley, and he's been in touch with Cornell College. So it's all in flux, and I don't know that people want to penalize these small liberal arts colleges that have small numbers of students, but they are quite rich. And again, the price tag is $90,000. Maybe
tell me about it.
Maybe make that a little bit less.
They'll pop the
and
drop
maybe
though.
find some friends in Congress.
So, in terms of the ask for the Trump administration to Harvard, what's the
Hva sa du,
ask?
Stig?
And then the Harvard University
Så det
president
er
Alan
pop eller
Garber,
drop
as
eller
you
noe?
mentioned earlier, they're not completely
Ja.
unaligned in some ways.
Enten så popper en, og så blir en drop.
Ja, det er enten
Changes
eller
that the administration would like to see, such as in hiring and admissions,
Ser ut som de skal
and the
ned, men
Supreme Court
samtidig-
decision in 2023 said
tar
you
imot
cannot
hele-
use race to make admissions determinations. There's so many investigations going on. I think the administration wants certainly changes.
Når det begynner å falle, så kommer Trump med melding etterpå, så blir det like for dopp igjen. Det er det som
As far
skjer.
as we know, they want things, and they're willing to use the big hammer of the federal government that has billions of dollars.
On the other hand, we've seen even with some of these Mideast countries trying to find ways to appease the president, to appease the administration,
Like Colombia,
and
right?
Then kind of walk some of these things back. Harvard seems to be taking a pretty straight-on approach here.
Well, keep in mind that Columbia, which did agree to some of the demands, is not as rich as Harvard by any means. Their endowment is $15 billion. Harvard is $53 billion. Now, with Harvard, the question is, do they want to bring their faculty and their community on board to say we're not standing up? Yet, in the background, they have been enforcing more rules. They came out with an anti-Semitism report. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's a lot of money, and
It is.
the federal government, has a lot of levers. And if you don't want to, listen to what the federal government is saying, don't take their money.
Yep, exactly right. And I learned over the last several weeks and months kind of the economics of that. And if you're a big research university, particularly if you have a medical center,
Yes.
huge amounts of money, like way more than half of your R&D comes from the federal government. So
But they get that back. The government gets that back in other ways, right?
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
well,
it's-
they're investing in R&D.
Yeah.
So, and
Nvidia som gikk opp her nå, opp 0,26, opp 2,22%, 2,25%, 2,29%.
Since World War II, and it's working pretty well. Janet Lauren, higher education financial reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Tok meg 42% på Nvidia. Tok meg 46% på Nvidia. 47% på Nvidia. Det er den som drar opp her nå. Tok meg 52 nå. Det har gått opp med et halvt prosent her. Men nå er jo Nvidia nede i kvartar med Trump da. Så jeg er sikkert derfor han fyker opp. Det samme er jo Tesla.
Og så sa han bare kan fly opp til 365, så han har vært fornøyd.
Det er bare en Twitter-melding fra Trump, det, så har det gjort.
Ja.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us here. Remember before all this tariff discussion over the last several months, we were talking about something called AI.
278 åpner opp en video.
The markets, and we had this DeepSeek come out of China and really throw a wrench into the narrative, which is more tech growth, more growth overall. We're riding this thing. Then the DeepSeek came out, and let's rethink this a little bit. Let's go revisit that story. We can do that with Austin Carr, Bloomberg technology reporter. He's got the big take story here. It's in Bloomberg Business Week. DeepSeek's tech madman is threatening U.S. dominance over AI. That got my attention. I clicked on it. Austin, talk to us about your column here in Bloomberg Business Week. Talk to us about DeepSeek. What do we know about them and the individual behind them?
So DeepSeek, as you'll recall, gained a lot of attention a few months ago when it released its new R1 reasoning model, as well as another one called V3. And the big deal about this was they sort of claimed to have trained it without access to a lot of the most cutting-edge NVIDIA chips. And they also trained their models for a lot less, at least on the surface, than a lot of the models, equivalent models here have been trained in the US. And that raised a lot of questions about, some of the fundamental notions about how many chips are needed to train these big AI models and how much it's going to cost to develop them. The reason it was also a big deal was just because this startup was sort of very mysterious. There had not been much written about them before sort of January 2025. And we spent a lot of time the last couple months talking to about a dozen former employees that work for this company and its founder, Liang Wenfeng, as well as 40 sources close to the Chinese AI scene, to really just give you a sense of how their sort of market is developing very differently than what's happening in the US, which is they're doing a lot more with less and sort of just trying to innovate despite the constraints that the US has placed on it with all its export controls.
How did he do it? How was he able to undercut the price in such a tremendous way?
Well, I think that's one of the big topics that we explore in the story. We trace it actually back to the history. Liang Wenfeng had started a quant fund back in the about 2015, 2016, and you actually see a lot of those sort of quant sensibilities, looking for efficiencies in the market, which they later applied to their AI models. It was sort of a sort of spin-off of what they were doing with that quant fund that became DeepSeek. One of the big things they did was called mixture of experts. Basically, a lot of the sort of when you used ChatGPT back in the day, you asked it a question, it activated the entire model. So think about it like your entire brain is activated just for the question 2 + 2. What DeepSeek did that was a little bit different was chop it up into what are called experts. So every time you ask a question, it actually routes that to the particular part of the brain that is expert in math or expert in physics or expert in cooking, what have you. So it's a lot more efficient approach, but the downside is it risks hallucinating more or perhaps sending the question to the wrong part of the brain. But that's one of the techniques that they use to really bring this model to life for a lot cheaper and according to the DeepSeek with a lot fewer of NVIDIA chips than the more Western vendors like OpenAI have access to.
I guess one of the things that surprised people, maybe scared some people, is how DeepSeek was able to make so much progress when supposedly all these Western sanctions on technology going to China didn't really seem to slow it down at all. What's the status there?
I think that's one of the big ironies. Actually, incidentally, I had interviewed Jensen Huang from the CEO of NVIDIA in May 2023, and that was the very month, coincidentally, that You know, on the other side of the world, China was you know, getting started with DeepSeek. And Jensen told me at the time, you know, one of his big concerns about export controls is it's actually just going to incentivize Chinese chip makers to work a lot harder to develop chips that can compete with NVIDIA's. But the other nearer-term threat is actually software makers. Sort of their constraints from the source.
Nvidia opp nå nesten 3%, den alene.
Drove this company to develop workarounds, do a lot more with less, and that's
Tesla faller, Microsoft oppstår, Apple er rødt, Amazon er rødt. Det Nvidia som går alene her. Nvidia har vektet ganske mye av indeksen da.
And I think that's, you know, I think the other sort of component of that is they almost have this national pride that we've heard resonate throughout our interviews that really doesn't exist in the US in quite the same way. No one's, you know, quite as excited, or, you know, we don't think of Sam Altman necessarily as a celebrity as the same way as in China.
Nvidia vekter 8% av hele Nasdaq.
Office just to see pictures
Det
of
veldig,
him. He's
veldig,
like a
veldig.
national hero there just because he's able to overcome these constraints. And I think that's a really interesting component of the AI scene in China, which we don't have quite in the US.
So about 45 seconds here. What's to prevent the AI companies here in the US doing the same thing that DeepSeek does?
There's really not. I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, they did make their models open source for the most part. They did, you know, unveil some of their secret sauce, but they didn't quite explain all the techniques and how they did them under the hood. But that said, yes, I mean, that was part of the really compelling thing. By making this model open source, they really have this ethos. One of the first quotes they put with their first public announcement was, "Talk is cheap, show me the code." And so they have this really aggressive, let me prove it to you attitude that I think in the US space with these proprietary models, they're not willing to do. And I think the difference here is that DeepSeek having an open source.
Han har pratet til Alex, eller det er Alex True.
OpenAI to do something similar. Or at least undercut the costs of their models, and you can get the same computing power for $36 through DeepSeek as it would cost $1,000 in OpenAI.
All right, Austin, thank you so much. Fascinating story. Austin Carr, technology reporter for Bloomberg News. And you can read all that story on the Bloomberg terminal at bloomberg.com/big take. For our listeners in the US, a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest news and industry information that's coming up right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and
Nasdaq droppa med... Nei, ikke Nasdaq. Nvidia falt litt her nå. Nå 3 poeng. Det gjør at Nasdaq også beveger seg. Så Nvidia står for mye av bevegelsen i dag.
The M&A that we've seen.
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut.
Apple hører jo ikke på seg.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Skal vi sikkert ned og teste 45 igjen.
Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance. We have a great hour lined up for you. Anne-Marie Hardern is on the ground in Doha. She'll be joining us. She's covering the president, their chief political correspondent. Plus, we'll talk to Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs, to talk about ETF investing. We'll also get the latest on Boeing and Qatar Airways buying a bunch of Boeing planes and what that winds up looking like with Sid Phillips. He winds up heading plane coverage here for Bloomberg. Plus, Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist, will be joining us as well. And we'll finally look ahead to earnings because they're still here. The latest is Cisco. After the closing bell, Woo Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst, will be joining us. But let's kick it all off for you with a Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker.
All right, right now, Alex and Paul, the major indexes, they're mixed to little change, they'll call it, following the 22% surge from the intraday lows last month. The S&P 500 right now up just 3 points, 58.89 on the index. Most major index groups actually dropping, though big tech, that continues to outperform right now. Case in point, Super Microcomputer, best performing stock in the S&P 500. Right now, those shares up over 17%. In the U.S. tomorrow, investors waiting for retail sales figures that could lead to that's going to lead a barrage of economic indicators that we're going to get this week. Meantime, Marvin Lowe at State Street Corporation, So stocks do remain vulnerable at this point.
A challenge really is that we've recouped so much in such a short period of time. So, you know, everyone's clearly looking at the statistics that we are now flat for the year for the most part. But don't forget, during that period, earnings for the year have come down.
Right now, the Nasdaq 171 points higher. That's
Sier noe samme som jeg har sagt. Vi har hentet ned fallet på S&P, Nasdaq, basically. Earningsen har fortsatt kommet noe ned. Så det er jo ikke, det her gir jo ikke, det her er ikke noe hold i det. Nå er det tredje analytikerne i dag som sier det.
60 aircraft. Boeing shares right now up just about 1.4%. And what's old is new again. Max is out. Warner Brothers Discovery changing the name of its flagship streaming service back to
Nå er vi nede og tester på 45 menn da.
Effective this summer, they say they're going to re-emphasize premium programming for it. I don't know what that means. Anyway, you'll recall it was rebranded in 2023 to drop HBO from the name, which I believe at the time led Paul Sweeney to say, "What?"
Exactly. And
Can you really rebrand 2 years later? What's that
sure
about?
You can brand as strong as HBO, but the reason they left the HBO because it was deemed as too lefty, too coast elite, that it had premium program that appealed to each coast, not middle America. And so that was one of the reasons, but many people have told me from within the company that was the main reason that they changed it to Max. Now they're like, well, maybe Max isn't so good. I don't know.
Wow.
Nå er vi på 45.
Yeah.
Where's Landman again? Where do you watch Landman?
I don't know where I watch Landman.
No, I think it's
Is that a Paramount?
That's Paramount.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was gonna make connections.
It's another
but
service I
it
don't
went away.
have.
Oh, it is great.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I et normalt marked så shorter her nå på 40 der, ja.
We appreciate that. Alex Steele along with Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive
Og dropper det. Det er der du skal shorte, skjønner du. Normalt
Let's take a look
sett.
at some of the stocks on the move here today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele.
Nå falt jo
We're joined by Bloomberg's Nora.
mye her da. Det er Nvidia som rammer litt.
Supermicro Computers. Of course, this is a stock that's up for double-digit gains and is the biggest gainer in the S&P 500
Har motstand
right
på
now on a percentage basis.
21,218 der hvor pilene ligger.
Signed a deal with DataVolt. This is a company that's based in
Kanskje jeg klarer å begynne å lese etter litt igjen nå. Jeg har hatt veldig problemer nå, siste forrykene på å være
The
Trump-pisse.
stock gets some more traction. Of course, we know shares of Supermicro Computer are up about 50% so far this year. But if you look at the past week, it's rallied more than 40% this week. It's on pace for its best week since November. So really lots to parse here, but they're saying the agreement should fast track delivery of ultra-dense GPU platforms.
And interestingly enough, the other stock you're one of the other stocks
nå
is
snur renten opp.
AMD, and that also sort of getting a boost from potential Saudi Arabian-led AI infrastructure projects.
Yes, I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD. It says that they'll supply semiconductors to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane.
Jeg tror avtalen med Trump og Nvidia får problemer, ass. For det kommer til å være om Saudi og Qatar og guttene, de kommer til å kjøre de chipene. De er redd for det som kommer feil henne, vet.
Regarding and
usikker,
related
ass.
to Saudi Arabia, but I mean, AMD shares are down about 2% this year, but they are getting a lift off of this news. Second best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now.
All right, one more.
De er redd for TikTok og kineserne, men de er ikke redd for at kineserne skal få chipene fra Nvidia, liksom.
That's the worst day since October. This company is about
Det kan som ikke stemme det.
$11 in market cap. It develops in
Hvordan påvirker Trump markedsfiskalen? Det gikk på all time high, men han var ikke sånn aktiv som han er nå. Så det var en helt annen greie. Nå er det veldig spesielt, for han tweeter alt, og så sier han 'kjøp aksjer', men han har aldri gjort før. Han gjorde det i forgårs. Da gikk vi opp 900 poeng, 800 poeng. Og så gjorde han det dagen før han tok pause på 12-satsen. Da gikk det opp over 1000 poeng. Så han sier 'kjøp aksjer nå'.
What's some of the buzzy things that are happening right now? I mean, I think the conversation has definitely been about tariffs. I mean, if you think back a couple years ago,
Vet du, du skal egentlig ikke shorte det hele tatt nå. Eneste grunn til at jeg shorta er at jeg begynte å shorte på dårlige tall før Trump begynte å prate, og så forandret han loven på Nvidia og Tesla. Så jeg fikk jo short min rett i trynet. Derfor så sitter jeg feil. Og da var det opp 500 poeng dagen etterpå. På grunn av forandret loven, jeg skjønte ingenting.
For more conversation just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers
Du skal egentlig
podcast.
ikke shorte den
Listen for
markedet.
5-minute audio
Du skal ikke
reports on the
vente.
biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. We like to keep you up to date on everything that's happening in the markets, as well as politics, and especially geopolitics. We're lucky to have Anne-Marie Hordern, Chief Political
Nvidia som
Correspondent and
popper opp
Bloomberg
igjen med
Surveillance
0,5%.
co-host on the ground in Doha, following President Trump's signing of some deals with the Emir of Qatar. Anne-Marie, what do we know so far? What are the companies
Ja,
involved?
bare kjøp Nvidia, så går det opp, liksom.
So this one really is about Boeing. The Qataris are looking
Nvidia var nettopp nede på 2,4, og da ramla indeksen med nesten 50 poeng.
We had scooped
Nå
this
er
story, our colleagues at
Nvidia
Bloomberg
opp
News last week. Talking
2,83.
about 100 jets. Earlier this morning, someone said
Og da
actually
gikk indeksen
that's a
opp
bigger
med
figure,
20
and
poeng
they
her.
certainly did come out with that bigger figure of 160.
Får vi se om det
It's
holder, da.
really just par for the course of what Trump is
For nå er
doing
Apple på
when it
day
comes
low,
to his entire
Amazon
trip
er
to
på
the
day
Middle
low,
East. If you're a Middle
Broadcom
Eastern
rører ikke så mye på
capital with
seg.
a lot of capital
Microsoft er ganske
and a
stille.
solid
Det er
wealth
ganske
fund
rolig på
Washington
hele
has,
plata her nå.
This is an administration who wants to do economic transactions with you, and they want to have economic relationships. On top of that, he clearly sees the region as a place that could be host to a number of mediations when it comes to global geopolitical conflicts. As he did in Riyadh, today he spoke with the emir about Ukraine and Russia, and the president has kept open this potential window of actually going to Istanbul if President Putin were to go to have these talks, as well as talking about Iran. The president has made very clear there's an olive branch. He has said that yesterday in Riyadh when it comes to Iran, but he wants to make sure that that country is never able to attain a nuclear weapon. And so he sees both economic opportunity and geopolitical
Nå er vi på
de-risking
45
opportunity in the Gulf, and most notably when it comes to de-risking, it has to do with China. These are what many would consider geopolitical swing states. They don't want to make a choice. They do business with both Beijing and Washington, and the president wants them firmly to lean towards Washington.
Anne-Marie, for better or worse, one of the stories that's getting a lot of airplay over here in the States is a story about Qatar potentially gifting a Boeing 747 for the president to use as Air Force One. What's the, what are the people saying around the water cooler there in Doha?
Well, I think the Qataris love the idea. The issue that they have is that they say it's still being worked out. They're in discussions with the DOD on the legality of this and if they can gift it. They want to gift it. A lot of these countries want to give gifts, make statements, flatter the president, think about it as helping him out if they could. The president said this really originated from a discussion with the emir when he was saying this Boeing jet that he purchased, had the order for in his first term was delayed, and they said, well, we have this extra, what people call palace in the sky jet that the royal family used. You can borrow it. There's legal concerns. There's national security concerns because it'd be a jet coming from the hands of a foreign nation. And then, of course, there's just a lot of concern about if this is appropriate to be accepting a gift this large. I think the Qataris would say it's a temporary loan. If the president's going to temporarily use his Air Force One, but of course, if he is going to use his Air Force One, it has to be completely gutted. The bones of it can stay and retrofitted to carry the president of the United States.
Where does President Trump go now?
Nvidia på day high, opp 3%.
Well, after his meetings in Doha, tomorrow he's going to head to United Arab Emirates. AI and tech on full display tomorrow. We have a scoop out that the administration worked with NVIDIA, the UAE. The UAE has already said they are going to invest $1.4 trillion, but to do that, they need access to those advanced technological semiconductors chips. And they're saying that potentially what we could see, according to this report, is more than 100 million chips NVIDIA would be able to sell to the UAE. That this would be a big win for Abu Dhabi. These are countries that prior, there's going to be this diffusion rule under the Biden administration that was going to come into play May 15th. Trump has canceled that, and that meant that they had a cap on how many of those advanced chips they can get a hold of. So really, they are just welcoming this opportunity. So potentially, we're going to see a little bit more details of where that 1.4 trillion. Abu Dhabi has said they're keen to invest, where those dollars can actually go.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. We appreciate that as always. Anne-Marie Hordern, she's a chief political correspondent and co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance. She is traveling with President Trump in the Middle East. She is just joining us with reporting from Doha in Qatar. again, as Alex was just mentioning, one of the big stories that come out of this trip to the Middle East, at least for the Boeing company, Boeing won the single biggest deal in U.S. planemakers' history with Qatar Airways, placing an order for at least 160 wide-body aircraft during a visit to Doha by U.S. President Donald Trump. So we're going to dig into that story. Sid Phillip joins us, Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation. A good day for Boeing here. What do you make of it, Sid? What's Boeing saying about this?
So Boeing hasn't really said a whole lot about this, but I mean, this is a significant deal for Boeing because they can sort of add another sort of milestone order to their backlog, especially for their 787, which is their sort of state-of-the-art wide-body jet, as well as potentially for the 777X, which is, again, a jet that Qatar Airways has ordered and is still to be certified. And so as airlines sort of look to the next generation of aircraft,
gör ingenting
this
också.
is sort of, you're going to see these mega deals coming up where
Men jag liksom bara går på en range.
current
Det är
generation
inte någon,
with new
det är inte någon rättning på det.
more advanced, better fuel economy, and that's sort of great for Boeing in terms of just building out that backlog and sort of selling out aircraft past the end of the decade.
What is the delivery time for something like this? Boeing has clearly had some operational and execution issues.
3,22% på Nvidia nå, opp.
As well as 737 MAX and get the 777X, which is their latest sort of generation.
Den drar ju hela nästa.
So it is, we're still not clear on the details for what the sort of intricacies of this Qatar deal are, but potentially these will sort of play out and go out into the next decade because, I mean, they've got a significant backlog of aircraft that need to deliver in the short term. So this is not going to be an aircraft deal that sort of happens in the next 2 or 3 years. It's going to be a drawn-out deal that goes into the next decade.
Well, stock market likes it. Stock's up 1.4% today. Boeing is hitting a 52-week high. It's up 16.5% year to date. So maybe Boeing's finally digging itself out of its hole from the last 7 years. So that kind of goes to the big question, Sid. It's all about production, you know, getting planes off the, and people just said, like George Ferguson from Bloomberg Intelligence says, just focus on the 737 MAX deliveries. That's the number. Is there a sense that Boeing's making improvements there?
We have seen Boeing deliveries inch up, and they've had sort of a milestone in terms of just hitting better production levels on the 737. And we've heard from airline customers, including United Airlines yesterday, saying that the deliveries of 737 MAX are sort of going up, and they're waiting on the 787, which is the aircraft that we understand that Qatar Airways ordered. And that's also going to be sort of key to getting production and profitability going.
What other kind of pitch can Boeing make to outstrip Airbus? Because in a duopoly market, and I appreciate that China has some smaller players, but if you're dealing with a duopoly, like, I mean, people gotta buy your planes.
Exactly. I mean, we have a duopoly at the moment, and
does that change at all, you think?
It sort of has changed a little bit in terms of just the sort of, there's a lot of politics behind aircraft orders again, and that's something that we've seen where Trump's been announcing these mega Boeing orders. I mean, yesterday he announced a deal for 30 planes in Saudi Arabia, and so there is a lot of politics attached to aircraft orders, but at the same time, both Airbus and Boeing are sort of sold out of aircraft until the end of the decade. So it is sort of, you're notching up all these orders, but at the same time, the biggest thing that airlines are talking about is, give me my plane, because that's really the biggest question, where airlines are saying that plane deliveries are delayed, and the Airbus has repeatedly talked about how supply chain issues continue to haunt the industry now 5 years after the pandemic.
Yeah, which I can't imagine. Although again, what I understand is one of the bottlenecks is labor. Getting the this is not just, you know, sitting in an assembly line and hitting a hammer. You got to be really skilled labor, and during the pandemic, you lost a lot of that. And retraining these folks or getting new people in, I'm hearing that's a big problem.
Labor is a major problem, as well as, I mean, just one part being short holds up the entire production line. I mean, you have millions of parts that go into an aircraft, and Airbus and Boeing are the final assembly lines where the plane actually gets put together. But then if parts are not available in the sort of process, you can't actually build those planes, and that's where the bottlenecks come up, because you have smaller suppliers who are struggling financially. You've got parts in short supply. I mean, Airbus talks about it's whack-a-mole, where you get one part sorted out and something else breaks, and so it's really a question of getting that supply chain to sort of hum along nicely, and then actually building those planes and delivering those planes, because you've now got record backlogs at both Boeing and Airbus.
So, are they exempt from tariff issues?
that's again a really important question no one's quite clear about in terms of what the tariff impact is going to be, because for 50 years almost the aviation industry has largely functioned tariff-free, and the tariffs added complexity to it because now everyone's not quite sure if aircraft are exempt. I mean, you've seen like all sorts of industry players and industry groups making representations to President Trump saying that we would like to have tariffs removed on aircraft and aircraft parts. And so we're trying to see where that sort of actually lands up, because potentially aircraft manufacturers and airlines may have to pay tariffs on planes.
Helt riktigt.
Right, makes all of this that much more complicated and more difficult. All right, Sri, great to see you. Thanks very much joining us.
Man skal egentlig vente til man får en retning her, og det er ikke noe volume her, det er problemet.
Very much. All right, coming up, Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs, will be joining us to talk about ETF investing. And
Jeg kjøpte der nede og tok en liten gevinst, bare sånn for å være med.
A hearing.
Men det er ikke noe bevegelse her.
You know, that's titled Examining Treasury Market.
Og det er Nvidia som på en måte styrer litt showet.
He's been pounding the table about this for quite a long time.
Apple er rødt, Microsoft står stille, Amazon er rødt, Meta er i null.
We'll be very excited to see him.
Broadcom er så vidt opp. Det er liksom bare Nvidia som går. Og Nvidia er på tur med den Trump, man bare så vet det.
This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Major stock averages mixed to little change, kind of blah. We're seeing gains in chip makers, also optimism over potential trade agreements. NVIDIA shares, they are most active. They're up just about 3% in today's session after striking a deal to supply chips to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane for a data center project. A super microcomputer jumping today. Those shares right now up over 15%. This rally after Saudi Arabia, this rally comes after the board approved a $6 billion share repurchase plan. That represents 3.3% of the company's current market value. American Eagle, on the other hand, that is slumping. The retailer withdrawing its fiscal year 2025 guidance. That's because of what they're calling macroeconomic uncertainty. And then traders looking ahead to fresh retail sales figures. Going to get that tomorrow. The same day, Walmart, the biggest retailer, reporting quarterly earnings. And then you also have a speech by Fed Chair Jerome Powell at a conference in Washington tomorrow. Looking for that. S&P 500 up 4. The Dow down 27. The NASDAQ 100 right now up 78 points. So the update on SALT. Speaker Johnson last night said he expects to get some sort of deal to advance the president's tax cut plan on SALT today. So,
but now there's reporting earlier that the deal that they were talking about fell apart.
Possibly. I mean, they were looking at increasing
30, right?
from $10,000 to $30,000. This is the state and local tax deduction for everybody who doesn't care. But it would phase out for individuals who earn more than $200,000. Anyway,
okay, all right.
That's the update. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex.
Det har jeg på Nvidia opp 3,18%, eller nesten det har jeg.
In our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. I'm looking at the
Og Nvidia går på den meldingen med Trump i går.
flat on the year.
Jeg bare gjentar.
We were down 13-14% at the year, peak to trough 20%. Kind of, out of that hole right here. We'll see where we go from here. Sean O'Hara joins us, President Pacer ETFs, joining us via Zoom from Florida. Hey, Sean, what do you do now? I mean, we were really selling off hard. Recession talk was getting pretty heated. Now the president has kind of walked back seemingly some of the tariff uncertainty in the marketplaces. And that seems to be enough for investors to come back into the markets. What are you guys seeing?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think there was three things that were sort of headwinds into the market earlier this year. One was the tariff stuff. I think, I don't think anybody was surprised that he was going to make an issue of it. I think the severity, if you will, sort of spooked people a little bit. I never thought they were ever going to come in at that rate. I always thought this was going to be a negotiation, and as you see, we are in the midst of a lot of negotiations. I think the second sort of headwind was uncertainty about tax policy, and hopefully that will get itself resolved. And then the third has always been the Fed, and whether they're being too slow in terms of their approach to interest rates. One of those tailwinds, I think, has turned into headwinds has turned into a tailwind, and that's the tariff policy. I think we're seeing terrific progress there across the board, and I think we'll continue to see that. Hopefully, Congress will get their act together and they'll get the quote-unquote big, beautiful bill done. And then we'll wait and see with regard to what's going with Fed Chairman Powell. So I think the environment has changed from a somewhat dire, oh gosh, we're going to have a recession and inflation's going to be horrible because of all these tariffs, to an environment where I think there's less talk of a recession and less concern about the potential inflation regarding tariffs. There is, some good news in this market, and that is that energy prices are down, and energy is a big input to inflation. Yep. We saw a really nice print the other day. So I think you can be somewhat optimistic now, whereas I think earlier with those three headwinds, you had to be a little bit more cautious.
Do we still see the buy the dip mentality?
It's interesting, Alex. we're seeing two different camps here. The big institutional investors and the hedge funders have been net short, and so I'm looking for some kind of a short rally as they finally capitulate on their short positions. But the retail investor has been really, really strong, and so I think the retail investor is sort of thinking about this differently than the big institutional investors, and putting money in every time they get a chance to. And that's probably, the smarter move in the long run. I mean, in the short run, nobody knows what the market's going to do, but in the long run, over time, you could describe the stock market in 8 simple words. The advance is permanent and all declines are temporary. So we're seeing sort of two camps out there.
So, Sean, as president of Pacer ETFs, where are you guys seeing fund flows? Is it different maybe this week versus a couple of weeks ago when we had companies pulling guidance and, again, real angst in the marketplace?
Well, it's funny, Paul, a couple of weeks ago, our volumes were insane, like 3-4 times the average daily volume on our ETFs across the board. And so that was, to me, a sign of panic in the market. They've now sort of settled down. We're seeing, surprisingly some good flows into international and global, as, those markets have done better. I think our global fund is up somewhere around 9 or 10% year to date. I just looked at emerging markets the other day. It's up pretty handily as well. So we're seeing flows there. We're seeing consistent flows into the cash cow series on the value side. So, those are high quality stocks that, generate higher return on assets and trade at a discount. So that's sort of a more conservative quality play. And then we're seeing really significant flows into
Oppe på 20.300 igjen. Jeg har vært der 2 ganger I dag.
And then there's a little bit of sort of in the financial advisor community, there's really two camps as well. Those that sort of want to tap the brakes a little bit and those that want to put their foot on the gas. For those that want to tap their brakes a little bit, we're seeing flows into some of the risk management strategies that we have.
Interesting. So I mean, I guess this is how you make a market. I mean, you have 2 different directions, and then you move around that. Really interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Sean. Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs, joining us about all the flows within the market. All right, let's take a look at the bond market. The action had been in the 2-year, but now we're seeing the long end down, up by about 4 basis points. The front end up by 3. 403 is where we sit right now on the 2-year.
Nvidia, det har opp 3,34% nå. Jeg tror det har.
Now, Ira, you're part of a hearing tomorrow entitled Examine
Tesla opp 2,64%. Det det samme som ikke går. Nvidia og Tesla.
In front of Congress. It sounds like a really big deal. First of all, hope you're not nervous. Second of all, how did this come about? What's going to be the pitch here?
Yeah, so, well, we're going to talk about why markets are moving so aggressively at times, and that's really what I think Congress is worried about, because there is still large deficits, and even though President Trump and his administration is trying to find places to cut the deficit, you're still going to have $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion deficits probably for quite some time, and you'll want to make sure that the Treasury market remains the deepest, most liquid market in the world, to continue to entice investors to purchase them. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Congress set up this task force, part of the House Financial Services Committee, to explore these issues. And these issues aren't new. Look, I've been writing about these for over a dozen years, and the fact is that we've created institutions that are safe and sound with some of the Basel Capital rules and Dodd-Frank regulations. And in doing so, you've actually created an environment where markets are just going to be a little bit more volatile, even though institutions themselves might be a little bit safer.
So if I'm a congressman tomorrow and I ask you, is the Treasury market, is it deep, is it efficient? If I flood it with a big order, or I'm a country and I come up to the window, I want to buy some stuff, how do you answer that?
Well, the Treasury market is still the most liquid bond market in the world, and there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the big reasons is because we do have this entire infrastructure of derivative instruments and funding and means of funding trades that don't exist in
Tesla opp 2,75%, Nvidia opp 3,34%.
$1 of money market mutual funds that need to either buy T-bills or do repurchase agreements based on Treasury securities as collateral. That creates an environment where you're always going to be able to more easily fund your Treasury securities than you can in other places. So when we go back a month ago, right, to early April, when we saw all of that volatility in the market, when we had headlines that seemed to go one way or the other, people pulled back or widened their bid offers, and it seemed like the market maybe was more volatile. The market actually functioned, right? It functioned in a way that you'd expect it to, where, okay, bid offers are wider, volatility is very high, but you were still able to clear trades, you were still able to fund transactions when they occurred, but the price had to move around a lot because of the uncertainty at the time. So I would say yes, it's, the market is still very liquid, but on occasion it's less liquid than it is during, say, days like today.
I just have read the headline for you here. Saudi Aramco reports $90 billion worth of MOUs, so memos of understanding, and pacts with U.S. companies. Also, MOUs aren't definitive, but yet overall about $90 billion worth. Some of the details here. So Woodside Energy is an Australian energy company. They're trying to really form into a global LNG export market. They brought Tellurian's project on the Gulf Coast of the United States, and it looks like Saudi Aramco is signing a collaboration deal with them. That's one.
Har ingen halvræva lyst til å short.
So Aramco reporting $90 billion worth of MOUs and pacts with US.
Jeg har lyst til å short hele dritten.
How receptive do you think Congress
Ja, det litt skummelt da.
Yeah,
Jeg jo short, men Trump, husk på Trump da, han på tur med Tesla og Nvidia, og det Tesla og Nvidia som mest opp her. Det jo over 10% av indeksen.
They had one actually during that volatility, and there's going to be questions as to have some of the regulations gone a little bit too far, or are they working at odds with each other, and those are the types of framing of the
Rimelig umulig å trade sånn som det nå I hvert fall.
Ja, det går jo ikke. Du må ta et valg, så må sitte rolig og følge med.
Jeg har tapt en del I stedet, altså.
And a lot of the regulations that were passed limit the sensitivity or the size of bank and dealer balance sheets. So if you can right size or figure out a way to create like an emergency.
Han Trumperen, jeg spår at han kommer til å bli fjernet.
The market becomes very illiquid. That could be helpful for.
Det mange som har tatt penger. De sier at institutionals har ikke fått med seg oppturen. Det retail som har fått med seg oppturen. Så selvfølgelig noen få sånne botter og sånn da, som på institutional. Men det bare retail nesten. Hele smart money ligger short, så det nettopp. Ikke alle, men veldig mange.
We had basically 7 or 8 years when the market did nothing on a day-to-day basis.
Så det kan jo komme en sånn pop-up på short-covering da.
We could always use more, right? So the more capital that you put into the primary dealer community, the more people who transact directly with the Federal Reserve. But when you look at who's buying treasuries at auction, which is the big thing that primary dealers do on a day-to-day basis, the primary dealers are taking 10% or less of many of these auctions.
Yep.
They used to take 30 or 40%. So it's really investors that are buying all the treasuries.
Stuff. All right, so if people are extraordinarily bored tomorrow at 10 a.m. Wall Street time, they can go get the live stream of the House Subcommittee, Committee on Financial Services, IRA, will be testifying.
Are you kidding? I'm into it.
Oh, yeah, big time. I'm sure it's a huge audience. IRA, knock 'em dead, buddy. Wear a tie. That'll be good. And
Tesla videre opp 3%.
Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Just to let you know how valued his opinion is out there in the marketplace, he regularly testifies in front of Congress when Congress wants to learn about the Treasury market, which is his bailiwick. So that is great stuff for IRA, great stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Bloomberg.
Setter du en short der, eller?
Nei, jeg tør jo faen ikke.
I et normalt marked hadde jeg gjort det. Jeg tør ikke det. Ikke noe mer. Jeg må jo si, jeg synes han Trump, han ganske flink til det han driver med da.
Det han.
Jo, Slem Dag, jeg er enig i at det blir sikkert ferska, eller markedet ville våkne, men han er ganske briljant med tanke på hvordan han har løftet markedet, da. Går hardt ut, sier 145% tariff til Kina, alt raser. Og så ender opp på 30, så tror alle at det er bra. For det var ikke 145%. Det er fortsatt mye høyere. Det er 10% på bånd flatt hele tiden. Det er... De som skjønner penger, skjønner at det er en dårlig deal.
Ja, det poppet meg en gang jeg satt en short, så det er ikke noe...
Nei, men det her er bare... Det her stopper jo ikke.
Bare uten av meg. Tok tappet der, ja.
Det er en Nvidia som går videre, opp 3,4% stig. Oi, nå gikk Tesla opp 1% til, opp 4%.
Om Nasdaq, altså det kan jo ikke gå noe høyere nå. Det er jo... Nå er det på dem har igjen snart.
Russell 2000, som er liksom de 2000 selskaper i USA, både på Nasdaq og på Dow Jones, den er ned 0,5%, altså. Så mesteparten er ned. Det er liksom bare de... Det er bare de der Max 7 som holder oppe. Russell 2000 er ned, lager ny bunn nå, ned 0,6% nå. Det er bare Nvidia og Tesla opp 4% nå, liksom. Derfor er det ikke noe volumsonheng. Det er ikke noe volum der, så du treffer jo ikke sant? Det er fryktelig choppy. Se så fort han dropper nå, liksom. Bare pukk, rett ned. På nesten ikke noe...
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash.
Du kan nesten bare se på Nvidia og Tesla nå, så finner du for mer Nasdaq. Det er ikke noe volum.
Tech that continues to outperform NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices. They have multi-billion-dollar opportunities related to AI infrastructure projects with Saudi Arabia. This is President Trump continues his Mid-East trip. And now overall, the president says there's going to be $1.2 trillion in economic growth in Qatar, as he was speaking there today.
Bare noe mat, det.
In order from Qatar Airways for at least 160 wide-body air trip. That's the single biggest deal in the plane maker's history. So shares of Boeing right now, they are up 1.7%. Supermicro Computer shares, best performer in the S&P 500, 18% higher right now. Meantime, Kathy Sanchez, that chief economist at Nationwide, says the U.S. should avoid negative economic growth this year.
I think at this point, odds of a recession have come down quite a bit. We were never really in the camp of a recession, certainly not a deep one. So I think we eke out positive growth this year. It's slow, but it'll be positive growth.
The S&P 500 right now, it's up 11 points, up 0.2%, 58.97. Still 4% below its record in February. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 30 points higher. And the NASDAQ 100 right now, 100 points higher. That is up 0.5%. Remember when TV was actually free? Well, Walt Disney announcing its new sports streaming platform called, it's not called Max, it's called ESPN. It's going to cost $30 a month, offer access to 47,000 live events a year, on-demand replays, and original programming.
You know what this is? This is Walt Disney Company officially and finally throwing in the towel on the cable network model that we all know.
Yeah.
You know what they're going to do now? They're going to bundle streamers.
Yes.
Because that would be much more simple, I got to say.
All right. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. Think over 2,000 companies in 130 industries all around the world. We're also privileged to speak to a lot of CEOs from all around the world, and one of us joins us in studio right now, EOS Energy Enterprise. It is a zinc-powered grid-scale batteries. We know we need updates to the grid. We know we need batteries and storage, and how we make them and where the supply chains are also a key. Now, this company is interesting because it has a U.S. manufacturing plant and supply chain. Joining us now in the studio is the CEO, Joe Mastrangelo. There we go. I got it. Welcome. It's good to see you. So basically, you're looking at a 720% increase in your stock in the last year.
Yes.
What is a zinc-powered grid-scale battery? Let's start there.
Yeah. So when you think about this, think about the battery you see in your car. So we have a plastic enclosure that has the active materials of the battery inside of it. So zinc, bromine-based, water-based electrolyte.
Nå gikk jo Tesla opp nesten 5% nå, Tesla.
Onto a conductive plastic. The bromine is absorbed into a carbonized felt, and then you discharge it. And you can do that anywhere from 2 hours up to 15 hours. It's all common core raw.
Og så gikk Alphabet opp med 3,5% her.
And at scale is very.
Har han sagt noe, eller?
All right, I'm looking. You are a publicly traded company. I'm looking at your income statement on the Bloomberg terminal.
Nah, jag tror
the analysts are looking for 160 million this year, maybe 450 million in 2026. What are you guys doing? Tell me your business.
So we are scaling up the manufacturing of our battery modules. So basically we manufacture battery modules that go into an enclosure. The enclosure goes out into the field. It's coupled with some energy source. It can be coupled direct to the grid to help with grid firming or peak
Ja, sånn det gir ikke noe.
Power generating source, wind.
Det gir ikke noe mening sånn som markedet er nå.
Fossil fuels, or it could be put on a microgrid for a commercial and industrial application. The growth that you're seeing is basically taking our manufacturing process and going from a semi-automated manufacturing line to a fully automated manufacturing line.
Where is this manufactured?
So we manufacture in Turtle Creek outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and our headquarters is in Edison, New Jersey.
Edison, New Jersey.
There you go. There you go. Is this, you mentioned it's cost competitive at scale. Are you at scale?
We're getting there. So the way we did
det jävla överraskande mycket går har ju ofta igen.
Assembly of the battery automated. Now we're doing our upfront parts to automate those. That gets our line to 2 gigawatt hours a year of production. From there, you take the lines. The way we designed this was you cut and paste lines to expand capacity, and we have plans to get our Pittsburgh facility, our Turtle Creek facility, up to 8 gigawatt hours a year in production.
Who's your customer generally?
Ja, lunger eller?
Type utility scale developers. We also have a large segment now that's emerging. Data centers for all the energy needs they have.
So now I get it. This is another play on the AI story. Is that the investment call out there?
It's one of them.
Nej, något som sa faktiskt att den ska gå med.
When you think about it, so it took me a while to understand this, right? So I'm a simple guy, right? So I always
Jag tror det var motsägare lite sånt där.
But there's a lot of fluctuations.
Amazon har gått til rødt nå, Apple har gått til rødt igjen nå, men Tesla og Nvidia som drar dette opp er fortsatt jævla høyt oppe da.
You can have intermittent power, but you need the batteries or a variety.
Right.
Okay, so talk to me about then your costs. How are they looking? Are they
De burde egentlig bare ta ut de der Max 7 fra Nasdaq. De burde ha en egen indeks som heter Max 7, ass.
Yeah, so on the product cost side,
For det får så,
we
det
designed,
blir så gærent.
designed this battery as a small startup. We only
Det er alt
used
for
materials that
sentrert.
use
Alt sammen er liksom på 7 aksjer. Hele indeksen liksom.
supply chains and said, there's another supply chain, use that material, don't put anything custom in the battery because as a small company we can't afford it. So that allows you, as you scale, the cost comes down. Like we've taken our cost down from launch of our new product, the cost is down over 75%.
Tenk deg hva som skjer hvis en av de 7 tanker da raser hele indeksen.
In the industry, you know, like the miracle of flipping your light switch, there's
Det er
a lot
ikke
of
noe bra det
technology
heller.
and a lot of safety that goes into that. Customers want to make sure that the product works. We've gone through the process of qualifying that technology, improving that it works, and showing people where it is. So like what we're doing is we go out, we sell the product, show the use case, and when they see the use case in the return, they wind up purchasing. Right now our backlog in orders stands above $650 million in backlog with an opportunity pipeline that's over $15 billion.
Wow. How are you capitalizing company this growth?
So we're publicly traded. We got an investment last year from Cerberus Capital. Very good strategic partner that's helping us grow. We have a loan from the Loan Programs Office of the DOE, which will help us expand the manufacturing in the United States. And then we're starting to get the company as we scale. And getting back to Alex's question on the cost is that we're targeting to fund ourselves from operations as we get into 2026.
So you also had a Department of Loan, $303.5 million to fund some new production lines.
Yes.
New administration.
Green Supercar, nå har du skjønt
Is
det.
that loan still intact?
It is.
Nå har du
And
skjønt
look, I think
det.
like anybody,
Do you have confidence it'll stay intact?
I do. Well, look, I think when you look at the company, this company had 50 employees in 2018. We have over 600 now. We created 400 manufacturing jobs in an area.
Bouncer rett opp når det datt igjen, så det er jo...
It's right down the fairway what we want to do as
Man gjør det hver gang. Men det er jo botter. Det er jo ikke mennesker.
How do you guys? What's the future of the company? Just grow internally? Is that kind of the play?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's I think
Nei, mennesker klarer ikke å røre indeksen, så det er enkelt og greit.
bigger. The way we thought about the strategy of the company is a differentiated battery technology.
Jeg tror det skal bli ulovlig med sånn high frequency trading.
Software around it to
Men det var snakk om det.
operations. When you think about what customers buy, there are other opportunities there, but right now we're focused on get factory 1 at scale, get factory 2 launched, and then look from there.
All right, great stuff, great story, Joe. Appreciate you taking a few minutes to come into the studio. Joe Mastrangelo, he's the CEO of EOS Energy Enterprises, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, talking about the smart battery stuff. It's chemistry. I did take chemistry, but not really that good at it.
Hallo, Viking Power. Skulle faen meg putta penger inn i den der investeringsselskapet til han Trump Jr. Han startet jo med investering / aksjer for en måned siden. 5 millioner kroner koster hver medlem der. $500,000.
Jeg vet ikke hvor mye han er opp nå.
Aner ikke.
A solid little move here in the marketplace.
Kan ikke du sjekke ut da?
Turnaround coming off the bottom. I'm going to call out Bitcoin because
Okay,
the time
show
close
them
is
some
not
of
here.
it.
It's off 1.25%, but still $103,000 per token. So big move higher. So we'll keep an eye on that. 10-year Treasury yields 4.51%, and the 2 years solidly over 4% here, 4.04% on your 2-year Treasury. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Ja, jeg vil ikke ned i det.
BlackRock er bra. Ikke lag. Det Alex Crew, det er helt piss, liksom. Det vil ikke ned. Det er ikke, det går ikke ned.
Bloomberg
Det
Intelligence
går ikke ned.
with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Wednesday. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney's Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We still have earnings trickling out. We get NVIDIA next week, but today after the close we get Cisco. And there's no other person you want to talk to than Woo Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. Woo, first off, just to understand the idea of where Cisco sits in the AI stack.
Yeah, hey Alex. So it actually has some decent exposure, but in the overall scheme of things, it's about $1 billion in total revenue on a $52 billion revenue base, right? So it's pretty small, relatively speaking, but they do have chip exposure. They provide the high-speed optics. They have networking as well as some servers. They have a partnership with NVIDIA. So they are playing a key role in AI overall, and they actually announced a deal.
Nei, jeg har ikke tradet, Nico.
Saudi Arabia as part of the Trump entourage that's out there today.
So, would
Yeah,
you
too,
take
okay.
Cisco story out in the street today? What are you going to be listening for today?
Yeah, you know, look, at the end of the day, Cisco is a tech bellwether, and one of the things that I've always used Cisco for is not for the flash, but more...
Men når jeg er i gang, Nico, så går det fort. Så det kommer dit. Jeg må bare roe seg litt ned.
Whether it's slow, whether it's tariffs, or if spending is slowing down, I've always found Cisco to be a good source. Now,
Når jeg er i gang og trader ordentlig, så gjør jeg et sted mellom 5 og 20 000 hver eneste dag, med en konto på mellom 20 og 50 000 kroner. Det har jeg gjort hver dag, helt frem til 14 dager siden, når Donald Trump gjorde den loven.
Well, at the end of the day, it's going to be...
Hva gjør du da, Nico?
You know, the one thing I will tell you, Alex,
Hva gjør du da, Nico?
2/3 of revenues are from services as well as software, right? So there is a good cushion if there is some sort of slowdown. Now, one of the things that Cisco did last quarter was they tried to de-risk the tariff impact by taking down the gross margin guidance by about 150 basis points for the third quarter, and I suspect that it's going to be 100 basis points for the fourth quarter as well. So, you know, I find it, and I'm kind of afraid to say this, I think there's limited downside risk, all things considered.
So, what's the environment out there for tech spending, just broadly defined there, Ruj? We've had so many companies have to rethink their business models, their forecasts over the last 4 or 5 months as they try to deal with an uncertain trade environment. Broadly defined for tech, how are you seeing things?
So I'm going to go, I mean, if you want me to go solid to solid, but for Cisco specific, it's general corporate IT spending. And the environment for general corporate IT spending has been fairly robust. And I'm not saying that there was some...
Sånn er det nesten hver dag nå, Nico.
But it's been fairly stable. And as it looks into the second half, there is some...
Nvidia gikk rett opp her igjen. 3,5% opp her nå.
On the networking side, server side, or on the storage side, fairly stable. A little bit of margin erosion from related to tariffs, but all in all, I mean, we haven't seen any material cuts to estimates.
Because what we were worried about, say like 6 months ago, is you had companies diverting spending into IA stuff at the expense of traditional tech infrastructure. Yep. A, is that still happening? And then /B, can Cisco capitalize on that shift?
Det ordner seg til slutt, Nico.
Cisco will capitalize on that shift.
Okay.
It won't have as big of an impact given the size of Cisco. But what we're finding out today is that some of the underspending in, let's just say the daily networking and the hardware equipment those things need to be upgraded too. And what we're seeing is that companies are going to reinvest in their core networking products.
So back in February, they gave a pretty upbeat sales forecast. I remember the stock jumping on that. Are expectations high going into this print?
Well, I mean, it's probably 5% off the all-time highs from the last earnings, Paul.
Yep.
I think the expectations post all the other earnings results in the networking space have gotten a little bit more bullish getting into the print.
Well, what else are you going to be looking for? Broaden it out. Are there? Well, actually, no. Go back and talk about the deal with the Saudis that was announced. What does that mean? Is that a real deal, or is that like a pact or an MOU?
Well, is it a real deal? It's probably more along the lines of the pact and the MOU type, right? Which is going to be multi-year. But one of the criticisms that Cisco has had over the past couple of years, when the AI ramp-up started to happen, was that they're not really playing in the game, right? But what you're seeing is that they're making acquisitions. They have the products within their portfolio to be well positioned to gain from AI over the long term. Again, small part of and quite frankly, I actually appreciate the fact that it is a small part of the revenue stream, because if it was a bigger part, it would probably eat away into the gross margin.
All right, Rich, thanks so much for joining us. Weekend host, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Give us a little preview of Cisco and kind of what he's seeing out there in the technology space. Got a red headline crossing the Bloomberg.
Tesla ramlet her. Nvidia går videre oppover.
Impact with Qatar for 1.2 trillion, quote, economic exchange. So that clears it up a little bit. We'll have further reporting on that. But again, it's been a trip that has generated a lot of headlines regarding economic investments and orders being placed for American equipment and services and goods. So from that perspective, it's certainly been a newsworthy trip for the president.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM Channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. Balance of Power is up next. Have a great trading day on this Wednesday.
Nico, ja, da blir det tilbake til normalen. Jeg kan fortelle hvordan jeg vanligvis trader da, hvis dere vil høre det. Vanligvis så trader jeg går long og short om hverandre. Jeg kjøper og jeg selger og jeg gjør alt om hverandre. Og da har jeg sånn formening om hvor skal den på markedet på grunn av makroøkonomien, og så ser jeg teknisk for å hinte inn nivåene da. Men det funker jo ikke nå. Makro funker ikke nå. Teknisk så er det nesten bare en breakout, så funker det, synes jeg. Det er ikke noe... Du har ikke noe... Sjekker noe her. Så du får liksom ikke tradet sånn vanlig her, da. Du ser det på candlesticksen her også, liksom. Det går bare i en retning. Det detter så vidt. Det kommer liksom ikke noe... Du får ikke noe drag. Du har et par sånne små breakouts her, liksom. To stykker siden klokka 2:15, liksom. Du har ikke noe... Så har du kanskje en her nå som bryter ned her. Da har den stoppet på 2.1245, som jeg har gjort det hele dag. Du kan liksom ikke trade sånn ordentlig på dette her. Er du heldig så gjør du kanskje 1 eller 2 gode trades på en dag. Vanligvis så gjør jeg flere hundre, ikke sant? Det her er bare... Ikke flere hundre, men i hvert fall mellom 20 og 50 om dagen i hvert fall. Og nå får jeg ikke gjort noen ting. Ikke fordi jeg sitter feil vei, men fordi det får ikke til. Og jeg er ikke sånn jævla keen på å kjøpe bare fordi Donald Trump kommer med overskrifter. Det er ikke sånn jeg trader. Jeg trader på reelle kontrakter, reelle verdier, reell makro, ikke på avtaler som kommer om 3 år. Det er liksom ikke... Så det er bare tull alle sammen, egentlig.
Who are really hoping that this new chapter for Syria works out and makes things safer for everyone in the region.
The government says 80,000 people died from drug overdoses last year. That's down 27% from the year before.
Kan han holde på sånn der 4 år liksom? Jeg vet ikke. Jeg aner ikke. Jeg tror at hvis han fortsetter sånn, så er det så mange institusjoner som taper penger. De snakket om i går på nyhetene at det er flere utenlandske aktører som ikke vil investere i USA nå. Stikk i strid med hva Donald Trump sier. Fordi de tør ikke handle aksjer, for det er ikke noe, det er for ustabilt liksom. Det går opp 1000 poeng en dag, og så ramler det 500 poeng en annen dag, og så går det opp 1000 poeng en annen dag på nyheter som ikke er ekte. Og så ombestemmer det seg, og så faller det. Det er ikke noe fundamentalt trygghet her nå. Det er bare piss. Du ser jo, det er så choppy, det er veldig choppy. Det er ikke noe reelle kjøpere. Det er i hvert fall ingen selgere heller. Så jeg vet ikke hvor lenge du kan holde på sånn. Jeg tror ikke det. Jeg tror ikke du kan holde på sånn. Og hvis du gjør det, så må man ikke handle indekser. Da må man gå over til valuta. Eller gull, kanskje. Stig, gull er vel bra volum, er ikke det? Nei, han var ikke på. Så da skal man bevege seg vekk fra indekser i hvert fall. Hva tenker du om aksjer, for eksempel Tesla, Nvidia, MT, Apple og Microsoft fremover? Apple får problemer med marginene sine. Microsoft sa opp 3% av workforcen sin i går. Palantir tror jeg kan gå bra. Tesla tror jeg kan gå videre oppover. Nvidia leverte bra tall, men de har ikke noen hyperveksten. Så jeg vet ikke. Så kommer det masse konkurrenter fra Kina fremover også, så jeg vet ikke hvor lenge de kan fortsette sånn som de har gjort. Men Nvidia har fortsatt ned på året da, på årsbasis. Selv om det gikk noe helt grønnjævlig i fjor. Men jeg tror Tesla kan gå mye. Og hvis han ikke gjør det, så får han drahjelp fra Donald Trump. Så jeg tror det kommer til å gå uansett. Og så har man jo problemer med å få tak i biler til den fra Kina og sånn også da. Men det virker ikke som folk bryr seg om det. Salget av Tesla i Europa har falt med over 40%. Så de leverte 20% dårligere revenue nå sist på tallene som kom for torsdag for 14 dager siden. Det var da jeg shorta Nasdaq på de tallene. 20% dårligere enn ventet. Og etter det så har Tesla gått opp med nesten 30%. Så det gir jo null mening.
California DoorDash driver has pleaded guilty to stealing $2.5 million from the company.
Saeed Devagiri of Newport Beach admitted she and 3 other people created fake driver and customer accounts, then placed fake expensive orders. They would report the status of those orders as delivered, so the fake driver accounts would be paid. Then they would repeatedly switch the status of the orders from delivered to in progress and get paid over and over again, hundreds of times. 2 of the other suspects pleaded guilty. The third is fighting the charges. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Wall Street, the Dow is up 8 points. The S&P is up 9. This is CBS News.
Jeg tror Tesla kan gå spå faen. Jeg vet ikke, jeg må se på teknisk. Jeg tror Tesla blir sett på som et tech-selskap snart. Hvis ikke han selger hele dritten til Qatar da.
Scientists have uncovered evidence that wild chimpanzees practice a kind of primitive medicine.
In a possible world first, a team led by Oxford University's Elodie Freeman has observed chimpanzees in Uganda practicing first aid.
The chimpanzees are actually grabbing leaves and either dabbing it on their wounds or also chewing.
As for markets, tariffs, and the economy, Michael Reed is senior U.S. economist at RBC Capital Markets.
So if you continue to see tariffs, even if we go from 20% to 10% in terms of the effective tariff rate, you're still going to see a drag on imports into the U.S. ultimately. We're not seeing it yet, but that will happen.
RBC's Michael Reed interviewed this morning on surveillance. As we have been reporting, Boeing has won a mega order from Qatar Airways amid a flurry of deals between Gulf nations and the U.S. during President Trump's visit to the region. The agreement signed by the Doha-based carrier is for 160 aircraft. Boeing shares, they're up right now by just about 2%. And the oil giant Saudi Aramco has signed agreements with major American companies, potentially totaling $90 billion. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by about 0.2%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues. And once again, here he is, your host, great guy Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Well, you're a great guy too, Charlie. I missed you, and it's great to have you with us here. Midweek, the Wednesday edition. Way to parachute into the week halfway through it. I've got a lot to catch up on. I need to take a deep dive with Kaylee Lyons to find out everything that I missed, although I've had my eyes on things, and I've had my eyes on you. It's good to see you again, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg Radio, on Satellite Radio Channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. So late night here in Washington. Early morning, should I say. Wee hours. These guys worked right through breakfast. The enduring image from the all-nighter on Capitol Hill. And don't worry, we're going to be following Donald Trump through the Middle East over the course of our program today. It was at 4:57 a.m. Utah Congressman Blake Moore slumped over in his chair on the Ways and Means Committee, all the way over. Sound asleep, to the point where his colleagues had to jostle him awake to finish the work that they did complete. They actually cleared the tax component out of Ways and Means, but that wasn't the only one. We had Energy and Commerce all through the night. Ag went late, and there are questions about exactly how Speaker Johnson's going to thread the needle here. We still need a real deal on salt, right? We've got a couple other things we need to iron out. With a Memorial Day deadline looming, here's the Speaker of the House earlier today.
We're still on target to hit that Memorial Day deadline, which people balked at when we first said it. The American people are counting on us to get this done and get it done quickly, and we are on target to do it. We're working around the clock to build that consensus to get the 218 votes and deliver on President Trump's America First agenda.
They balked, he says, but here we are on the verge of a Memorial Day vote. Isn't that interesting? He's trying to build consensus to get the 218 votes needed. No. Knowing only Republicans are voting for this bill. So this remains a family exercise. And that's where we start our conversation with Mike Dorning, Bloomberg's Capital Influence Deputy Team Leader. Your team is busier than ever right now.
Yeah.
This is go time. So
they're all spread across the Capitol right now.
As we speak, yeah, it's kind of amazing to see you guys at work. Now, it's interesting because we've been talking about this for months, but this is the actual marking up of the bills in the voting in committee that will bring together something to vote on the floor of the House. Will he actually get this done by Memorial Day?
Hard to say. There's a good chance he might. There's still the hard part is not the committee work, but the hard part is coming to that almost consensus. They can only afford to lose a few Republicans, and they still have to deal with the real problems in the bill, which is how big a deduction do you allow for state and local taxes, and how much do you cut Medicaid?
Okay.
And that's
we keep
where they've
hearing
got
they're
problems.
not cutting Medicaid, that they're just making it more efficient.
Well, they're cutting.
So what's really happening, Mike?
So on Medicaid, they are going to impose work documentation requirements, and actually it's often the documentation that is the hard part, particularly for some people who don't always live at the same address they used to live. They move more frequently than others, and they're maybe not as good about getting all the documentation. And that usually reduces rolls by several million. And then they're also talking about, for food stamps, rolling some of the cost onto states instead of the federal government over time. And again, in food stamps, they already have work requirements for food stamps, but they would expand it to more people.
Should people understand this as you describe it, as they're knocking people off the rolls who deserve coverage and are not completing their paperwork in time, or we're actually getting to fraud in Medicaid?
I don't know how it would break down, and I'm assuming that there are some people, you don't know how many, but there are some people that could work, could find a job, that don't have jobs. So I don't think, I certainly haven't seen a study that can delineate exactly how many people are people who, you think, some people think maybe they shouldn't be on Medicaid, and how many it's just documentation problems.
Sure, right.
So
I suspect lawmakers might not know either.
yeah, I mean, there may be a study, there may be something good and authoritative. I don't know.
Sure.
I've seen some studies.
Just reminds us it's difficult to use a scalpel when you don't have that information.
I have seen some studies that employment hasn't actually gone up much in some states that have tried this, but a lot of people have gone off the rolls, allegedly for documentation reasons. But putting all that aside, there's this feeling that the more politically vulnerable Republicans are more sensitive to cuts in Medicaid and food stamps. And there's also this feeling that Republicans that represent people with relatively high state and local taxes are more sensitive to, hey, let's let people get back more of that deduction. So those are the kind of the main things you have to work out to get it through the House. There are other things you have to work out to get it through the Senate, but for the House, those are the main things. And, it's relatively early in the year. They've come a long ways. This is something that they're going to fight over. And the fact that they haven't yet come to an agreement doesn't really mean they won't come to an agreement. Mostly among the Republicans, they want to do a tax cut. They want to find a way to do it. And so that helps you. But in Congress, when people want to find a way, then they often do find a way.
Well, they start bumping into each other on things like salt, right? You mentioned the deduction here that even the salty Republicans can't seem to agree on. There was even reporting that Nicole Malliotakis was thrown out of a meeting or not allowed into a meeting with leadership because she's on Ways and Means. Well, you've got I guess, Smokey in the hen house here. You can't even trust your fellow Republican lawmaker on this. $30,000 has been floated. Congressman Lawler says, hell no, I'll vote no. Where's the sweet spot?
I don't know, and that's if I would say the sweet spot is probably something more than Johnson initially offered. And I think Johnson's smart enough to know you don't start with your best offer. You start with a somewhat better offer.
It's not going to be unlimited, though, we can say, right?
I think it's very unlikely to be unlimited. And there's not going to be much pressure in the Senate for this. It's all the pressure is in the House, because in the Senate, there aren't a lot of Republican senators from high tax states. So the only way to get this is to get it in the House. And they could, if they wanted to, there are enough of them that they could just kill the bill, block it, or hold it up, until December 31st.
Sure. All right, so let's say everything goes great.
Yeah.
He gets it done. He threads the needle. Everybody's happy. They pass it with more votes than they need, if that's even possible. What is
Doesn't matter how many votes, as long as they pass it with the majority. That's
right.
all you need.
Magic number 218. What's the Senate going to do to this bill? How many changes will it
Lots
make
of
in the upper
changes.
chamber?
So again, in the Senate, there are senators who are nervous about cutting Medicaid and food stamps. There are also senators who are nervous about cutting all the clean energy tax credits that President Biden passed. So you'll probably see pressure from senators to cut Medicaid less, cut food stamps less, preserve more of those tax breaks for clean energy, a few other sort of bits and pieces. Like, I think there's some senators who want to be more generous even than the House one in terms of research and development, tax credit for, or tax break for companies. They want to make that permanent instead of just for the period that it is in the House bill. Things like that. There'll be lots of, and each senator has a lot of power.
Yeah. Right.
But again, like in the House, I think a majority of Republican senators do want a tax cut. So there's likely, whether they do it July 4th, whether they do it, the most likely time that they get it done is by their August vacation, or whether they do it in October like they did it in the first Trump presidency. It's just a question of when and what pieces will
Suggesting
move in
we
what
don't
way.
know if the debt ceiling is going to go into this or not, right? That
That's
could be standalone.
that is why they might get it done in August. And it's great for the Republican leaders that they can
Get it all
attach
done.
that, create this artificial deadline, get it done quick.
Amazing. Mike Dorning, great to see you. And thank you for the update here. Bloomberg's Capital Influence team is all over this, and you can find Mike and his colleagues' work on the terminal and online. Ashley Davis is on the way in next. Would Donald Trump even get to use that new Air Force One from Qatar? It's next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are seeing a rebound today for the S&P 500 index, continuing after April's meltdown, but it may be showing signs of exhaustion. Case in point, the Dow now moving lower. Last update, we told you it was higher, but right now, Dow Industrials down 0.1%, lower by 33. We've got the S&P up 8, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 125, up by about 0.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index pushing higher, surging by 1.7%. Apple, though, notable exception, down 0.4%, but NVIDIA up now by 3.7%. 10-year, 4.52%, with the 2-year 4.03%. Spot gold is trading lower by 2.1%, $31.83 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now down 0.4%, $63.42 a barrel on WTI. President Trump appears to prefer U.S. oil prices between $40 and $50 a barrel. That according to Goldman Sachs, which cites an in-house analysis of his social media posts on the topic. Right now we have got XOP, that is the SPDR Oil and Gas Exploration ETF, trading lower by 0.5%, but DIG, that is the ProShares Ultra Energy ETF that corresponds to 200% the daily performance of the S&P Energy Select Sector Index, that is trading lower now. We've got DIG down by 1%. Among oil majors, ExxonMobil down 0.9%, ADRs of BP, they're down 0.7%, and Chevron, it is down by 0.7%. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, he's back, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I'm going to add one more to the pile here with the good help of Charlie Pellet in New York. The next IPO that we've got our eyes on here, eToro Group, has just started trading just below $70. It opened at $69.69, having been priced at $52 a share. This is a nice pop, and following CoreWeave, probably the biggest offering that we've had a chance to talk about for some time, remembering everybody was talking animal spirits. Pave the road to Goldman Sachs the minute Donald Trump was elected. But then, of course, there was a chill on the market, thanks in part to the Terrorist Liberation Day and all the rest. Another new issue here, eToro Group. This is a rival to Robinhood, opening at $69.69 and now off to the races. It is at $72.95, now up about 5% from that level in its first day of trading. Thanks for coming along. It's Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. I missed you. We're back on the fastest show in politics, with a lot of talk about this airplane while I was gone. Every day I woke up and read something new about this 747 that ABC started talking about. This is the plane from Qatar. It wasn't until the Washington Post got to it this week, though, that I really had a sense of what we were talking about here. And the more I learn, the more I'm asking questions. Of course, the 747 is what Boeing made that became Air Force One. There are two of them, and they're aging. We talked about this in the first Trump administration, and getting Boeing to make more has taken time. So we're looking now at this so-called gift from Qatar to retrofit what is a 13-year-old aircraft at some $400 million, but the retrofit would cost a lot more than that. As we learn, of course, and we're hearing concern from a lot of Republicans now in Washington. You could pick out John Thune if you want. You could look at Ted Cruz, suggesting that there are great concerns here about security, not to mention the idea of gifting under the rules of the Constitution. Donald Trump, though, talking about this, he can't figure out exactly what the problem is here, as he's made clear on Truth Social and in speaking about this on his trip through the Middle East. Here he is. Listen. Do we not have Donald Trump here? All right. Let's take a look at what he's writing. He says the 747 is being given to the United States Air Force Department of Defense. Not to me, exclamation point. So you've got the question of the gift, and then you got the question of the work that's being done here. I'm going to get to both of these with Ashley Davis, Republican strategist, partner at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Director of Homeland Security. Her wheelhouse is national security, and that's where we want to get into, because there are concerns about whether this plane is actually going to be safe for the president to use. Nice to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back for you.
Well, thank you. It's great to be back here. Here's the part that I'm having a hard time with understanding when it comes to the jet, is that Donald Trump likely would never be able to use it. This airplane would take years of work, billions of dollars in upgrades, and impossible to complete before Donald Trump takes office. So what does he want this for?
So, Joe, you know I'm a big believer that there are various levels to what he does.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the national security part of this. One, it's going to take 2 to 3 years to retrofit this plane if it actually ends up coming to the United States. I mean, there's absolutely no way that our Department of Defense, our intel community would ever not take that and strip it completely to make sure it's the safest plane in the world. But I also think, you know, supposedly he is very angry about not getting his plane for 6 years he's
Yes.
been wanting this plane. So he's angry about it. He talked about it again yesterday. He's continuing the dialogue so I think he's poking a little bit at the company that is making the plane, and so he's trying to cause a little bit of friction there. But he also I think this is a diversion tactic in a way as well. So I'm a big believer.
To get the actual Boeing planes he's ordered?
Yes, and put a little pressure on them to actually deliver their plane. But also I think, look, there is so much happening right now in Washington, and this is the #1 story on every news network.
It sure is. It's been days of coverage.
Days of
while
coverage.
he's rolling through the Middle East.
And so one thing I just want to say, and
Does that help him?
Listen, are we talking about Medicaid really? Are we talking about SNAP?
Are we talking about investments in the Middle East?
Well, that's what it's taking away from.
Yeah.
So even though my theory is he's trying to take away a little bit from some of the potential bad noise that could be happening in Washington right now, it is also taken away for some of the big investments that he's making. I think, you know, obviously the plane was in West Palm Beach. It was at Mar-a-Lago when some of the Qataris were visiting. He saw the plane, he loved it, and then he just and the reason
skjer det ingenting her.
he knows that there's a lot of things and very controversial about this from just a gifting perspective.
Trump tar imot fly fra
At the
Qatar.
end of the day, but he's doubling down on it. So to me, he knows exactly what he's doing. To the rest of us, maybe we're just not sure what that is yet.
Well, there's a massive constitutional component to this, of course, and I'm not going to try to turn you into a constitutional lawyer, but I will point you to this headline in the Washington Post. Trump's gifted Qatari 747 would be a security problem, officials say. By the way, it was moved 5 weeks ago, they learned, to San Antonio International Airport. So he's apparently already taken delivery of this jet. I mean, can you strip this to the studs and actually make it safe from a national security standpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could have the same national, even though Boeing that made Air Force One to this point as a U.S. company, they would still go through the exact same thing that they're going to go through this plane. By the way, the Department of Defense, from what I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, and Joe, you've heard something different, they have not officially accepted this plane as a gift.
That's what we understand, but what's it doing sitting in San Antonio becomes the question,
I mean,
right?
who knows? It was Mar-a-Lago too, right?
It's been suggested that the upgrades may have already begun at that location.
Maybe. I don't know that.
Sure, of course. But this is what we're learning, and I'm trying to get the latest stuff here. What needs to happen to a $400 million airplane to make it safe for the president to fly on?
Well, listen, I mean, Air Force One will have the absolute, no matter who's in it, is going to have the absolute most secure, whether it's from the communications perspective. They will strip it to put in all the different missile detectors that they have in regards to Air Force One. I mean, if you think about, and this is a conversation that's hard to get onto on the air right now with limited time, but what the plane has, especially like with Bush after 9/11 when he was, or on 9/11 when he was flying around the country, different things that they put on the airplane for security, the same thing they do in Israel for a lot of their planes in regards to their military planes, that will take years to put on the plane.
Yeah, so he may not actually get to enjoy this thing, which is kind of...
Kolla, det er bare holdt mye cash, så vi ikke gjort så mye.
He could.
Det er oppturen han luft og kjærlighet. Det blir ventet. Det kommer makrotall om et par uker som kommer til å bekrefte alt. Hvis du snakker om norske børs, så det mye du kan kjøpe der.
So we'll see. I mean, look, it's a story. It's a story that has a lot of ethical questions. That's not something unusual for the president.
Yeah,
so,
right. Well, and to your point, it's keeping us away from a lot of other stories.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this trip so far? Because some of the math doesn't add up, whether it's the Boeing jets we're hearing about, whether it's the overall investments from countries like Saudi Arabia or Qatar. I'm more concerned about the optics, as always, that we talk about here. The image of this meeting yesterday with the president, with MBS, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jensen Huang. Is this a new approach to the presidency? Have we seen anything like this before?
No, I think he's trying to do two things. One, I think he believes that part of the country is, in regards to economic growth, is one of the fastest, best places to invest in. And a lot, believe me, I spend a lot of time in the Middle East, and everybody is trying to get in, either in there or for them to invest in them. So
is this part of turning away from China?
Absolutely. It's also trying to do some an economic diplomacy in a way with the region. If you look at some of the things he's asking for, and he asked for...
Alle Mac 7 opp 4% nesten, unntatt Apple. Meta opp... Nei, Tesla opp 4,5%.
I'm being friends with this region.
Nvidia opp 4%.
It's not a bad idea. And also...
Alphabet opp 4%.
Even with the announcement yesterday with Syria...
Ny har det, ja.
Rolling back the sanctions. I mean, I think that having a strong Middle East with America to fight potentially China and Russia is what he's trying to do. Obviously, there's a business side of it as well, but there's definitely a diplomacy side of this as well. And also, remember the Abraham Accords. I mean, that was unheard of.
Sure.
Whether anyone wants to give him credit for it,
he brought it up yesterday. Could he expand them?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know who you're really going to expand with.
You know, the downside here is, if you ask Benjamin Netanyahu, is that there's no Israeli visit. He feels slighted. Are you surprised by that choice?
Yes, but that may be I mean, listen, I was asked this yesterday too. I think there's absolutely no way that we don't have a strong relationship with Israel, that we're not going to support Israel. And I'm sure that I am not aware of and not privy to, there's a strategic reason why that's not happening.
If you're Benjamin Netanyahu and you hear a headline like sanctions against Syria are being dropped, while you feel like you're being ignored by the president, that doesn't impact the relationship?
It may, but at the end of the day, is he going to stop a relationship with the United States of America? No.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
What does Donald Trump bring home then, other than dollar signs, or is that just the point of
Tok et tap I går på den safe-dommerne. Krypto mye pluss de siste dagene. Kolla, alt er pluss på de siste 2 ukene. Krypto high risk, det går med Nasdaq.
What happened on this weekend?
Every day, yes, exactly. That's the deal. But maybe that's something that we'll talk about when you come back, because the Ukraine deal is all we're going to be turning to, let's say, in the next 24 hours, 48 hours
tomorrow,
when he gets
right?
to Turkey. Exactly.
Yeah. And so that's something. Well, Putin hasn't agreed to go yet, so but Zelensky has. So we'll see what happens there. If he comes home with, and I agree with you, what you started out this segment saying, all the announcements and investments that have been made. Obviously, those are great announcements, and who knows what actually comes out of them. But and I hear the music. I have to stop talking, Joe.
Man, you can talk right through the music. Actually, it's anytime you want. Ashley Davis gets to do anything around here. S3 Group, Republican strategist, and always the insights that we're looking for here on the program. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis, Adam Hodge are with us on the fastest show in politics. We haven't done very much on this yet. We're going to get to the Joe Biden book. That's the other thing they're talking about on Bloomberg.
Stemmer det, Dag Tore?
Hva var det der for noe? Koa. Koa kommer til å gå mye mer. Det kom melding fra Trump, hvorfor pika nå ser det ut som. The United States has secured 1.2 trillion economic investment from Qatar, men det er jo old news, hvorfor kommer det nå da?
Hvor skjer det igjen?
fikk den på sånn der The Economist. Ja. Den poppet opp på telefonen her. Hva slags renter har du på lånet ditt, Stig?
Hæ?
Hva slags renter har du på lånet ditt?
Jeg lurer på om det er på 6,5-7%.
Er det sinnssyke lånet, eller?
Ja.
Hva har dere andre her hos banken deres da?
Jeg har nå bare ett lån.
Mange marks. Det har gått inn med så lite på den koppen, vet du, for vi begynte ganske rolig. Så det har bare fulgt med på marginene. Jeg var jo opp 50% på koppetreningen av første 14 dagene. Før Trump ga gass. Jeg tror det her blir old news. Etter hvert så tror jeg ikke markedet vil reagere på det der Twitter-meldingen hans. Jeg tror det blir for masete. Det stemmer, CMS, men jeg har ikke gjort så mye nå da.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. First day out for eToro. That is the retail trading platform making its debut today under the ticker ETOR, raising just about $620 million in an upsized IPO that was priced above the marketed range. Right now we have got eToro surging by 37.6%, currently at 71.57. We will keep you updated throughout the day on the progress of eToro. First day of trading there. Goldman Sachs, Jefferies, UBS, Citigroup all leading the offering, but again, eToro up now by 37.8%. The Dow lower now, down 91 points. That is a drop there of 0.2%. S&P 500 index calling that a little green, yes, higher by 4 points, up under 0.1%. While the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 122, up by about 0.6%. 10-year at 4.52%, with a 2-year currently yielding 4.04%. Spot gold right now down $73 the ounce, tumbling 2.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5, 63.37 a barrel. The Mortgage Bankers Association is out with its weekly report on home loans. And that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Dice.
The average rate on a 30-year loan showed little change last week, running at 6.86%. That boosted new loan demand for the second week in a row. But loan refinancing stalled. Mortgage rates hit this year's high of 7.09% in early January. There's more housing data on tap this week. Builder confidence Thursday, housing starts Friday. Benito Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And speaking of economic indicators, how about Walmart earnings tomorrow morning? Up now by 0.6%. American Eagle Outfitters, meanwhile, lowering after pulling its guidance for the full year. Right now, we've got American Eagle flying lower, down by just about 4.7%. Again, eToro, first day of trading there, up 34.1%. I'm just getting word that the drug maker Sanofi is going to invest at least $20 billion in the U.S. through 2030. eToro one more time, up 34%. Back we go. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, live at World Headquarters in New York. We'll get back with Charlie soon to check on the markets for you, as we always keep a hand on Wall Street here as we talk politics in Washington. In fact, it's been difficult to separate the two, and this week is no exception with the announcement of these massive investments from overseas and specifically the Middle East. Donald Trump on his travels abroad, goosing Wall Street today. Boeing is a big example of that, with the deal in Qatar having been announced. George Clooney back in the news. I don't know if he wanted to be, but it's all anyone's talking about around here. Once we finish the conversation about the jet from Qatar, you know he's dyeing his hair now on Broadway. Have you seen he's doing Good Night and Good Luck? Jet black hair. Not something that Joe Biden tried on the campaign trail. Yet we're talking about these two in retrospect, following this new book out here by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. As we read, and this is all about, of course, Joe Biden's mental acuity, what was really happening inside the administration and whether people were covering up for him. A lot of anonymous sources saying things like this story about George Clooney. Shaken to his core, we read. The president hadn't recognized him, a man he had known for years. They write Clooney had expressed concern about Biden's health before. A White House aide told him a few months back they were working on getting the president to take longer steps when he walked, but obviously the problem went far beyond his gait. This was much graver. It was like 2 weeks later he wrote the column that began the unwinding of Joe Biden's run for re-election. A lot of questions about this book, about whether this is actually news, and about whether it is productive to be looking in the rearview mirror here as Democrats try to find their way forward. And that's what we're talking about with our political panel in this part of our conversation. Rick Davis is here at the table, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Also with us in studio is Adam Hodge, managing director, Bully Pulpit International, our Democratic strategist. Great to see both of you gentlemen here. Adam, you worked in the Biden administration for some time. It's good to see you. I'm sure you don't like reading stories like this, but what's your reaction, and did you actually hear stories like this when you were in the White House?
My initial reaction is that anytime the Democrats are spending focused on what's in this book and looking back at how Joe Biden operated and has physical or mental acuity, it's time we're not spending talking about what Donald Trump and the Republicans are doing with tax cuts and Medicaid. So from a strategic standpoint, I just think it's a waste of time. Yeah. And I think like if the Democratic Party is going to think about how we go forward, it's about like how do we connect with people. You can look at different pieces of like where we have or haven't invested resources, where we have fallen off connecting with certain pockets of the country, and what policies that we want to put in place that would connect with those folks. That to me feels like a much more valuable use of time, not looking back at whether Joe Biden should or shouldn't have run. The reality is, like it's clear he shouldn't have run. We lost. Like Donald Trump is the president. So let's pick it up. Where do we go from here?
Does it sound untrue? Does this sound like conversations you overheard?
No, I mean, I think anybody who we talked about this, I remember last year. Yeah. Joe Biden, it's not like he was in hiding. He would walk to Air Force One. He would walk in the White House. He'd walk up to the podium. Sure, yeah. Right. I remember traveling with him to the NATO summit in Europe. It wasn't like he was somehow missing in action. People saw that he wasn't walking as well as he should have, and that he had stumbles at the podium. So this is all a bit of DC drama that I don't think, I mean, if you take a step back, none of this is a surprise or shocking to anybody, and it doesn't matter in the current day and age, the current political landscape.
I don't know if this sounds like news to you, Rick. We talked about this a lot in real time while these observations were being had by some. Right. But I'm looking at a book largely full of anonymous sources telling stories like this. Is that the point here?
Yeah, it's kind of reprehensible from my point of view, especially when you look at the campaigns, and unfortunately this happens quite a bit. You lose, and you got to pin the blame. Here we're going to pin the blame on the candidate himself. Yeah. Every single one of the people who are an anonymous source were probably in the position of being on a campaign, being in the White House, or being a part of the administration somehow. And if that's the case, why didn't they quit? If they were so shocked by the behavior of the president and the people around him, why did they partake in that? George Clooney, great example. Oh, he just had this epiphany at a
Fikk parkeringsbot fra en sånn parkeringsvakt mens jeg sitter I bilen og har ikke gått fra bilen.
Could have spent a year before the election began saying now's the time for this president to retire and going to him and doing that. Instead, they do it after primarily a misstep, a failure in a presidential debate. Too little, too late. Everyone there in that book had a reason for him to be on the campaign and speaking, and yet none of them took the risk personally to say, hey, you ought to get out.
And I think thinking back, though, as you're talking, I'm thinking about what the view of a staffer, somebody working in the White House, and thinking about all the stuff he did get done, all the stuff he still had to get done. So all the things like CHIPS, infrastructure, and the rescue plan, all these things that were being implemented under the leadership that wouldn't have happened without Joe Biden being president. You want to see those things through, so it's a little bit hard to take a step back and say, I got to do this part of my job, or I'm helping Ukraine defend itself against Russia's invasion. I'm not gonna. It is hard to. I'd say I'm going to put all that aside, all the good work that I'm doing, just because I think the president isn't quite up to where the level he was when he ran for president, a few years ago. I think where the Democrats should go forward now. Look, this is what we got done under Joe Biden. These are the things that made a positive difference. This is our vision going forward. That has to be the focus. Anything about whether he couldn't walk to Air Force One, to me, I just think it's a huge waste of time.
It's kind of ironic. George Clooney is the man raising all this money for him, making him relatable, and is the one that actually puts the dagger in the heart with the op-ed that came out something like 2 weeks after this supposedly happened. Is there a lesson learned there for the type of surrogates you're rolling with on the campaign?
Yeah, look, I always think it's dangerous to go into the lion's den of LA and start hobnobbing with a bunch of liberal, TV and radio and music and movie stars. They are usually out of the mainstream of the American public to begin with, right? So look at the outpouring of support they all gave to Kamala Harris, and it didn't amount to a single vote. I think politicians sometimes get stars in their eyes. Oh, I get to hang out with George Clooney. Hey, I'd like to hang out with George Clooney. Come on, barbecue in the back of Davis's house. Right, yeah.
I bet he'd love to be.
But I would never have him, on a stage with a candidate.
Jeg tror ikke de har lov til det, ass.
Find me somebody who has a policy issue or a point of view that will be good for the campaign. That's usually not.
And you got Barack Obama up there too at that event. Adam, it just begs the whole question, and everyone's trying to relitigate this whole thing. That I hear Democrats either say he never should have run, and you just made that implication for re-election. That was kind of the original sin. That was the mistake. Others say people appreciate consistency. And what would have happened if he had stayed in the race? Would he have done better than Kamala Harris?
I mean, at all the polls that I've
you
seen,
say no way to that.
I don't think there's any credible case.
Could she then, the follow-on is, could she have done better if she had 2 years to run?
I think, taking a step back, and this is something that I think we just, if we're being honest about in politics, the 2 times that Democrats have lost to Donald Trump, we haven't had a real competitive primary. The one time we did beat him, we had a real competitive primary, and Joe Biden won. And you can say how the party coalesced around him, but he won the primary in a very open, wide open primary, and he got elected president. So I think if there's a lesson for Democrats to learn going forward is, how do we have a full, robust primary process where we look at who should be the best nominee? And it is valuable because you get it around the country. You talk to voters, you spread the Democratic brand, the Democratic gospel about what we want to do for the country. And there's value in that. There's value in going to talking to the people around the country that you just lose without having a competitive primary. And I think some of that we exceeded expectations in the midterms in 2022. And so there wasn't this clamor to change horses at that point. There's a lot of time between 2022 and 2024. And at the end of the day, like I don't, with where the global economy was with inflation, I don't know how much difference it actually would have made in the outcome.
Is there a failure in journalism here when we've got people who were covering the campaign now writing books that are telling a different story, or are they simply at the mercy of their sources and they're relaying what they're hearing? Should there have been more focus on this by the White House press corps?
I think that the White House press corps gave it a hard look. You know, as Adam
I was in the White House. They did not hold their punches. So.
They didn't hold back. I mean, you know, there were all these stories, and so there was plenty of juxtaposition of that, and that all led to him getting out of the race. So, you know, it wasn't like that didn't happen. I think this is more a story of the underbelly of Washington, D.C., where people take advantage and try and make money and brandish their image by attacking people who are already down and out. You know, Washington has an old line, only kick them when they're down, right? And so this is a classic example of that.
Wow, incredible. It makes you wonder what the next book is going to be. You know, the flurry, the avalanche of Trump books. It got to the point where you just couldn't tell them apart. Is Joe Biden going to have his own version of that?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. Everybody got a book deal, and they'll write about the campaign, and they'll, you know, that. So this will be a poor little one out for Chris Marr, who just came on to help Biden defend it, because it's going to be like this for the next several months.
Is that why he's showing up on The View and making speeches?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it, and I think if you care about your legacy, I mean, like we know history is written by the winners. Right, and so you got to try to defend your legacy and talk about what you feel like you accomplished. I assume Biden will write a book of his own, talking about what he feels he accomplished. But I don't think any of that helps Democrats take back the House and the Senate in 2026, win the White House in 2028, and more importantly, regain and rebuild the Democratic Party's brand so that we are a majority-making party across the country for decades to come.
Some think it's attractive to kind of go away when you're done, you know, a la Johnny Carson. If you were, you know, helping Joe Biden during his campaigns the way you did John McCain or other politicians, would you tell him to go home at this point, stay home, don't go on The View, don't write a book?
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, we even had a point of view that, you know, you always had to do your day job. So, you know, when John McCain lost the presidency in 2008, he was a senator.
Yes.
Go do your day job. Don't act like a president. Go do your day job. Be a good senator. Joe Biden is retired. I mean, for all intents and purposes, he is going to be doing things like writing books and maybe penning some articles. And I don't begrudge him for defending his image. But don't do more damage than good, right? I mean, like, how many times did we sit in here during a special at Bloomberg watching a important speech by the president, in trying to reestablish himself, and it was worse than the reporting beforehand. So do no harm, right?
Yeah,
I mean, enjoy the ice cream and the beach, write a great book. You have a lot to talk about in your career, and move on.
Don't listen to Trump news conferences.
Right.
We have a lot more ahead with Rick Davis and Adam Hodge, our great panel today. Kaylee Lyons is going to join the conversation coming up in our second hour, and we'll welcome our global television audience to the fastest show in politics. Glad you're with us here. Don't forget to subscribe to the podcast. Find us on Apple or Spotify. We've got a lot more ahead as reconciliation moves on the Hill. This is Blue.
11 Neo. Jeg har aldri trenet så lite som jeg har gjort nå i hele mitt liv. Jeg må følge med til det blir normalt. Jeg kan ikke følge med. Jeg tjener ikke noen penger på dette her nå. Jeg tjener ikke en krone. Dette her er det jeg lever av. Så jeg tjener ikke en eneste krone på ikke å gjøre noe.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the Wednesday edition with President Trump in Qatar today, and House Republicans here in Washington moving closer to a deal on reconciliation. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lines. I missed you. You have so much to bring me up to date on. Thank you so much. All I know is we may be approaching a deal on reconciliation, but we don't have one yet on SALT.
No, we don't. It did advance the tax package that is out of the House Ways and Means Committee this morning after what was a marathon overnight markup. And despite those, 16 hours of shooting down various amendments and figuring out how to get this bill through the committee on partisan lines, still no solution on the state and local tax deduction. The speaker does sound optimistic that one can be reached, but we know that those members from blue states where this is a big issue, Republicans that is, are making a lot of noise.
Balking at this idea of $30,000 as a number. Maybe this is just part of the negotiation as we hear on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll find out. But of course, the White House is pretty empty right now. President Trump abroad announcing tens of billions of dollars in investments going from Saudi Arabia yesterday to Qatar today. Still unclear if this new Air Force One is going to be part of a deal. But he will be making a bit of news. A big dinner set for a bit later on today, as it seems like half of Silicon Valley follows him across the world.
Yeah, a lot of tech titans have been in the Middle East for this. He, of course, will be
aksjene har gått jævlig bra.
State dinner this hour when we get images of him.
Men jeg pleier å gjøre veldig mer prosent på trading sånn normalt sett.
TV and of course describe what we're seeing for you on Bloomberg Radio. But yes, this is all about attracting investment. The White House was touting pledges from the Saudi government.
Så jeg er ikke så veldig bekymret for det. Jeg bare vet ikke hvor lenge jeg orker å vente.
In economic engagement, right? Is that the
Aksjer reagerer på en helt annen måte. Der er det liksom fremtidsutsikter og ren fakta. Det går ikke så mye på hva Donald Trump sier. Det blir litt annerledes. Det blir bedre tid på seg der.
After the deal with China was unlocked, this is a pretty big one. The White House calls it the single biggest ever purchase. The math gets a little bit funny when you look at numbers of planes versus how much money we're talking about, but you can't deny the fact that this is a massive deal for Boeing, and it's sending the stock to a new 52-week high.
Economic exchange is what I meant to say.
Hundreds of millions for now, more than $1 trillion maybe to come.
Maybe. So, as we look ahead to all of that, we'll be live in the Middle East in just a moment with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, but we begin in New York with a check on the markets on this Wednesday. Charlie Pellet is keeping track of the trading for us.
Thank you very much. They are reunited. Feels so good. Right now looking at a mixed market. Got to begin with eToro, though. Stock really soaring first day out, up by 31.25% right now. First day of trading as a public company after the trading and investment platform, and some of its backers raised nearly $620 million in an upsized IPO. Again, eToro rallying now by 31.5%. The trading gives eToro a market value of nearly $6 billion based on the outstanding shares listed in an earlier filing. Again, eToro now up by 31.2%. The Dow lower, down 90. That is a drop of 0.2%. S&P little change right now, up just 2 points, virtually flat on the day. We've got NASDAQ up 106 now, up 0.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index so rallying 1.5%. The 10-year 4.52% with that 2-year at 4.04%. Gold now down 1.9%, $31.89 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate Crew down 3.
Er det du som skriver SMS-nyheter? Ja, det er meg hver dag. Så jeg følger med på alt. Følger med på alt. Krypto, olje, gull, Forex, Australia, Europa, UK, Tyskland, USA.
Boeing shares, though, they are gaining today, up now by 1.6%.
Så når jeg sier at du skal ned, så er det en jævla god grunn til det.
2 points now flat on today, and we've got eToro up by 30.5%.
Jeg skriver hver dag, jeg prøver å få den ut til klokka 9. Noen ganger så er den ute 9:15, men jeg prøver å få den ut før 9.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. We have our eyes on deal making today, both at home and abroad. President Trump, of course, touting economic deals with partners in the Middle East. Well, here at home, his partners on Capitol Hill, if you will, Republicans in the House in particular, are trying to work a deal to make sure his legislative agenda can pass. Of course, inclusive of extending the 2017 tax cuts, other measures as well, trimming of Medicaid. The problem is the deal that needs to be reached is the one that seems still elusive for House Republicans, and that is a deal on the cap for the state and local tax deduction.
Yes, the mighty SALT, which we've been talking about for months. We're not done yet, but to Kaylee's point, some work was accomplished overnight. It was an all-nighter. In fact, we saw lawmakers falling asleep at the dais in the Ways and Means Committee right around 5 a.m. They managed to advance legislation. 26-19 was the vote in Ways and Means. Of course, not the only committee marking up legislation. It all leads us to a potential vote on the floor in time for Memorial Day, as the Speaker mentioned. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us with more here, our Washington correspondent live on Capitol Hill. Tyler?
Yeah, hey Joe. So as these House tax writers did advance this bill, as you're mentioning, there are still some pretty big questions here when it comes to what is going to happen to
Nei, den skrev senest I dag tidlig, hei.
Except for that, we do know the one man that's heading up those negotiations is House Speaker Mike Johnson, and he says even as there are disagreements and tries to tell us that we could expect some sort of deal soon, they're still on track to pass this legislation by the Memorial Day holiday. As you're about to hear, he told reporters that they're making some good progress.
We're still on target to hit that Memorial Day deadline, which people balked at when we first said it. The American people are counting on us to get this done and get it done quickly, and we are on target to do it. We're working around the clock to build that consensus to get the 218 votes and deliver on President Trump's America First agenda.
Now, he mentioned the threshold that they have to reach there. That's important because these lawmakers from high-tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California are really digging in because they do have leverage since the majorities in the House are so slim. Now, the current proposal on the table would raise the SALT cap from $10,000 to $30,000 with income limits. These lawmakers say that's not good enough in order to ease the tax burden on their constituents. And there might be a way out of this. In fact, we know that the current House tax
Nei, ikke på SMS, nei, men du får den på mail og på sida.
But lawmakers were given about $4 trillion to work with, so perhaps there's some wiggle room there for a deal. Joe and Kaylee, we're also watching some other compromises on this front, including whether or not they would double the cap for married couples. That's something that's been floated on the table, as well as what expiration dates would look like. So perhaps they'll lift the SALT cap, but then it just might not stay on as long.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live in Capitol Hill, on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. And we go from the Hill now to the Middle East. We find Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, Bloomberg chief political correspondent, of course, live in Doha for us, where President Trump is getting ready to participate in a Qatari state dinner. Anne-Marie, this, of course, is stop number 2 on the president's trip to the Middle East, which in large part is about attracting investment. The White House is talking about potentially upwards of $1.2 trillion in economic exchange between the U.S. and Qatar. But what tangible do we really know about?
Well, there's more than $200 billion of what's actually more tangible deals that were done. Maybe that $1.2 trillion, Kaylee, we can call concepts of a plan or aspirational. But when it comes to the $200 billion, look at the sectors that this administration is focused on. There's really a theme here throughout the entire trip, whether it's Riyadh, Doha, or Abu Dhabi. Obviously, you have the biggest military installation for the U.S. government in Doha, so no surprise that there is also a big deal when it comes to defense, counter drones. With Raytheon, obviously, we've talked a lot about Boeing, the shares that skyrocketed, although Bloomberg a week ago was reporting about this, saying 100 wide-body jets Qatari Airways was looking to purchase from Boeing. They actually upped that to 160 today when the president and the mayor came out and talked about it. And then other things like quantum computing, AI technology is huge for this region right now. We are talking about traditional economies in this region when it comes to energy, oil, gas, that they want to move beyond and look to how they can transform their economies. For a place like Qatar, gas, LNG is huge. They're looking at potentially other ways to diversify and make a more dynamic economy. And that same theme will carry on tomorrow when the president goes to Abu Dhabi. NVIDIA, AMD, they potentially will be the big winners when it comes to the fact that the Emiratis say they are ready to invest $1.4 trillion, but they need access to those advanced chips.
Indeed, big week. These are big headlines you're talking about, Anne-Marie, and it's great to have you with us here, whether it's NVIDIA or Boeing. Hearing less talk about Turkey and Ukraine. What will those headlines be later this week?
Well, the president once again today left the door open on potentially going to Istanbul. Of course, he is in the region, he's in the neighborhood. There's a potential he could peel off and add this. He did say, you know, I have a full schedule tomorrow when he goes to Abu Dhabi. But the fact of the matter is, I think the president, if you really read between the lines, if President Putin decides to go to Istanbul, President Donald Trump will go to Istanbul. He recently just met face-to-face, that really remarkable photo in the Vatican, sitting face-to-face with Volodymyr Zelensky. He has not done that just yet with Vladimir Putin. I think if there's an opportunity to, and he's a quick flight away, he will take that opportunity. As of now, though, no plans yet.
That would be a big deal. With us live from Qatar, Anne-Marie Horder. And Anne-Marie, thank you so much. As we follow the president's travels throughout the Middle East, we have the voice of Natasha Hall, Senior Fellow with the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Natasha, it's great to have you with us. I wonder your thoughts just broadly on the optics behind this trip so far. It's been a story of investment, dollar signs, a different type of diplomacy than Americans were used to in the Biden administration, right down to having actual high-tech executives yesterday, whether it was...
Han skulle falle ned til 22,45 nå. Der han og snur veien.
Prince alongside Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia.
Nei, jeg skal ikke kjøpe seg når snur der.
And what will it bring the White House?
Yeah, it's been an earth-shattering, I think, few visits already. I think what we can say is that this is an America first strategy. I mean, a lot of the deals that are being made also portend a future where the U.S. has a bigger role in terms of military technology, in terms of AI, than potentially China, for example. And then, you know, yesterday with the announcement of the cessation of sanctions on Syria, the talks ongoing about hopefully a ceasefire in Gaza. We don't know what will happen there. But, I mean, this is really, I think, an America first rather than a Netanyahu first policy strategy. And that's what we've seen so far.
Well, and when we consider these American first policies, the attempt to attract more investment from these countries into the United States, America also has to give a little here as well. Anne-Marie was just talking about movement on chips, for example, for the UAE. To what extent is this for the countries that are hosting the president also a chance for them to extract concessions or things they want from him?
Well, that's exactly what we've been seeing. We know that Saudi Arabia, for example, has wanted some kind of defense pact with the United States, has wanted help with a civilian nuclear program as well. But previous administrations had been tying that to the Abraham Accords, so Saudi Arabia essentially normalizing with Israel. And we're seeing that that's not necessarily on the table or doesn't have to be on the table anymore. And so this is very much a symbiotic relationship, that there is going to be hundreds of billions of dollars in investment from the Gulf. And in return, I think the Gulf gets some foreign policy wins. And we saw that with the sanctions announcement yesterday. And hopefully we see some more movement on the Gaza front today or tomorrow.
So what is Benjamin Netanyahu thinking right now after witnessing this meeting between President Trump and Syria's new leader, knowing that President Trump is not making a visit to Israel? What does this mean for their relationship?
I mean, this is truly astounding, Joe. If you think about just a few months ago, this was a man, Ahmed al-Shara, with a $10 million bounty on his head as a former al-Qaeda affiliate. And, you know, we didn't know what the optics would look like with this meeting, but they were very conciliatory, shaking hands, smiling. President Trump has said he's a great guy, strong past. things that I couldn't have possibly imagined just a few months ago. The other thing to consider is that President Trump continues to say that he is consulting with Erdogan, which I'm sure raises some alarm bells for Israel, which sees Turkey as an increasing threat with the fall of Assad, its neighbor to the north. So I'm sure there's a lot of concerns coming from the Netanyahu administration, but I still think that this is probably for the best for Israel over the long term. I think less war, less tensions in the region, it represents a more peaceful future for the country and for Israelis as well.
I do want to note for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio and those joining us on YouTube as well, that we are seeing President Trump's motorcade rolling up to Lusail Palace in Doha for the Qatari state dinner. Of course, once again, for the second day in a row, seeing a lot of pomp and circumstance that comes with this trip for the president. We have our eyes on the beast, which has made the trip to the Middle East as President Trump is getting ready to emerge and participate in this state dinner, having already announced, as we were just discussing, hundreds of billions of dollars at least in economic deals between Qatar and the United States.
That's for sure, Kaylee, as we have this live view of the president, I guess, about to emerge from the beast. As you mentioned, he's on his way to a state dinner that will conclude this day of travel in Qatar. And Natasha, I wonder what you expect to come from this dinner, if this is more deal making or a chance for the president to put the negotiating down for a moment.
I mean, I think this might be putting the negotiating down for a moment, but perhaps longer indirect talks. We know that Sheikh Tamim, the Emir of Qatar, was supposed to have a 30-minute meeting with President Trump. It went on for 2 hours. We don't know why. We do know that the Israeli negotiators have been somewhat intransigent on Witkoff's plan for Gaza and hostage releases. So there could be some tensions there that need to be worked out. So it remains to be seen if President Trump is going to apply pressure to Israel or others to move something forward. But certainly I think this pomp and circumstance does help, I think, to grease the wheels of those negotiations for sure.
And President Trump has just emerged from his vehicle heading into that state dinner with Qatar. We also heard from the president yesterday, Natasha, of course, speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh, about how he wants to be a peacemaker as president, talking about obviously ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, mentioning the Houthis as well, what he'd like to see with Iran, but also an expansion of the Abraham Accords, making it very clear his desire for Saudi Arabia to join in. And I wonder if you think this trip has realistically brought him closer to that objective.
You know, I think it has, in a sense, even for Syria, which we couldn't have expected before. I think that there's an acknowledgement, though, that
Oi, det detter litt, ja.
it would be very, very
Snart på 21:45, da her skal snu. Da går det opp.
need to get straightened out. There needs to be a broader peace before that
Men
happens.
jeg tror folk
But
våkner
of course,
snart.
he did mention that several
Jeg gidder ikke kjøpe her
times
ennå.
during his speech. But I think what he really was trying to emphasize was that this needs to be a
Kanskje
region
snart begynne å lese litt teknisk nå, da.
and really showing that the Gulf players can
Ja, snu på 45.
of the region themselves.
Og så skal ned til 21.200
Israel. And
på
so I
neste
think that is a
trappetrinn.
really pronounced rebalancing in the region that we don't
Nå er
know
det på
to expect
45.
entirely, but
Så er
I
det
mean,
nå.
I think
Skal vi
this
se om han klarer
is a considerable shift.
Stoppa på 45.
You think Donald Trump gets to Turkey this week?
I mean, one can hope, I think, for peace
Kom
for
igjen.
Ukraine as well.
Kom igjen,
But we
algobotter.
do know that Secretary of State Rubio will meet with Shebani, the foreign minister of Syria. And so this just, I think, shows
Det som er bra nå, er at Apple faktisk faller ganske mye nå, ned 1%, så kan man dra ned litt videre nå.
side, but militarily
Oi, se der, ja. Det ser ut som han bryter igjennom.
diplomatically as well. And I think that's what Sheikh Tamim of Qatar was really
Nå er
trying
det
to
45
emphasize
nå.
with his meeting, that he
45.
sees Trump
Apple faller videre.
essentially as a man of peace, and really trying to play up those optics as much as possible. But I think both sides, whether it's a Gulf state or Turkey, is really trying to play up their hand in terms of being negotiators, being shapers. And I think Trump is giving them those wins. Like I said, I think on every occasion that he has been asked, he has said that he really looks folks to President Erdogan of Turkey for consultation. So that is a significant move in and of itself.
All right, Natasha Hall, Senior Fellow with the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you so much for joining us. We didn't even get to talk about the plane, the gift from Qatar. We'll have to do that with our political panel next on Bloomberg.
Snuddet på 45 akkurat. Det der er ikke menneskestyrt, bare så vet det. Dette er algo, og det går veldig fint når det ikke er noe volum. Og derfor man må knekke der. Dette er bare stuk, kun algo, ikke noe mennesker, ingenting. Derfor vi kan si det vi sier nå. Det er nok smart å gjøre det, dommeren, se om han bryter her. Hvis ikke så skal han opp og teste. Men hvis han bryter den her nå, så skal han ned til 21.200. Dere vet mitt syn, og det jeg har sagt kommer til å skje. Kommer til å skje. Bare vent og se. Jeg bare stikker og kjøper noe mat. Jeg kommer snart tilbake. Ja, det er ikke så mye som skjer her nå. Med mindre Trump kommer med en ny tritt. Faen, jeg er så tynn jeg blitt da. Jeg var massiv som helvete. Jeg har ikke spist på 2 uker. Skjer med meg liksom.
It's 1:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The bull stumbles, but eToro running higher. Right now, eToro, first day of trading, up 26.6%. First session as a public company after the trading and investment platform and some of its backers raised nearly $620 million in an upsized IPO again. eToro right now up by 26.2%. The S&P 500 index lower since our last update, right now down 10 points, dropped there of 0.2%. The Dow down 166, dropped there of 0.4%, but NASDAQ holding on to a gain now of 53 points, up by about 0.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.1%, tech rallying, 10-year at 4.52%, the 2-year 4.04%. Spot gold down 2%, $31.85 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%. WTI now 63.27 a barrel. Bitcoin down 1.6%, 102,887 on Bitcoin. HBO Max, remember that? It's history. Now it's HBO again. Warner Brothers Discovery changing the name of its flagship streaming service back to HBO, part of a broader strategic shift designed to re-emphasize premium programming for adults. The change will be effective this summer. Right now we have got shares of Warner Brothers Discovery. They are trading lower, and little change WBD on the ticker. It is down now by 1.4%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks lower. S&P down 14 now, drop there of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back to go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, live in New York, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway here on the fastest show in politics. We've got our eyes on what's happening right now in Qatar, where President Trump is now appearing, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or YouTube, with the Emir of Qatar having just arrived for a state dinner at Lusail Palace. This is following a day of investment announcements and could include more negotiations and maybe more deal-making over dinner here. We'll keep tabs, of course, on the president's evening time in Qatar following his stop yesterday in Saudi Arabia and ahead of Abu Dhabi tomorrow. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we prepare to assemble our political panel. Kaylee, there's been a little bit of a question about some of the math that we're hearing when it comes to actual investments versus plans for continued economic cooperation. It seems to be more in the hundreds of millions of dollars here in Qatar as opposed to the $1 trillion plus that the White House is talking about for future opportunities.
Yeah, they're talking about $1.2 trillion in committed economic exchange. But in terms of the actual deals the White House has in hand to announce today, it's only to the tune of about $243 billion, a big portion of that actually coming for Boeing.
That's
a
right.
$96 billion deal, according to the White House, for wide-body jets, up to 210 of them, potentially the biggest orders they've seen for wide-bodies and 787s in particular. But interestingly, what has caught a lot of attention here in Washington is not so much those Boeing planes, but one particular Boeing jumbo jet that
a used one
that Qatar wants to give to the U.S., to the president, to use as Air Force One.
$400 million.
Yes.
They call it the Palace in the Sky. And it is apparently on the ground right now in San Antonio. According to the Washington Post, it's been in the United States for a couple of weeks. If this is going to happen, and we don't have any evidence that the Air Force has taken delivery of this jet, Kaylee, it would require many millions of dollars in upgrades, and in fact could take so long this president may not actually get to use it.
And of course, all of that, plus backlash politically from even members of the president's own party. So that's what we get into now with our political panel. Rick Davis and Adam Hodge are here. Rick, of course, Republican strategist and Stone Court Capital partner. Adam, Democratic strategist and managing director at Bully Pulpit International. Both of them with us in our Washington, D.C. studio today. Great to see you. As always, gentlemen, as we consider this plane gift in particular, which the president contends is a gift to the United States, it's not about him personally. He is not actually trying to avoid this as a subject, not necessarily, Rick, trying to make sure we're all focused on his investment deals in the Middle East instead. He's taking to True Social to continue to keep our attention on it. Why commit?
Oh, I think he's very proud of the fact that somebody would give him a $400 million gift. I mean, like, if you assume your net value is based on what other people are willing to peg it to, that's pretty good reinforcement. And the reality is, we know Donald Trump cares about things like airplanes and homes. And, you know, these are the brandishments of his career. Remember, that first time we really ever saw him was standing on, in front of a Rolls Royce, the king of the deal. So I'm not surprised by that. I think he's very proud of the fact that the Kingdom of Qatar would be willing to, spot him an airplane. You can imagine the conversation. Oh, I have to fly on this dump, the 747 that's sometimes called, Air Force One. I really, wish I had a plane like this. It's yours. I mean, maybe there's a genie in the bottle somewhere and just made it appear. But the reality is Donald Trump thinks these things, the optics around him are important. He likes the opulence. It's not typical of an American president. But he's not the typical American president, so
Well, sure.
I think we can expect it.
That's for sure. Well, to Kaylee's point, we are hearing from Republicans, including the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune. Lots of issues associated with that offer, which I think need to be further talked about. Ted Cruz, I think that plane poses significant espionage and surveillance problems. Adam, this goes beyond the gifting concerns and actually enters the national security space that you worked in. Are we having the right conversation
I
around
think
this?
those senators are actually trying to get to what is the key issue here. I mean, like, take a step back. The United States should not be accepting major gifts from foreign countries of hundreds of millions of dollars for a plane for the president. It's just not only the conflict of interest rules, which are obvious, it's just the optics of being beholden to another country, giving you a plane for your president. Is just, I mean, it's crazy. But I even one step further, and Kaylee, you were alluding to this, the plane could cost $1 billion to refurbish. I mean, it's not just like a regular plane for a regular foreign leader. It's for the president of the United States to retrofit. And I've flown on the current Air Force One. It's not even your normal 747. There's all kinds of technology that is classified to the Gilt that I don't think you can just bolt onto an existing plane. So it's a bit crazy, and I don't understand why you would take the political hit from people within your own party for a plane that you may not be able to even fly on.
Of course, it's not everyone within the president's party who seems to have an issue with this. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, was asked about this today, and he was like, it's not a gift personally to the president. It's a gift to the United States. The quote, Rick, other nations give us gifts all the time. We aren't going to see Congress doing anything about this, even if they wanted to.
No, I mean, it's not worth the time and effort to, really try to protest it. And as Adam said, it's going to be a long time and a big cost to do this for him if he's president. If he's not president, fly on the plane if you want. I mean, I think, frankly, if we got a deal today that he won't run for re-election, but he gets the plane, done.
He also constitutionally can't run for re-election.
I know, but that doesn't matter. That's my point. I mean, like to Donald Trump, these things are all fungible.
Yes, they are. As we learned in the Washington Post, they actually got a schematic of this airplane. There are 2 full bathrooms, 9 lavatories, a main bedroom, a guest bedroom, multiple lounges, private office, cream and tan-colored leather seating on both decks, according to photos provided by the Swiss aviation company AMAC Aerospace. The point is here, and you made it. Not only is it going to be incredibly expensive, but this president probably won't be able to use it. It won't be done in time. So is this about something different? Is this about pressuring Boeing to cough up its 2 747s?
Well, I mean, obviously it's not a great look for Boeing that the president's going around them to try to get a plane from somebody else. Yeah. But I think this is just, you think about the other countries in the region who are going to be looking at, well, Qatar gave them a $400 million plane. Like, do I add up? How do I try to exert my own sense of importance in the relationship if they're giving the president a gift? And I think it is important to focus on the gift part of it, because they've made clear they would take it as part of the Trump presidential library, which would then allow him to use it afterwards. So it's not like this is just like, as Mike Johnson was saying, oh, well, like it's not a big deal.
As opposed to it sitting in the library a la the Reagan library. He's going to be flying this around?
That's what, I mean, again, we'll see what the devil's in the details. And I think, like with all these other deals in the region, the proof is actually on delivery. The proof is actually, like, do they actually put money into these certain companies? Are there actual hard assets that are transferred? Right now, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Well, what we do know, and Boeing may not be happy about this whole conversation around Air Force One, but they probably are at least somewhat satisfied at the prospect of Qatar buying hundreds of wide-body aircraft from them, as President Trump announced earlier today.
Kelly's telling me from Boeing that's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly, and congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there. Get them out there.
So it is $96 billion worth of purchases that Qatar has agreed to make, Rick. That is part what adds up to hundreds of billions of dollars that the White House is touting in investment pledges from Qatar after $600 billion from Saudi Arabia yesterday. Is he walking away potentially from this Middle East trip with exactly what he wanted, things to tout on money coming into the United States?
Oh, I don't think there's any question that they will think that this was a successful trip. Billions of dollars of investment and commitments. Obviously, the devil is in the detail. What's really going to happen? We've heard commitments before from the Gulf where hundreds of billions of dollars were committed and not a whole lot really materialized. Times change, things happen, especially in the volatile region. But this is going to be seen as exactly what he set out to do. I'm going to go out and promote American investment. I would say yesterday's speech in Saudi Arabia, it went well beyond that. It was more of a geopolitical speech. It talked about the region as a whole. It talked about conflicts in the region and what to do about it. And he did not sound like a protectionist president at that point. You know, the speech he gave sounded like any other president who said, I'm going to tackle the Middle East. And we know how unsuccessful most presidents are. But he's got some wind at his back. And so the idea of cutting a deal with Iran, you know, and meeting with the new president of Syria, I mean, like, these are things you want your president to do in order to create a peaceful situation in the region, which is so important to us strategically. And he's doing that. So I wouldn't want to just lose the fact that he's out there shilling for U.S. investment when he's also doing a lot, you know, in the region geopolitically.
Interesting. This is not the way Joe Biden's visit to the Middle East would have gone or went when you're front-loading the announcement with dollar signs. What do you make of that approach to geopolitics?
No, but I think, like, when I was in the White House, we did actually, like, announce key deals.
Sure.
Or we're on state dinners.
Wasn't
or
the
on,
first
like,
word that came out of his mouth, though. This seems to be the point of the trip.
It is, and I think that is true to Trump's brand, right? That's part of his deal. I think the important point on the planes, though, I mean, it's one thing to talk about the numbers, announce them, but Boeing gets paid when the planes are delivered. Right? Not just when the planes are announced. And this is why his tariff policy is just so backwards and I think misguided, because Boeing is going to have a hard time actually assembling and delivering those planes if they can't get the parts, or if the parts are more expensive to build in the first place. So I think, like, this is why the president is sort of boxed himself in a number of ways and not able to actually deliver on the policy and on the pomp and circumstance of the deal that he talks about.
Nothing can be viewed in a vacuum, I think.
How
is,
true.
Adam's point. Adam Hodge and Rick Davis, our political panel today, here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Thank you both so much for joining us, and we'll have more ahead here on Balance of Power as we have to turn our focus back to Congress and whether or not the House is going to be able to figure out how to get the SALT cap raised enough to make everybody happy, get a reconciliation bill through both chambers. We'll have more ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, both lower. NASDAQ higher. We've got to begin with eToro. First day out, up 28.4%. In its first session as a public company, eToro is gaining after the trading and investment platform and some of its backers raised nearly $620 million in an upsized IPO. Again, eToro up now by 28%. S&P little change right now, down 1 point. Had been higher earlier in the session. The Dow down 104, now down 0.2%. NASDAQ advancing 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index up now by about 0.3%. 10-year 4.51%. The 2-year 4.03%. Gold is down 2.1%, now $31.83 the ounce, and a retreat for crude at $63.41 a barrel, down 0.4%. Warner Brothers Discovery is bringing back the HBO brand to its flagship streaming service, reversing a 2023 decision to ditch the name in favor of Max. And Nike co-founder Phil Knight has repeatedly expressed interest in buying the Portland Trail Blazers, but now that it's finally for sale, he is deciding to pass on the chance to own the NBA franchise. Knight is now 87 and says, quote, "At my current age, I can confirm that I no longer have interest in acquiring the team." Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 2 points, down just under 0.1%. eToro up by 27.8%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, there are probably a lot of tired lawmakers, at least in the House of Representatives, on Capitol Hill today, because many of them had to quite literally pull all-nighters last night, including in the House Ways and Means Committee, as it marked up its draft tax bill. That would do a number of things, including, of course, extend the 2017 tax cuts, eliminate taxes on tipped income and overtime until 2028, other elements of President Trump's campaign promises as well. And it finally got through the committee along party lines, no surprise, this morning. But it did so without one issue, perhaps the issue, being resolved. And that is, where exactly do you cap the state and local tax deduction to keep everybody happy? And the people you need to keep happiest are the people who represent blue states in districts that are swingy, that make or break the House majority. And a lot of those so-called SALT caucus members are still looking for an answer from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, at this
Sounds
point.
like you've been to New York. So 16 hours in committee was not enough to hash any of this out. They had an all-nighter. I mean, they were bringing in takeout and wine at 4:57 a.m. Blake Moore is asleep there on the Ways and Means Committee. So there are questions exactly about how long it's going to take to get this done, Kaylee. And for our reality check, we introduce Bill Hoagland. Always great to have Bill with us. Senior Vice President, the Bipartisan Policy Center. Bill, not only do you give us a reality check, but you help us lower the blood pressure for a moment. So I'm wondering if you can distill this moment as one of progress or maybe one of concern for you, because the Speaker of the House seems emboldened. He says very productive, and we might well get this done in time for Memorial Day.
Well, I do think that a lot of progress has been made in terms of the committees that were instructed to come up with the savings, and almost every one of them has met what was instructed of them. The House Budget Committee will meet Friday morning and bundle all these bills up into one package and report it out. So it is a good possibility that it will all be on the floor and could be done by Memorial Day recess a week from this coming Friday. So yes, I think there is good progress in that regard. The elements of the package, however, may create some real issues for the Speaker, particularly given today that we were hearing so much from members, some of the more conservative members of the United States Senate that has to take up this bill, who are suggesting that they don't like what's in there. And that will make it more difficult for the Speaker on the floor to get the votes, it seems, from those moderate Republicans, besides the point that Kaylee's made about what they still, I don't think, have fully resolved the issue as it relates to the SALT.
Well, and when we consider the moderate Republicans who are nervous at the very least about the cuts to Medicaid, the SALT caucus, which we're talking about, then the hardline conservatives, not just in the Senate, but in the House, who do not think these spending cuts go far enough, knowing how narrow the majority is, Bill, is there enough room to maneuver if you're Speaker Johnson.
It is very tight. Of course, we cannot never rule out the pressure that the President of the United States will have once he gets back from overseas. He will put a lot of pressure on. I do think that it's going to be very nick and tuck down to the end to get the votes, and there will have to be some hard arm swinging, I guess, or bending, if nothing else, to get it through the House of Representatives. But even if it gets through the House of Representatives, I think your listeners have to understand that we still have the United States Senate.
Yeah.
And the United States Senate will produce its own bill. And it will be different. It clearly will be different than the House. And then you'll have to have a conference between the House and Senate. And that's then you'll come back and you'll have to vote again on it.
So if the Speaker doesn't have a revolt on his hands now, he will then.
He will then if it comes back from the Senate much different than what the House is.
What's the Freedom Caucus going to say when the cuts aren't there?
I think they're going to have some real difficulties with this. This is going to be tough. It was always going to be tough, but when the margins are this small, it makes it even tougher. And then you just still do have the real issue about whether or not this does. As an old budgeteer myself, I do believe debt and deficits matter. So we're looking at tax cuts maybe in $4 trillion, but we're only looking at, quote, only. We're looking at $1.5 trillion in spending cuts. You're adding to the deficit. You're not reducing the deficit, and that's where the hardliners will come from, the Chip Roys of the world, and say, wait a minute, this doesn't go enough in reducing the debt and deficits going forward.
Well, and when we consider some of the things we're hearing out of the Senate, it's not just Senator Josh Hawley making noise about Medicaid. You have other senators as well who are concerned about the repeal of clean energy credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, which, with all the Medicaid and SALT talk, is not getting as much attention. But is that actually one of the things that could be the biggest sticking points?
I'm glad you raised that issue, because there are a number of those Republicans who maybe didn't vote for the IRA when it passed, but were behind the scenes saying, good.
They're benefiting from it now.
Benefiting from it now, exactly. And so that's going to be tough for them to stomach the cuts and the elimination, quite frankly, of almost all the IRA provisions dealing with clean energy programs that are in there, and the grants that are in there too. And some of those grants are out there already in the community.
You mentioned some of the changes that senators could make. What kind of changes might the parliamentarian force when we get to that stage
that's a
of
good
the process?
point.
The bird bath could bring a few items out that Republicans in the House think they need.
Yeah, it's a good point, Joe. I have to remind people, being an old Senate staffer, that the so-called bird rule really only applies in the Senate. The House can pass it with simple majority, and they can put in things that when the parliamentarian looks at it in the Senate and will find that, wait a minute, these have no budgetary consequences. Deauthorizing programs, fine, but there's no budgetary consequence. So a lot of the things that they put into the House provision for winning those votes to get the vote that we're eliminating a program, but it has no budgetary consequence. They will come. That will be subject to the bird rule and will come out unless there are 60 votes to keep them in. So that will also change the real nature of the Senate bill when it comes back to the House.
Well, and so all of this raises the question of the timeline here. As House leadership is still sounding optimistic, we heard Steve Scalise say this will be on the president's desk by the 4th of July. How hard is that going to be to manage if you still have to get it through the Senate in whatever form, get it back to the House, and get them to choke down whatever it is the changes the Senate made?
I would say very, very difficult July 4th. Let's be honest. If they can get this out of the House next week, they go on Memorial Day recess. The whole month of June will be devoted in the United States Senate to getting their bill done. So even if they got their bill done in June, then you'll need the whole month of July just to work out the difference between the House and Senate, if you can do that. So I think I would push Mr. Scalise's statement to the end of July at the earliest, but even then.
At the earliest.
At the earliest.
Okay. You spoke with Lisa McClain yesterday, Republican Congresswoman in the leadership in the House, speaking to the standoff, if I can call it that, over SALT. I want you to hear what she said. I'm just compelled by the fact that this very narrow issue could potentially hang up this entire big, beautiful bill that we're talking about. Here's what she said.
There is some wiggle room. How much wiggle room, that's what we need to determine. But at the end of the day, I think both sides will come together to get this done for the American people. Because what we'll see if we don't get this tax bill done will be gravely worse than what we're experiencing now with the SALT cap for all Americans.
But Bill, if you're Mike Lawler sitting there in New York, you don't have wiggle room. And if you're a no, then this entire effort is going nowhere. What does Speaker Johnson need to do to put this to bed?
Well, I think he does have to negotiate a higher level than the 10,000 for the SALT. He has to move it up. I was surprised to hear that the SALT caucus, so to speak, rejected the 30,000.
Yeah.
That seems strange to me. But there has to be some place between 10,000 and somewhere up above 30,000 maybe that will get it over. I think the representative is absolutely clear, though. If you do not get this done, then the impact upon middle income, quite frankly, because of the marginal tax rates would go up, would be very devastating, both for Republicans and Democrats. That's why, and I'm sure I'm in the minority on this, that's why I think at some point, if they cannot get this reconciliation bill across the line, that there's still a possibility of simply extending the current tax law, so those tax rates don't go up next year on individual Americans.
Well, so that would mean that you kind of separate these things out rather than trying to do one big, beautiful bill. Would that be an endorsement of the Senate's original strategy bill?
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm glad you went there, because I, being an old Senate staffer, and I do appreciate the work of the Speaker, of the Majority Leader, Mr. Thune. That was his strategy at the outset. Let's do what we can do, get a win, and then move on. That's where, yes, I think this validates Mr. Thune's original position.
The wild card for all of this, of course, the debt limit. And that's going to depend greatly on the X date where this actually lands. And is it a good thing for Republicans? In fact, if it lands earlier, and it has to be part of this reconciliation bill.
It does. It does. Right now, increasing the debt limit, we think at the Bipartisan Policy Center, our estimate yesterday we put out, maybe the end of July and maybe into early October. We got a range. We got to wait and see what the tax coming in on the estimated quarterly taxes come in at. But it is in this reconciliation bill. It therefore only requires a simple majority to raise the debt limit. If they cannot get it done, again, I'm probably in the minority here, they can pull that reconciliation of just the debt limit out of this bill and pass it freestanding as a debt limit. Or if they can't do that, then they're back in a situation where I think they're going to have to negotiate with the Democrats, which is the last thing Republicans want.
Well, and it would be the first real opportunity for Democrats to have any kind of leverage since January, right?
And this is very similar to where we were in 23 when we were facing a debt limit and increasing the debt limit, and ended up negotiating the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which set new caps for spending for 24 and 25.
So while we're sitting here talking about this bill, is there somewhere quietly on Capitol Hill where that component of reconciliation is being written so it will be ready?
Oh yes. Well, quite frankly, the bills are being written right now.
When it comes to the debt limit.
Well, that's a simple.
So we can crank out that page when we need.
That doesn't take much time. That doesn't take much time at all.
I will say, I spoke with the Republican conference chair in the House, Lisa McClain, last night, and I asked her, is there a backup plan if we can't get done in time to deal with the debt ceiling? She said they're not really working on that yet because they're so confident in their timeline, but you don't buy that, Bill.
I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
So backup plan might be necessary. That said, we do know they work better with a deadline, right? So when we're talking about the prospect of the House potentially having to grapple with Senate changes, if you know the X date is looming, recess is looming too, does that actually make it easier for the House to adjust to the Senate's desires?
Well, I think that depends. One could say that the August recess that's sacrosanct in this town for members, it may be in question, and they could work on. I don't think it's going to be as easy as just saying we got this deadline here and let's get it all done beforehand, because these are big policy items in here. You just don't do them willy nilly because there's a vacation, August vacation coming up.
Even though it's Washington.
I was just about to say, Bill Hoagland, great as always to have you here on Balance of Power, Senior Vice President of the Bipartisan Policy Center. And while we keep our eye on the progress, or today it kind of feels like lack thereof, at least on the SALT issue on Capitol Hill. We also have our eyes on Doha, where President Trump is participating or about to participate in a Qatari state dinner. He is at Lusail Palace next to the Emir, participating in what appears to be an incredibly lengthy handshake.
This is quite the reception line here for the president, although he seems to be really enjoying himself. The pomp and circumstance that greeted him, complete with horses and camels, was remarkable, and the dinner that he's about to go into, I'm sure, will be the same. We'll have a lot more on this for you and on his visit on the late edition of Balance of Power. That's at 5 p.m. Washington time.
Yeah, we have to talk about all of those investments to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars he's securing on his trip to the Middle East. Plenty of else to discuss as well. We'll probably get back to the airplane at some point in the late
We'll get to
edition,
the plane.
I would imagine. Meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed. We are across Bloomberg platforms on this Wednesday, as we always are. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Gotta say, Wall Street's epic rebound from April's meltdown kind of showing some signs of exhaustion, although we did have an IPO out of the gate today.
We
Tim.
did have an IPO out of the gate. eToro, that is a deep tease, one of Carol's gainers for today. I think
It's
that's
soaring.
a pretty good one. It is absolutely soaring. And opened above its IPO price as well. We'll keep an eye on that one. As far as the major indices look, the S&P 500 is flat. Charlie Pellet's going to be stopping by with a few more details in just a couple of minutes.
All right. Also, we're going to focus, really deep dive into all of the news coming out of the Middle East. Of course, President Trump continuing his visit there. So we're going to get the latest on that. Also, his expectations putting out there that they might be, the U.S., that is, exploring normalizing the relationships with Syria in particular. So we'll dig into that a little bit.
A little closer to home, we're going to turn inward and talk about the GOP tax plan and the president pressing the U.S. Supreme Court to undercut some judges.
All right, we're also going to get into Apple. You know that company, right? Right now, it's the second largest market cap in the world. It always kind of trades place back and forth with, I think, NVIDIA in a big way. Hey, one of its biggest partners tempering back its full-year sales outlook. So makes us wonder, is that maybe a sign of some problems over at Apple? But we're going to dig into all of that with our own Mark Gurman. That's coming up over the next 60 minutes.
First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. As promised, here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Mixed market for you at U.S. equities right now. Carol mentioned Apple down just about 0.6%. She also mentioned NVIDIA powering higher, part of a broader tech rally, up now by about 3.8%. Got to begin with the IPO of the day, and that is eToro, E-T-O-R on the ticker, now up by 21.1%. eToro higher in its first session as a public company after the trading and investment platform and some of its backers raised nearly $620 million in that upsized IPO. The Dow trading lower, down 99 points right now, down 0.2%. S&P up 2, little change there. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 108, higher by 0.6%. 10-year at 4.51%, the 2-year 4.04%. Spot gold is trading lower by $69 the ounce. Gold now down by 2.1%, $31.80 for a barrel of WTI, and a gold 31.80 WTI down 0.5%, $63.31 on West Texas Intermediate crude. Boeing won that big order from Qatar Airways amid a flurry of deals between Gulf nations and the U.S. during President Trump's visit to the region. Boeing shares, they're up now by just about 0.8%. And briefly, former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio has agreed to pay an almost $330,000 fine to settle an ethics board's complaint that he misspent public funds on his security detail during his brief failed run for president. Recapping, S&P up by 2, eToro trading higher now by 29.2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, folks, you are caught up on the markets on this Wednesday. It does feel like a little bit of a breather. Got some more economic news coming tomorrow. In the meantime, we continue to track the president over in the Middle East. He is in Doha, Qatar, and he's been making some statements, and there's also been some more business deals coming down. We want to dig into all of this over the next 14 minutes. President Trump, we should point out, he did talk about exploring normalizing relations with Syria after the toppling of longtime autocrat Bashar al-Assad. This is adding to a pledge to lift sanctions against the country's new government. Let's get some context on this, some thoughts on a possible deeper U.S.-Syrian relationship. With us is Bloomberg News senior reporter Jennifer Delohy. She is traveling with the president, and she joins us from Doha at this moment. Jen, good to have you here. A lot of ceremonies. We continue to look at the live pictures out of Qatar. And of course, we know that the president, a receiving line, a greeting line, but getting ready to go into a Qatari state dinner. Tell us a little bit about the day's developments, and in particular with Syria. And for those, it's a complicated relationship, and we understand why, but I'm curious about why this moment in time might the president be looking to deepen ties.
I mean, it's a good question, and because it's the moment and the reason of why it happened
now is directly related to this trip. In this pivotal moment with Syria actually kind of unfolded this morning while the president was still in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, attending a meeting of the Gulf Cooperation Council. He met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, for what was really a remarkable meeting, the first meeting between the heads of the U.S. and Syria since 2000. And the meeting was essentially brokered by and encouraged by Turkey's President Erdogan, as well as Saudi's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who Trump had been, visiting with for essentially 36 hours at that point, or at least a day and a half. It was an extraordinary meeting, really, that came about in this place and in this time. And his decision to pursue normalization with Syria and to lift sanctions on Syria was encouraged by both men.
What do we know? What do we know, Jen, about Ahmad al-Shara, the country's president, who took place of longtime autocrat, as Carol mentioned, Bashar al-Assad? What do we know about him?
Well, I mean, he is a former militant.
Han har varit och köpt våror.
After the 2003 U.S. invasion, he has spent many years and
Ja, vi var nede og testet 221-200, så spratt vi opp igjen til, guess what, 21-450. Nei, 21-245, og så er vi her vi er nå.
To the world that Syria shouldn't pay the price for the Assad era, and that's so he's really, extended this olive branch, and that's, obviously getting this recognition and this endorsement essentially from Trump is pretty significant. And I will say that the U.S. president did outline things he expects to see from Syria, including signing on to the Abraham Accords with Israel, which is normalization with Israel that the president has been seeking since his first term, and some other changes really. Any support for terrorism or housing terrorists within Syria, things like that.
Is he a different man, a different individual who was that former militant who joined Al-Qaeda? I think since then he has disavowed the terrorist group, but I do wonder, what kind of leader do we know him to possibly be in the future? Is it going to be a different Syria than it was under Bashar al-Assad?
I think that's a very open question, and it's a very real one for Israel, which, the backdrop for this trip that Trump is taking in the Middle East, going, of course, to Saudi Arabia, then to Qatar, and tomorrow to the United Arab Emirates, is that he's not going to Israel. And certainly relations with Israel have been a little bit tenser in recent days. There's a sense that in Israel they're feeling a little bit of the cold shoulder from the U.S. right now. And this move with Syria is one that is likely to spark fresh tensions with Israel because they've issued these constant warnings about Shara's government, and they've actually carried out airstrikes in Syria since Assad's ouster. So, there's really a wait and see a piece to all of this that we will in fact have to wait and see how this all plays out. But there's definitely folks questioning this embrace.
Hey, Jen, one thing I always think about is, this is the first planned trip by President Trump overseas, right? We know he went certainly for the Pope's funeral, but this is the first planned trip. And I do wonder the significance, and this is something I kind of keep going back to, significance of it being the Middle East, the significance of it being Saudi Arabia, the significance of Qatar, maybe not going to Israel. It's not so far off the map, right, to stop there on the trip. What message does that send to the world about President Trump and his White House and their, global priorities? Or is it different? Because fair to say that Trump...
Kebab er faen ikke så godt, da.
Jo, det er det.
Trump certainly is different, and we shouldn't discount that in this context. He is a president who values investments and deals in the U.S. And this trip is a lot about
Hver gang jeg skal falle går opp, det er algobotter. De snur rundt hver gang og lurer. Det er ikke vits å prøve det.
So I think that's certainly a factor here. The president is also very clearly saying that he sees the Middle East and U.S. allies in the Middle East as incredibly important for both on a commercial level and at a security level.
Problemet her er at hvis det først faller nå, så får hun så jævlig i trynet. Men det vil bare opp. Ja, men hvis det faller nå, så faller det mer enn 2-3. Det faller mye, skjønner du.
Commercial matters and other matters,
Fy faen,
and really cheerleaded
Nei, slutt!
any efforts to get away
Hva
from
for egg? Fikk den eggdumsten rett
violence
i
and
trynet.
terrorism, and of course all of this as he is trying to encourage peace in Gaza and a ceasefire there. Some of the focus on investment maybe because that progress has been slower to realize than he wants.
All right, so good to be able to check in with you. We know long days there, Jen, so thank you so much. Bloomberg News senior reporter Jen Delohi.
Sikkert så skal falle det helt av
The
dere.
president is impressing upon his visitors there in the Middle East or the visits he's having. He also talked about investment cooperation, and we want to go there because we did have some news. Boeing winning the single biggest deal in the U.S. plane makers' history with Qatar Airways placing an order for almost 160 wide-body aircraft to visit Doha. President Trump, some of this coming out. President earlier from Doha.
Kelly's telling me from Boeing it's the largest order of jets in the history of Boeing. That's pretty good. That's fantastic. So that's a record, Kelly. And congratulations to Boeing. Get those planes out there. Get them out there.
That was President Trump earlier today from Doha. Anne-Marie Hort-Dern is co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg TV. She's been traveling with the president. She joins us right now from Doha. Anne-Marie, day 2 of activities for President Trump in the region of this four-day trip. Give us the highlights of his actions today as we led you into a big deal, certainly for Boeing. That's one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Deals, deals, deals is the president marking his second day of the Middle East tour in Doha. He's actually still in a receiving line. He's at this state dinner. He met with the likes of Steve Schwartzman, Elon Musk. Those kind of individuals are attending this state dinner, as well as many of them were in Riyadh as well with the president.
Han var middag med Elon Musk, kongen og Schwartz og Elida. De sitter middag her nå med kongen.
With some of these countries that have massive
Det kommer ikke til å falle av.
So when it comes to Doha, we're looking at more than $200 billion of deals that were announced. There was also a $1.2 trillion number in the White House fact sheet. They're talking about economic expansion. I would like to say that that's concepts of a plan, aspirational potential where they would like to take this relationship. But if you look at some of the sectors that are involved, of course, Boeing, the standout. We reported a week ago that this was going to be a massive deliverable for the Qataris, for Boeing. We were talking about 100 wide-body jets. Actually, it could be as many as 210 jets. We also have investment in quantum computing, as well as obviously defense and Raytheon. Where we are in Doha, this is the biggest U.S. military installation for the United States in the region. We have CENTCOM stationed here. So this is really pivotal when it comes to the defense sector. And I would just say, tomorrow when the president touches down in Abu Dhabi, the conversation once again is going to go right back to AI, advanced technology, as you see these traditional economies that have been linked for decades to oil and gas really want to transform for the future.
You know, it's funny, Anne-Marie, I think about when you see these numbers, whether it's $500 million or $1 trillion with plans to commit that in terms of investment in the United States. Time will tell, right, if that actually pans out. Having said that, the U.S. is getting things, it seems to be, as we see the president talk about it, but what does the region really want from the United States? Because it too is looking to expand, as you say, beyond an oil-based economy, and so we kind of need relationships outside the outside the region in order to expand that economic reach.
Well, when it comes to the economy and investments, this region really is thirsty for that advanced technology. Under the Biden administration, May 15th, this diffusion rule was supposed to come into fruition, and basically that separated the world into 3 different geopolitical buckets or tiers, and a lot of these states were in this mid-tier, so they were capped on the amount of advanced chips they could purchase, which means they can never really see the full capabilities they wanted when it comes to building massive AI data centers. I briefly caught up with Jensen Huang yesterday as he was walking into the honorary dinner Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was throwing for the president. And I said to him, how do you feel about the diffusion rule being rescinded. Because just a few weeks ago, before he spoke to the president, I also spoke to him about the diffusion rule, and he felt like it was antiquated and not the right approach. And he said rescinded, it's canceled. So the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, they're finding a new market here, but this is excitement in the region to be able to get their hands on that chips. There is a caveat. They need to be willing to play ball with the United States when it comes to making sure the U.S. feels comfortable with the national security concerns when it comes to advanced technology. They do not want to see any of this technology leaking to Beijing.
Anne-Marie, I got to tell you, I'm just blown away by the list of business people, executives who are attending some of these events with the president. We've got a list of them on the Bloomberg terminal, but just to name a few, we got Larry Fink of BlackRock, Steve Schwarzman of Blackstone, Arvind Krishna of IBM, Jane Fraser of Citigroup, Kelly Ortberg of Boeing, Ruth Porat of Google, Andy Jassy of Amazon. The list goes on from defense companies to consumer packaged good companies to technology companies such as Palantir. What does that tell you about the purpose of this trip? What does it tell you about the way that the business community is looking for access to these markets?
Nej.
Well, the president wanted to go to capitals that are flushed with capital. I've been saying it all week, which is why he's flying by businessmen. You could see what he wanted to get out of this. Economic relationships, investment deals. And it comes at a time, as we've seen the market, we've seen big tech companies, CEOs, some of them being very transparent and frank with the president in private Oval Office meetings. They're concerned about his tariff rollout and what that could potentially mean for their businesses, hitting pause on a number of investments. The president also is trying to show wins that he is gaining momentum in other parts, another pillar of his economic proposal. And I would also say for this presidency, he is really doubling down for the Middle East, not just when it comes to economic relationships, as we've seen in Riyadh, Doha, and we'll see again on full display tomorrow with the Emiratis, but he views the Middle East as a place that he can make sure global conflicts are mediated. Today with the Emir, they didn't just talk about Boeing and Raytheon. He said they also talked about what's going on with Iran. They also talked what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. We have seen a number of negotiations regarding Gaza happen right here in Doha. As early as this week, those negotiations have been going on. In Riyadh, we've seen the teams from Russia and Ukraine deal with the Americans there. There's no longer this place where they think they're going to go to Europe to find these peace negotiations. This administration firmly thinks they can do this in the Gulf.
Really quickly, 40 seconds here, Anne-Marie. You know, it's kind of remarkable, almost 7 years since the assassination of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, and then what was followed was really a pushback, certainly by U.S. leaders, towards Saudi Arabia and the region. Any talk about human rights in all of this? And just got about 30 seconds, quickly, please.
Not really when it comes to the president. He hasn't made an issue. He did have a bit of a moment of a dig at the Biden administration. He didn't name names, but he said, I've always been here and I'm not leaving. And I think that was him alluding to the fact that Joe Biden on the campaign trail had said he was going to make Saudi Arabia pariah and then didn't actually come to the kingdom until he was dealing with very high inflation and, of course, you remember very high oil and gas prices.
All right, great stuff. Long day for you as well. We so appreciate it. Anne-Marie Hordern, co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg TV. They're traveling with the White House. The president, again, has stepped into that Qatari state dinner at the Lusail Palace, so we'll continue to track his comings and goings. Hey, coming up next, we turn to the U.S. domestic agenda. We talk taxes and we talk the president's mission on the nation's judges.
Ikke gammel. Du, jeg har sånn her i kjøleskapet, hvis du skal ha det. Sånn her.
Det er nudler i
Nudler i kjøleskapet. Ja.
helt øverst, tror jeg.
Hva faen skjedde nå, da? Fikk blomster? Nei, penger.
Hvor? Penger hvor?
Jeg vet ikke hvor det var hen. Det kom en haug med penger opp.
På Discorden?
Jeg vet ikke om det er...
Hva faen skjedde?
På Dis...
Det kom som pling.
Jeg vet ikke faen hvor den kommer. Tusen takk for det greiene der. Jeg aner ikke.
Det er Twitch. Subscriber på Twitch, sier Tommy.
Tusen takk for det. Og det er eliten jo, alle jakklanda. Shiba Prediction, Boris Jensen. Two investment global technology, pictures more than half things. I think I'll learn all this in the way of my head. Ja, det blir videre opp her. Alt er rødt, unntatt Nasdaq. Dow Jones er rødt. Japan er rødt. Dachsen er rød. Alt er rødt. Bare la den der jævla video falle litt med Tesla, så går dette her ned.
Son, I like it too much. Trump and Saudi Crown Prince.
Ja.
I like it too much.
I like it too much. Trump and Saudi Crown Prince ta bask in their friendship. Det var det han sa I går til.
Han er en prins?
Ja. En av verdens rikeste.
Han trenger sikkert kanskje da på Trumps anbefaling.
Nei, jeg tror han tjener så mye penger for å leve han. Pumper jo olje. Og han sover jo penger. Jeg tror ikke han gjør en dritt for å tjene penger. Han våkner opp, og så har han tjent en milliard. Så våkner han opp dagen etterpå, så har han tjent en milliard til.
Ja, deilig.
Og så lurer han på hva faen han skal bruke penger på. Først jeg spurte han gammel, vet du hva jeg mener?
Ja.
Han som passer på meg.
Ja.
Så jeg spurte han, hvordan det å ha så jævla mye penger?
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check
Hva sa
markets
han?
all
Det
day
er
long
helvete.
here at Bloomberg. We begin with the eToro
Så hva mener du?
IPO. First day out, the stock
Men han får
now
meg
up
helt
by
til å passe på det.
32.5%.
Han kan ikke ha det i banken.
eToro higher in its
Det er et
first session
mareritt.
as a public
Sånn.
company after the trading and investment platform. And some of its backers raised
Han
more
kan
than
ikke være på banken.
620 million in an upsized
Så han må investere det, og det er så vanskelig med så mye penger å ha kontroll på det.
The Dow continues to trade lower. Dow Industrials down 80.
Han er ikke så rik, han går for et par milliarder. Det var tydeligvis et helvete.
Changed up 2 points. We've got Nasdaq up 0.6%, 10-year 4.52%, the 2-year 4.04%, and West Texas Intermediate Crude now trading lower by 0.8%, 63.18. Spot gold, by the way, down 2.2%. Gold 31.78 the ounce. Nike
Eller det stort tomt, da.
Phil Knight has repeatedly expressed interest in buying the Portland Trail Blazers, but now that it's finally for sale, he has decided to pass on the chance to own the NBA franchise.
Jeg må flytte sør om noen som har et under stelle. Nå skulle du flytte en arena. John sitter her med en spesielt å følge deg på frontbooket. Kan du gi en litt forklaring på low risk konto? Nico, jeg vil bare vente og følge meg.
Hva du forventer å dra inn i det, sa det?
Og nå var ikke roer seg meg, ja. Jeg dro inn 1-5% hver dag i 2 uker før Trump ga gass. Vanligvis ligger jeg på et par prosent om dagen på Telegram. Hver eneste dag. Gjort det i over et år. Og da må det funke. Jeg har aldri ikke tredje før sånn som jeg gjør nå. Ellers hadde jeg ikke tørt å være live. Det er ikke noe kult for meg å sitte her live og ikke gjøre en dritt. Det er jo helt teit. Så jeg vet jo hva som... Jeg vet jo hvordan det blir når det roer seg litt ned. Hvor skal du flytte? Du skal flytte til... Hvorfor skal du rømme? Er ikke du glad i nord, da?
Du har sikkert gjort ugagn der du bor, og så må rømme land.
Sikkert.
And 3
Slutt å gjøre så mye faenskap,
judges
da.
have
Og slipper å
blocked
flytte.
that initiative of the president's, and they blocked it nationwide. And so what the Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to do is say, hey, those lower court injunctions should only apply to the litigants in the case,
Vi skal flytte til han Geir.
effectively let this
Til takstmann Geir.
go into effect for most of the country.
Hey, Greg, what's the legal standing of that argument?
Hvor skal det surt som faen på
So
sånne
the
snutter?
Supreme
Det
Court
er
has
helt jævlig
really
rot.
dealt with this in any sort of broad way.
Hvor stort hus.
Administrations of both parties have been complaining
Vet
about
du hva?
nationwide
Hvis du flytter inn én person hit til oss
Hvis jeg
igjen,
dreper
så
en
tror jeg
person.
faktisk Sahara det sånn uten å tulle da, avlivet dem og meg.
stemming from the fact that there are so
Deg
many
først.
Trump
Meg først, var det jeg
so
skulle
many
si.
Så kan jeg
lawsuits and
kaste
so many
ut.
judges who have said that what he is doing is illegal. So it is an
Sahara er en person som trenger privatliv. Jeg er en person som ikke har noe privatliv. Jeg har aldri hatt det. Jeg vet ikke hvordan det er å ha
Men
det.
du skjønner ikke noe. Sånn.
Nei, jeg skjønner ikke sånt.
Det er vanlig å forstå sånn.
Jeg har forstått at det er vanlig å forstå det. Men jeg
Det er ikke vanlig å bare kunne lese grafer opp og ned. Det er vanlig å vite grenser. På en måte.
Det er ikke vanlig å lese grafer, bare
Du kan sette støttenivå i ditt virkelige liv også.
Det gjør jeg jo.
Hvor det er støtte og hvor det er motstand.
Nå er det støtte og motstand i taket, og støtte på innpåskapet ditt. Og så blir det motstand blir snart. Det er ikke så mye motstand nå. Det er bare du som har motstand nå.
You can do things like have a class action.
Jeg har satt kjøkkenet i ståplass, jeg.
We're talking about, there isn't a class, or at least there isn't a class yet.
Ja, så har samme rusmere.
Go to court saying,
Det
"This is
tror
going
jeg.
to affect me, but it's also going to affect all these other people, and it would be really inefficient
Han var som et
to
stort
have to
barn.
have every,
Det var som å ha
in
to
this case,
tenåringer.
set of parents who have a child who's born, to have to go to court and get a court
Jeg
order
kødder
to
ikke.
say,
Det var som å ha
"That's
to
my child."
romer i huset.
And that's
Bare at han var drita hele tiden.
Of course, this is disputed, but even if we were to all agree that the Trump
Nå er jeg redd meg nå.
administration executive
Det er jo alle.
order is unconstitutional,
Det høres ut som jeg går
Ja, men du er
med
pissed hele dagen, liksom. Det er
Men
bare...
er det rart, da? Jeg får
let's say
ikke være
that
for meg
the
selv en
president
eneste gang.
prevails here, and the Supreme Court does rule in his favor.
Altså,
Are
jeg
there
vet ikke hvilken
implications
skapning
beyond
dere gutter
just
er, men
birthright
det er
citizenship?
faen ikke noe.
Could
vi
this decision be looked
Det gjør jo
to
ikke det.
for other executive orders, or would it have other implications?
Yeah, it absolutely could. This is coming up over and over again. There are as many as 39 nationwide injunctions that had been put in place since the start of the Trump administration. It's coming up in the context of government funding. It's coming up in the context of the president's transgender military ban. Really, almost every issue we've been talking about over these past, every legal issue we've been talking about over the past several months, this issue is cropping up. And there are also some connected issues to it. It could end up being complicated. There are questions about the states that are suing, whether they can, get the executive order blocked in their states. So it could be messy, but very possibly it could affect a wide range of cases.
Just 30 seconds left here, Greg. So a win
Bloomberg News
of the
US
Trump
Supreme Court
administration by the
reporter
president
sier at masse av de lovene han har forandret kan få problemer.
bring his power even more.
Absolutely, it would, and of course, we're just talking temporarily here because the court is not deciding whether this executive order is unconstitutional. The question is really what happens until the court takes up that question, and it would indeed.
Trump vil ha mer makt, som driver nå og snakker om hvordan hva som skjer hvis han kan få mer makt.
Says we're not going to deal with it. What happens then, just quickly?
I'm sorry, if the Supreme Court says we're not going to deal with
this issue, like, I mean, if it goes, I mean,
Roger Kristian så du kan få det representert nok, så det ikke noe mer med det.
I would be very surprised if birthright citizenship doesn't eventually get to the Supreme Court.
Ja,
Quickly,
da er han flink,
All right,
da.
great stuff. Laying it out for us.
Roger Berntsen, analytiker i Nordnett.
Greg Stoll.
Well, from President Trump pressing the U.S. Supreme Court to undercut some judges to a GOP tax plan that's gaining momentum, President Trump's signature economic package took a major step
Tror det jævla god på dette, egentlig, innerst inne.
tax cuts for corporations, households, and small
Da må jeg med
businesses
Brussel.
on a party line vote. The bill, once it clears procedural steps, will head to the House floor for passage, which Speaker of the House Mike Johnson says he believes will still make it under the deadline.
We're still on target to hit that Memorial Day deadline, which people balked at when we first said it. The American people are counting on us to get this done and get it done quickly, and we are on target to do it. We're working around the clock to build that consensus to get the 218 votes and deliver on President Trump's America First agenda.
There you have it. That is Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. With more, we head to Bloomberg Tax Congress reporter Zach Cohen. He joins us from the Washington, D.C. area. Zach, where exactly are we now? Where is this in the steps to becoming law?
Certainly, we're something like the third or the fourth inning of a baseball game. Okay. The Ways and Means Committee, in a marathon markup session overnight, that us and our colleagues covered in the Longworth building over on the Capitol, was really the first step in getting it through the House of Representatives. And they could see it on the floor of the House next week before that Memorial Day deadline that Mike Johnson talked about. It'll go to the Budget Committee next on Friday. There's still a couple sticking points they'll have to work through, but certainly getting a final product through the Ways and Means Committee was a really key hurdle that needed to get over in order to get these $2.8 trillion in tax cuts, at least through the House and then on to the Senate.
Democrats have any say in any of this?
Tok imot på nesten 45 igjen, ja.
Certainly, they something like 3 dozen amendments overnight trying to poke.
Hvis dere har baller, så er det bare å kjøpe på 21,245 til det stopper opp. Det er liksom ikke verre enn det. Jeg gjør ikke det.
Ultimately, this is a party line exercise. Republicans using something called budget reconciliation that allows them to essentially skip the filibuster in the Senate because they have the majorities in both.
Men faen, er det nå, som vinker?
Nei, vinker! Essentially sideline Democrats through most of this process. There are certainly procedural tools that Democrats can use to draw out this process, and when it goes to the Senate, there are ways that they can strip out individual provisions by challenging certain may or may not follow the sort of strictures of the budget process that are laid out in law, but for the most part, this is a Republican product at the end of the day.
Zach, I'm not going to ask you to make predictions here, but given your experience covering this and where we are in this so-called baseball game, when it does get to the bottom of the ninth, what do you think this thing could look like?
I think probably it looks similar to what the House Ways and Means Committee marked up last night. You have to remember this is after months and months of painstaking negotiations by Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith with not just members of the SALT caucus, who certainly get plenty of attention and are still negotiating that final number that we could see changes to before it goes to the House Rules Committee on Monday, but also with fiscal hawks, people who want to see lower deficits coming out of this bill that are likely to make. But then the Senate's going to have some changes of its own that it's going to want to make to it. I was talking to a senator yesterday, or earlier this morning rather, that said other than a straight extension of the 2017 tax law that cut rates both for businesses and families, and an extension of borrowing by lifting the debt limit, really everything's on the table for other changes. But it wouldn't have gotten this far through the Ways and Means Committee without sort of pre-conferencing or pre-clearing a lot of these provisions with not just the Senate, but the White House as well.
All right, so what I love about Bloomberg is, right, we just kind of go through these things and we kind of figure out winners, losers. We do this really well. And I just want to throw this out at you and just kind of confirm. So my understanding is wealthy Americans, small business owners, private equity, domestic car dealers, manufacturers, elderly and tipped workers, parents, corporations, and defense contractors are among the winners in the House Republicans' draft tax legislation. As for the losers, low-income Americans, residents of high-tax states, renewable energy, electric vehicle makers, elite universities, private foundations, and immigrants.
Jeg bryr meg ikke om du dør hjerteinfarkt. Hjerteattakk. Jeg skal bare ha pengene mine.
Representation. There's a lot of cuts, sort of based here. There's an increase in the standard deduction that about 90% of Americans would probably see hit their tax returns next year. There are the exemptions that voters could see those benefits as well. But there are actually
har du lånt en fyr 3 millioner, så skal du ha pengene tilbake da.
This bill, at least in the short term. And there was a lot of talk
Jeg synes at det er fair.
that might include some sort of increase to the top rate or some tax increase on millionaires to help offset the cost of this bill. They didn't go that far.
Men det
Trump
där
has
är
called for
gammalt
changes
bilde
to
av han,
carried
ikke?
interest treatment, and that hasn't changed either. Some rather loud lobbying by private equity and venture capitalists to try to keep the current treatment of carried interest. We could still see some changes coming out of the Senate.
Yeah.
But the fact that they jettisoned a lot of the more populist ideas that could have come out of this White House certainly means there are some folks in the private sector very happy with this.
Zach, and what's really cool is it wipes out the budget deficit, right?
And well, what it does is it
Ska jag ta
increases
bilder
the
av det?
the
Och så
debt ceiling
samma.
by $4 trillion.
I was being sarcastic. I hope you could feel my sarcasm. I grew up on it, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to share that with you. Go ahead.
And no, and that'll be an issue with people like Chip Roy and Thomas Massey over in the House of Representatives. You know, this one big beautiful bill
Fan,
is
ja.
supposed to be deficit neutral, and certainly on paper is not doing that. Republicans would love to think that
Oi,
some
se.
things like renewal of bonus depreciation,
Nå
R&D,
hoppa 25 poeng nå.
would help juice the economy and deliver some quote-unquote dynamic scoring to this
Nå
bill.
kommer det et eller annet.
But
Stig, hva som skjedde nå? Igjen? Er det en jævla tweet, eller?
in the deficit over the next 10 years.
Gikk opp 50 poeng på 1 sekund.
Over the next generation.
30 seconds, Zach. Do you think the president is going to have to pick up the phone and get some of those votes on the Republican side who may be on the sidelines, the Thomas Masseys,
Gikk opp,
others, even those
gikk
in
opp
the Senate
50 poeng
perhaps,
på
might not be on board. The
minutt.
president can have to give them a call and get them to get in line.
Jo, men det kom noe. Det er noe ikke vi ser.
Whip that the Republican Party has right now to try
Stig
to
har
reduce
sånn
the line. I mentioned
squawk-box.
the fiscal hawks, but I mentioned the salt cap earlier, one of those
Sånn,
issues
ja.
that still needs to be resolved.
Ja, men
It
ingen
actually
har gitt opp
triples
han,
the
for det
salt
er ikke
cap,
vanlig bevegelse.
from $10,000 to $30,000.
Samme
which for
dritten
those
den, ass.
making $400,000 or less to reduce
Alltid når jeg er på en en, så kommer det en
that's
sånn
not for people like Mike
fittemelding
Waller,
fra
Nick
han
Lota of New York.
der gærne
So they
kuken.
might get some calls as well.
Matt Miller, I can hear him all the way in Westchester saying, woohoo, go higher. We're going to leave it there. Zach Cohen, thank you so much. Bloomberg Tax Congress reporter.
Oh,
Rick Conhay, downbeat guidance. Is that a problem?
Han hadde pumpa opp 50 poeng på rappen. Jeg ser ikke noe på nyhetene. Kommer søndag nå, eller? Ligger og puler, eller?
Nei.
Ja, du sovna, ja.
Sa jo det, jeg hadde også sovna.
Jeg sovna.
Sovner i det markedet her, ass.
1 sekund siden så smalt det opp 50 poeng. Ikke noe på twitting her, ikke noe på Bloomberg. Ingen. Er det squawk-box du har? Er det sånn squawk du har? På nye, ja. Og du fant det?
Han syntes det var kult, han screenshotta snappen min.
Ja, er det der? Ja, når kom den nyheten da? For det skjedde for 2 minutter siden. Ja, det er den som det kom på. Det er negativt. Ja. Det er negativt hvis man først skal gjøre det. Det er rart ikke å gå ned på det. Oi, 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 oi. Da mister Trump fjeset i hvert fall. Ja, men den er grei. Ta ligg deg og sov litt med, du. Det skjer ingenting. Greit da. Ha det. Hallo, sov. Det kom melding på Microsoft skal ta ned søket til Bing AI. Det er negativt for Microsoft. Og så var det The White House skal blokke et eller annet med noe broker et eller annet. Jeg vet ikke hva det var for noe. Og så har Putin sagt nei til å møte Zelensky på torsdag. Han er ikke interessert i å møte Zelensky. Trump da, sa ikke du at det skulle bli slutt på krigen da? Trumperen, du som er en dealmaker, sa ikke du da?
We are making deals here and there.
Yeah,
Great deals, great deals.
Great deals. Beautiful thing, beautiful deals. Beautiful deals.
Han syntes det var veldig artig. Han måtte screenshotte det jeg sendte.
Adrian, det er mer kjipt for meg. Jeg får ikke betalt regningene mine hvis ikke jeg får fredag.
No copy, no money. No trading, no money. See?
No trading, no money. Nå var det litt funny.
Nei, altså,
Du pleier ikke å være funny.
Jeg er egentlig ganske
Du pleier bare å
funny
være
hvis
sur.
folk bare ikke pisser meg off. Og jeg blir veldig lett pissed off, dessverre.
Det gjør det. Det
Men
kan
jeg
jeg
kan
si.
ikke skjule det.
Nei, det er også skjønt. Du ringer til noen folk og sier at du blir pissed off?
Hvem ringer jeg? Lena?
Nei, Alex.
Å ja, jeg var ikke pissed off. Jeg sa bare sånn kan man ikke skrive. Jeg er jo på din side her, da.
Vi har sagt at Putin fikk en gjerne nazist i jøderse anstalt og hadde blitt slutt på grunn. Ja. Det er ikke grunner i Russland, Putin og Trump som vil ha krig. Det er eliten med en hat. Lena, nå er du alt for russa.
Hva for noen medisiner har du fått nå, Lena?
Den eliten er Zelensky og Putin og gutta boys. Ikke Jonas Gahr Støre eller Jens Stoltenberg. Han er bare en løk. Russland ville jo inn i NATO. Og så sa Bill Clinton nei, glem det.
Day long here at Bloomberg, eToro higher in its first session as a public company after the trading and investment platform, and some of its backers raised nearly $620 million in an upsized IPO. eToro right now up 30.2%. This on the day
Fy faen,
when
eToro opp
S&P 500 index
30%.
is trading little change. S&P 5 right now, that is a drop of about 0.1%. We've got the Dow down 74, Dow Industrials down 0.2%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 113, higher by about 6.
Tenker du på World Economics?
The 10-year yield 4.52% with the 2-year
Så han er Schwab.
4%. Spot gold down $74, the ounce down 2.4%. 31.76 right now on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.1%. WTI 65.
Vi hører ikke noe om Israel lenger. Vi har drept folk, masse mennesker i Gaza.
Both higher after announcing deals with Saudi Arabian companies. Nvidia right now up 3.9%, but look at Super Microcomputer, SMCI on the ticker. It is surging now by 17.5%. Recapping first day out for eToro, up 30.1%. The S&P up now by 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now. Wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton.
stolen min
That
er
is a
folk,
Bloomberg
So
Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, Han High Precision Industry, aka Foxconn,
Mayor?
a manufacturer, of iPhones and NVIDIA-powered AI servers, cutting its guidance for full-year revenue growth to reflect potential fallout from the U.S. trade war. Now, the Apple partner indicated that while sales still will grow in 2025, it will be at a slower pace than its prior projection issued back in March, based on a presentation, some slides that the company actually put out there for its post-earnings call that happened earlier today. So, Tim, the question is this a problem?
Well, that's a good question to ask Mark Gurman. He's a Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. He joins us not from Los Angeles, but he's here in the Bloomberg studio. Mark, is it a problem for Apple?
So interesting. When we used to write about Foxconn for years, the lead was always the manufacturer of iPhones, but now we've got NVIDIA in there too.
I noticed that too. I was like,
we can see there's a little bit.
The headline
of,
is NVIDIA.
Headline's NVIDIA. So it's interesting because Apple is diversifying production, and this is intentional, just so you're aware. And they've got many other suppliers now and manufacturing partners, or CMs. You've got companies like Tata, Pegatron, Wistron, all these companies making phones in India and such. So Foxconn's not the only game in town when it comes to building iPhones.
So you could hold two ostensibly identical models of a certain iPhone, and one could be made by Tata or Pegatron, and the other could be made by Foxconn?
Yes, and if Apple's doing their job correctly, you will not be able to tell them apart. In fact, if you were able to tell them apart, someone would have written about that by now. So
Is somewhere though on the phone or the box or something? Is it going to start saying?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't well, you have like assembled in India versus assembled in China on there, assembled in Brazil. I guess I'm answering your question in a long-winded way. You're asking, what does it mean for Apple, the Foxconn results? Well, probably means a lot, but maybe doesn't mean as much because they're not the only game in town.
I know we've talked with you about Apple moving a bunch of production to India, but it does feel like it was very quiet, very quiet. Tim Cook still keeping his kind of appearances with China. And then all of a sudden you were like, yeah, they can make all their iPhones in India for the United States.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it was really quiet.
It was quiet, but there's going to be the 20th anniversary iPhone. That would be end of 2027. You've got the Pro model iPhones. You've got the foldable iPhones. There's a lot of stuff. Like, the hot stuff, they're not going to be able to make in India for a while.
Does Foxconn make stuff in India, or is that another company?
Foxconn does have a plant in India as well. So Foxconn is one of a few CMs in India that does iPhone production.
Okay.
And right now, I mean, the iPhone is, it's the biggest game in town for Apple, but it's not their only product. And right now, Foxconn and some of the other providers in India, they're really only making phones. And so when you want to build a Mac, you want to build an iPad, you want to build an Apple Watch, you're looking elsewhere. The one place I haven't mentioned is, the U.S. I don't anticipate anytime soon there being U.S. manufacturing. Now, Tim Cook's going to tell Trump whatever he wants to hear, but the reality is that that's just not really feasible or possible. And by the way, part of me thinks that this India move is not the end game for Apple. I think it's going to continue to be one slice of the pie for iPhones. I don't think it's a long-term thing. Like, I think at some point you're going to see iPhones made in more places than just China and India. I think that they're going to be able to shift production based on tariffs and other circumstances, right? They need backup plans. God forbid India goes down, you're going to have to push everything to China. China goes down, you're going to have to pass everything to India. They both go down, you're going to have to pass everything to Brazil or another country, right? So it's about having backup plans.
So investments in the United States, we've talked with you about this before, that maybe what they might do is do some packaging manufacturing. Like, what will they do in the U.S.?
Yeah, so I just, remember, that was just a theoretical example I came up with. Like, what could they do in the U.S.? And they can build iPhone boxes, right? I think that's the point I was trying to make, is that, like, that's as technical as you're going to get from an engineering perspective of U.S. production. Paper boxes, right? Recycled paper boxes. You're not going to be able to make those intricate phones for a variety of reasons.
Who was it that said to us, I think it was off air, that said every administration for the last few years or few administrations that Apple, every time they come in, like, Apple's going to invest X in the United States. Is that true?
That was on air. That was Mike McKee.
Was it Mike McKee?
Yeah, yesterday.
Is that, like, have
Apple
they
said
always
repeatedly that they're going to do these
invest in the U.S.,
during
invest in
different
the U.S.?
administrations.
Yeah, but don't forget, they have to invest a certain amount in the U.S., the country that they build some components in, the country they operate in. You throw your full R&D budget into that number. I mean, you're technically investing in the U.S. because you're designing the products in the U.S.
Is the new headquarters an investment in the United
States?
Sure. There we go.
Of course.
Check.
This headquarters, that store, these are all investments. The salaries, those are all investments. You just add those numbers up. It's called sustaining your business, and you have operating expenses anyways. And so I would say from a serious standpoint, like a lot of those numbers are based on things they're already investing in. They're just putting out a press release to appease whether it was Obama, whether it was Biden, whether it was Trump last time or Trump this time.
Mark, yesterday we heard from President Trump in Saudi Arabia, who said to Jensen Huang during this Saudi-U.S. investment initiative speech, Tim Cook isn't here, but you are. What does that mean?
I mean, I'm not going to begin to try to decipher what Donald Trump is saying and what he means by that. I will give you the Apple point of view, though, not from them. I certainly haven't talked to them about this, but, if I were Apple, my response would be, we put out a press release a year ago, or less than a year ago, saying we're going to open up a bunch of flagship stores in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and we are doing investments there. So, Apple, Tim Cook might not be there physically this week, but they are going to be there in a big way pretty soon.
Wasn't he talking with the president last week about pricing?
Don't know about that.
I thought he was like...
They talked about investment after the China tariff resolution, came to a head after that deal was announced with China, or said it was going to be announced. Not sure exactly where they landed, but anyways, they talked about that because Tim Cook should be a very happy person after that came together.
Win-win-win. On pricing, it's in the news again because now the Wall Street Journal's reporting about it this week. But you've been talking about possibly higher prices for.
Not only did we first report that price hikes would happen, this was in early April, we then reported that people were running to Apple stores to buy the new phones before the price hikes came into place. Actually, I was in LA when I was writing about this, and we had a great reporter here, and I was on the phone with her. I had her run to all the different Apple stores to go talk to people and ask, why are you buying the phones? Why are they buying the phones? They're all talking about, the price hikes that, everyone's writing about. Those are going to happen. And so I'm not sure what the excitement was about price hikes being reported on again weeks after consumers are already running out to stores to buy the phones to avoid the price hikes. But that's neither here nor there. There will be price hikes. Don't forget, the starting price of the high-end iPhones, the Pro phones, has been stagnant at $1,000. Inflation over the past several years, what is it, an average of 20% at this point? You go back all the way to the beginning of the decade. Yeah, so certainly something's got to give, and they're going to have to adjust pricing. Tariffs or no tariffs, it's time for them. Not that I want them to.
I know.
But if you think about it, it's shocking they hadn't done it already.
All right, Mark Gurman, thank you so much. Great to have you here in New York. Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. When we come back, a check on stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg.
Boblebad er digg, da.
Faen, kan jeg ikke vekke en gammel mann sånn der?
Det kommer vel.
Ikke rett opp. Stakkars. Du vekte meg også, men da sa du det faller. Så var det en god nyhet.
Det ramlet en gang i dag, og så har det bare gått opp. Det har ikke skjedd noen ting siden klokka 3 da. Får sikkert sånn push opp på kross som
Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar along
En
with Tim
video oppe på
Stenovec
det har
live
jeg
in our
nesten.
Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Tesla.
We are monitoring the president of
Bare
course,
de
of
to
Doha,
aksjene.
Qatar. He right now is attending in a Qatari
Bare de to aksjene.
state dinner at the Lusail Palace, making some comments. It's a little bit shaky. Understand we're taking a pool feed, so gotta take it as it comes. So we're gonna monitor it, and when we've got maybe some cleaner audio, we'll take you there to hear the president's comments. But of course, in the meantime, we're gonna be monitoring
Det er
that.
rart at det er ingen
In the
som
meantime, we've got
kommenterer
kind of a
opplegget.
mellow
Det
day
er
on
helt
Wall
drøyt.
Street. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. Promise from Martin Stanovic and joining us is Bloomberg News Equities Report.
Vanligvis når du handler aksjer og handleindekser, så svinger det litt opp, det svinger litt ned, svinger litt sidelengs, svinger opp, svinger ned. Her er det bare én vei.
Nei, den har vært litt skremt. Den er lov å sove.
Ja, det hørtes sånn ut.
They actually said that the quarter was marred by discounting and a write-down of inventory. So they're not really casting any blame here on tariffs. They're just saying that there's a lot of macroeconomic uncertainty.
Du så ikke ut som en typisk reporter.
That they were really disappointed
Ja, hun var babe. Filer i hele trynet og...
that their merchandising strategies didn't drive the results that they had
Det er ikke
anticipated.
sånn. Det var poenget mitt, at hun ser ikke ut som sånn typisk Bloomberg-dame.
It's interesting to hear macroeconomic uncertainty rather than, you know, hey, it is actually tariffs that are causing us to flourish.
Men mennene der er ganske kjekke.
Maybe you could throw tariffs under uncertainty.
Yeah, a lot of companies have been getting.
Yeah! Pratet til som et
Look at the individual retailer, right? Because there are just some that maybe
Yeah!
changing.
Hello, handsome!
Environment, you know, or they're
Let's
whatever.
talk business.
Stock's down 28% year to date.
Yeah.
So pretty bad
Hi.
move today as well.
Let's talk
5.7%
business.
Today it was down as much as 8%.
All right, well, let's talk a little private equity because I know KKR is on our radar today.
Yeah, some better news here for
Hun
KKR.
vil bare spise.
From Morgan Stanley, the firm moved it to overweight from equal weight. They said that this is a good way to play the expected recovery in capital markets. So investors really looking ahead to the deal-making portion of the Trump agenda here. And they said that it also has an attractive entry point right now. It's been underperforming some of the other alternatives companies. They raised their price target to $150.
Salone med Tokyo Motor lært meg siste den på lenge. Jeg kjører noen tusen hjertelig. Tusen hjertelig, Øyvind. Jeg ville ikke gjort det. Eller ventet litt til jeg får begynt å trene ordentlig.
Companies are IPOing again.
Yeah, this obviously with eToro today, that's kind of a good start to.
Du også...
Maybe we'll see some deals, I don't know.
Jeg har det. Jeg har det.
Waiting.
Okay.
Everybody's
well, that
ready.
was last week.
That was last week. But it's one IPO. Like, we'll see. Like, TBD.
Chime said yesterday they were filing.
That's right. They did say
Yeah,
that, right? We got that.
CHYM is going to be the ticker.
I think everybody's taking, advantage of, right? A market
Takk for
that's going
talene.
back.
Skulle bare mangle.
Price target bump up
Jeg trader når jeg taper og trader når jeg tjener. Alt er riktig.
That's some upside there. Let's talk about Boeing soaring. We've been talking a lot about what's the news coming out of the Middle East.
Det går opp og det går ned i perioder. Sånn er det.
Akkurat nå går det.
Nå går det bare opp, men jeg sitter i farvann.
An order from Qatar Airways amid a flurry of deals between the Gulf
Det
nations and
funker
the
ikke.
US as the president visits. The agreement is for the 160
Ja,
aircraft
det
according to the
er det
White
nå.
House. This is
Det
apparently
blir
the
normalt,
largest
ja.
order in the company's history, and it's also a
Det blir
win for
normalt,
Boeing at a
Skal
time
vi
that
se.
it has been under pressure from delays
kan jo ikke
for
gå
the latest
hver
Air
eneste
Force
dag.
One
Det her er
presidential
verre enn
jet.
Animal
So
Spirit.
really
Ikke
positive
faen
here
ikke
for
det heller.
Boeing, which
Hver dag
obviously
stikker
has dealt
Nvidia
with
opp,
so
og så
many
gikk
52-week high today.
Opp Nvidia,
But way off its highs of the day. I mean, it was up as much as 3%, now just up about 0.5%. So.
Yeah, it had been grappling, of course, with its
Nei, det var ikke sant.
737 jet
Jeg husker
issues
ikke. Det var noe annet som fikk det til
Trump
å
er
rase.
skutt døra.
crashes that happened.
But it's a big order, right?
Yeah,
and
it's a
it's
big one.
especially after, such a long run of things not going well at all. So kind of interesting to see that. Thank you so much. Thank you guys.
Boeing som fikk den svære ordren er bare opp 1%, mens markedet opp mye mer på den samme ordren som Boeing fikk.
This hour for more conversations, do check out our Stock Movers podcast.
Vi har bestilt Boeing-fly for jeg vet ikke hvor mange milliarder kroner. Og Boeing opp bare 1%.
You get your podcast.
Markedet gikk opp, men ikke Boeing, som fikk kontrakten. Det er sånne ting jeg ser på. Hørte du det, Stig? Jeg sier Boeing fikk jo en gigantisk kontrakt fra Qatar som på alle nyheter. Og på den avtalen så gikk Nasdaq opp. Mens Boeing bare opp 1%. Som fikk kontrakten.
Det
ganske bra, egentlig.
Det samme greia skjedde med UK.
Look at the names that are moving and higher today. Nvidia's up another 4%. You got AMD higher by 4%.
Avtalen med tariffene på UK skjedde ikke noe med
really good point. Keep in mind too that as we watch the market kind of churn a little bit, maybe take a breather. Tomorrow you've got some big news. We've got another readout on inflation, producer price index. You've got retail sales numbers, so we'll get another check on how the consumer is doing and what the retail sales numbers show. That is for the month of April. And then you also hear from Walmart early in the morning.
Jo da, det kommer alltid opp på Gross.
Important benchmark when it comes to the retail environment.
10 minutter før Gross går det rett opp. Alltid, hver dag. Samme skitten.
Duo of executives from the C-suite who are going to talk the US and global economy.
Eneste Apple har begynt å falle litt. Apple
We're also going to be speaking about the state of
bør falle mye, faktisk. Marginene siden da blir mye verre enn det
Chancellor of the University of Colorado Boulder. Go Buffs is coming up as well.
All right, we're coming back though on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
I dag skal jeg dusje.
Når du slikker, så tok jeg tak i tunga.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Even for Texas, it's hot. Austin Mayor Kirk Watson.
This is the type of heat we generally don't start seeing until July. It's unwelcome and it's unwanted, but it's here.
And it will stick around for days. It will feel like summer from the Dakotas to many parts of the South, and many records will be set. In the mid-Atlantic, torrential rains yesterday.
Rivers and creeks swollen by 5 inches of rain spilled over their banks. Schools were flooded in western Maryland. A 12-year-old boy was washed away by floodwaters in Albemarle County, Virginia. Searchers believe they found his body this morning. Shane Smith is the mayor of Myersdale, Pennsylvania.
This is some of the most severe flooding we have ever seen.
Myersdale Fire Chief Mike Miller says they've made a lot of water rescues.
Please don't drive through the water. It puts your life in danger, puts our life in danger.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. facing some angry lawmakers today on Capitol Hill over his cuts to the workforce, grants, and other programs. There were protests, too.
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated.
A federal judge has ordered a Georgetown scholar released from detention, as Matt Piper reports.
Badr Khansouri was detained, Trump administration officials say, because of social media posts and his wife's connection to Gaza as a Palestinian American. He was arrested by masked officers in Virginia nearly 2 months ago. Asta Sharma Pakral is an attorney at the Center for Constitutional Rights.
The message from the court today is that the government cannot arrest, it cannot incarcerate people, it cannot rip them away from their families just for standing in solidarity with Palestinians.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
President Trump met today with Syria's new leader, a man who once had a $10 million U.S. bounty on his head, who was also once an Al-Qaeda fighter in Iraq. Now many believe he's the
Trump want to see Iran thrive.
Thrive, ja. Ja, han har sagt. Det tror jeg ikke noe på, men det er greit.
Gullranet ramler heftig.
Han ødelegger jo hele finansmarkedet sånn som han holder på nå, da. Til med dollaren har søkket seg. Han slenger bare ut alt mulig piss. Problemet hans blir når tallene kommer om 14 dager. Da kommer han til å skylde på Biden. Hva?
Må se noe mer. Ja, poststation.
Sa Trump det?
Trump sa det nettopp, ja.
Det er manipulering da. Sa han det?
Hva sa han?
Ja.
When US Treasury Secretary Bessent goes on TV, everything goes up. Bessent understands the market. Altså, at ikke det der...
Oi.
Ikke det der får konsekvenser, når han selv sier det, liksom. Det går ikke an å trade på det der.
Og han sier Bessent, han sier ikke meg selv.
Det er for
A lot of Californians are going to see a
Du får litt mer i
their
kjeften.
home insurance bill. Jennifer Kuiper reports. California has approved a 17% rate increase for the state's largest home insurer, State Farm. The company says it's in a dire financial situation after the
Han prater nå.
wildfires.
Ja, jeg postet linken i chatten.
I'm also an accountant and
Ja, men det der er så jævla sjukt at den til og med innrømmer det. Det der må få konsekvenser. Tenk å si det. Alt går opp når han åpner kjeften sin. Det er derfor han er på TV hele tiden. Dette kan være det største fallet ever når markedet skjønner hva som skjer.
Limits on several types of so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. Environmental groups say it shows the agency is abandoning common sense clean water rules. The agency.
Skal vi høre hva Nærmere sier da? Trump igjen. Det er hver dag på TV.
Mest betalte skuespilleren.
Nå kommer Bessent.
Da skal du opp, ikke sant? For han tweetet det.
Han tweetet jo inn live.
Every time Bessent comes.
Er du live? Hold kjeft da. Skjønner dere problemer nå, eller? Når Donald Trump selv sier at det hver gang finansministeren prater så går det opp. Han vet hvordan markedet fungerer. Det er samme som å si at vi manipulerer markedet. Hvordan faen skal vi klare oss å trade på det her da? Han sier jo selv, det går bare opp når finansministeren prater. Han forstår markedet. When US Treasury Secretary Bessent goes on TV, everything goes up. Bessent understands the market. Det er det mest sinnesyke han kan si. Nå er jeg helt satt ut, jeg. Han sier jo selv at de gjør det. Geni. Nei, jeg tror folk er livredde for han. For hvis han vet det, Lena, så skal han i hvert fall holde kjeft om det. Han skal ikke si det. Nå vet vi jo det. Nå vet vi jo hva han driver med. Han sier det selv. Han er jo dum, rett og slett.
He says it'll give
Bitcoin trading down 1%, 103,000 on Bitcoin. Crude cannot ignore WTI today, down 1.1%, 62.98 a barrel. So as for the market backdrop,
det der er helt sjukt, altså. Tenk å skrive det her, da. Markedet går opp hver gang vi prater. Tenk å skrive det her. Nå håper jeg at markedet gjennomskuer det, da, og skjønner de tallene som jeg driver og snakker om. Det der er helt galskap, ass. Må skrive telegrammene, det der er helt sjukt.
Boeing shares up 0.6%. Boeing won an order from Qatar Airways amid a flurry of deals between Gulf nations and the U.S. during President Trump's visits to the region. First day of trading for eToro, the stock up by 34% right now. And coming up after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Cisco Systems. Again, recapping S&P 500 index now unchanged on the day. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I do appreciate it. Well, as we heard from Charlie, the epic rebound from April's meltdown is starting to show some signs of exhaustion on speculation that stocks may have run too fast amid risks stemming from a trade war to an economic slowdown and sticky inflation. We wanted to get Eric Weiner back in here. He's senior editor for Equities Americas at Bloomberg News. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Eric, what a difference just a couple weeks make, because year to date we are up 0.1% on the S&P 500 right now. But according to your reporting, this could be the calm before the storm?
It feels that way. I mean, things can keep rising from here. There's plenty of room. I mean, the Mag 7 is underperforming the S&P. It's still down about 4%. You have NVIDIA flat. You have Apple down like 15%. So if people start buying these stocks and, you know, it starts... The Mag 7 becomes the leader again, we'll probably see a liftoff. But positioning is still kind of bearish. Options positioning is very, very set up for front-end moves, but not necessarily for the back end of the year. And there's just a lot of nervousness. The story that we're working on right now is how retail got this rally right. You know, the dumb money beat the smart money, so to speak. But the question is how long that lasts.
How do you know that? Is that just based on flows?
Yeah, it's flows.
So
and it's also
like
seeing a
VOO, and you see that? Or where do you see that?
No. I mean, you have to get it from a bunch of different places. So, for example, like yesterday, Goldman's trading desk, this morning, Goldman's trading desk put out a note about trading yesterday, and hedge funds were net buyers for the first time in a while. And most of that was short cover. Some of it was
short covering
buying in, but a lot of it was short covering, and that, you know, that pressure, that tension lifts things. And so like that's kind of where we see where sentiment is. When we start seeing people just pouring in, that's one thing. But I mean, we're still net short on futures on the Russell 2000, on mid caps, on volatility. So it's the way that the professional traders, Wall Street pros, are positioning is not like it's, you know, tear time. That's not exactly the way they're positioning for this.
Proffe gutta på Wall Street
I was
short,
talking about you before we got started, or talking with you about a column that's out, the Mac Review by Ben Ram, who's a Bloomberg, and just saying, beware false dawn and bear market as economy strains. And, you know, this whole idea of buying the dip and investors just betting that we can only continue to go higher, that is not necessarily always a good strategy.
Well, no. So the thing in investment people miss is it's all about timing. So you can be right and wrong at the exact same time. And what Ben is talking about, he's a very smart guy. What he's talking about is that you will get rallies like this in the middle of a bear market. And it's because of technical reasons where things haven't hit yet. And so there's optimism and there's a chance to make money. So if you're an investor, if you're a professional investor and you're running your portfolio right now, if you miss, say, the 10% gain or whatever it is in the S&P 500, most people would say, well, whatever, you're still safe, you kept your stuff in cash, but to a professional investor, you lost 10%. So that's why, you can call a crash, but timing a crash is very different. And it's the same thing with a boom. You can call a boom, but actually being in the midst of a lasting boom is very, very different. So it's like the last 2 years where we were up 20% each year. If you bought at the beginning of that thinking, okay, well, we're going to go up 20% in each of the next 2 years, God bless. But, that isn't normally what happens. Usually what happens is a small group of people are in, and then a larger group come in, and then a larger group come in. And it's the people who timed it right, the very few people who timed it right, who really win.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do.
No. That's actually the game.
Yeah, I think some people would argue. I mean, we have a lot of people who come in every day and sit in your chair and say that's impossible. And that's why, it's time in the market rather than timing the market. Eric, when you think about this and against the backdrop of a trade war, whether we want to call this a de-escalation, a truce, a reprieve, you kind of just moved your head a little bit, like none of the above was relevant. And that's really my question is, what happened to the trade war?
Well, the trade war was postponed, but it was not canceled.
Okay.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're talking 90 days. And it's the same thing with the last Trump administration, the 2 weeks thing. So now the new 2 weeks is 90 days. So what happens after 90 days? Do we extend those tariffs? And what does China do? What you have is a lot of rhetoric coming from our administration, but not a tremendous amount of rhetoric coming from the people that we're making the deals with. So, for example, today we get the announcement on Boeing. And Boeing didn't really move. The reason is because
it did move, didn't it? Move, and then it pulled
came
off.
back down.
Yeah.
Just about 3%. But even that was not if they're buying a zillion planes. Then you look at what the airline has, and they were going to buy 160 planes, and they have a fleet of 250 planes. So they're going to almost double their planes, and then they have a backlog of 200 planes that are coming. And over 100 of them are from Boeing. So it's unclear what counts as what. Boeing isn't announcing anything. And the UAE guys are like, this is just great. We're going along with it. But you don't, as an investor, do you put your money on that? That was why it went up and then came back down.
Anne-Marie Hordern, she didn't classify the Boeing news as that or the Qatar Airways news. What she said was, we're hearing some ideas of concepts of the plan rather than actual commitments or concepts of commitments. And I thought that was spot on because, yes, it certainly gets the headlines, but commitments aren't always followed through on.
You can also I'm going to do this, and then actually I'm not going to.
That's and the bet on all of that, because this happens a lot, the bet on all of that is that nobody will follow up. So, you make these commitments. It's the same thing with all the pledges that, we brought in X number of billions of dollars in contracts at the very beginning of the Trump presidency. And who's following up on whether it actually happened?
Look, I will just remind everybody about Foxconn in Wisconsin. That was supposed to happen during the president's first term. And the investment ended up being much, much, much smaller than the company and the governor at the time. And the president, during President Trump's first term, than he talked about.
It's a really, really, really good point. And we also just talked with our Mark Gurman about, when Apple maybe says we're going to spend, $500 million, it could mean opening up more Apple stores, capital improvements. It doesn't necessarily...
Salaries for people who do R&D.
Right. Exactly. So there's a lot to do. So I guess, I don't know, we're going to be kind of in a wait and see
Trump
seconds, right? Until things are definitive or we get particulars or specifics.
In the meantime, the bias is upward. In the meantime, there's a buying bias.
Good volume?
But volume has been coming back.
Yeah.
And anybody who steps in now is stepping in to buy. The professionals aren't going to jump in front of this train.
Yeah.
However, long term, they're not positioning for that.
All right, interesting as always. Up to speed on the markets. Eric, thank you so much. Always appreciate. Eric Weiner, Senior Editor, Equities Americas at Bloomberg News, joining us right here. Tim in our Bloomberg studio.
And coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, the CEO of Angie, how people are spending on their homes in this economy. Also a check on these services.
Ja, jag har också ut en kommentar.
Business Week Daily.
Jag postar en chatt.
Jeg kan si hva de sa for noe på Bloomberg, hvis dere vil høre hva makroanalytikerne der sa da. Jeg vet ikke om dere vil høre det, eller om dere hørte dere det selv, eller skal jeg gjenta det? De sa det at veldig med de avtalene som kommer til nå, de trillionene av dollarene som skal inn i amerikanske økonomien, sånn som Apple og sånn, det er ikke fastsatt hvor de skal bruke pengene hen. Det kan være at Apple skal åpne egne butikker. Den avtalen med Boeing som kom i dag, som jeg nevnte i sted, så bare faen, Boeing har ikke rørt noe på seg. Den avtalen er veldig rar, fordi Boeing har bare 214 fly eller noe sånt nå, og så skal Qatar kjøpe 154 eller noe sånt nå. Så de skjønner ikke helt hvor de flyene skal komme fra. Det er et problem. Og så var det en annen avtale som Trump gjorde med en sånn massiv avtale som var i første perioden som president gjennom noe som heter Fox et eller annet. Den avtalen ble bare mikroskopisk, den snakket de ikke noe mer om. Avtalen med Kina nå som er 90 dager på pause, kan fortsatt være på pause fortsatt. Den kan ta 2 til 3 år før den er ferdig. Avtalen med basically alt han sier, de sier at det er headliners. Så sier de at det må bli fulgt opp, ingen følger opp. Så basically så sier han også det at den store oppturen vi hadde i går eller foregår, som gikk opp så jævla mye, det var institusjonelle som dekket inn shortene sine. For det er retail, altså retail vant den gangen her, men de profesjonelle på Wall Street venter på et fall, et kraftig fall. De ser det på opsjonsmarkedet, og så ser de på flowen i markedet. Så de som kjøper nå, ingen profesjonelle går foran og fronter toget, var det han sa. Så sa han, hva mener du med det? Nei, det er ikke noe hold i noe her. Vi går opp bare på overskrifter. Det er ingenting som er bevist ennå. Og så sa han at, men hedgefondforvalterne er forbannet nå, for de har tapt 10%. De har ikke gått glipp av 10%, men de har tapt 10%. Hedgefondforvaltere måles på indeksen, ikke sant? De måles på avkastningen i forhold til indeksen. Så hvis indeksen går opp 10%, og hedgefondforvaltere har ikke gjort noen ting, så har de tapt 10%. Så de er forbannet nå. Hva betyr det? Aner ikke. Men de er i hvert fall de store gutta venter på et kraftig fall på indeksen. De vet ikke når det vil komme, men det vil komme. Så sa han det at det er veldig, veldig vanskelig å time et fall, men de ser i horisonten at det kommer til å komme et fall. Men det dreier seg litt om avtalen til Trump, om de er ekte eller bare er overskrift. Filippinene her er så smart. Jeg gjorde det for 14 dager siden, jeg har aldri tapt meg for det. Det som jeg er glad for er at det jeg har sagt nå i 2 uker blir repetert nå, etter 2 uker da.
Det tok faen meg 2 uker før
jeg sa dette her for 14 dager siden. Jeg sa det også på avtalen med Trump også. Jeg bare, men 30%, 145. Biden hadde 100% på EV. Han hadde 50% på aluminium og stål. Og så har han satt det ned til 30. Da har jo faktisk USA tapt. Det er det jeg sa. Det stemmer da. Nå får vi se da, om markedet skjønner det snart. Hallo. Om det skal ned nå? Jeg har sagt det i 2 uker, det går bare opp. Jeg vet ikke. Det kommer helt an på hva Trump sier. Nå prater han igjen. Nei, han prater igjen nå.
It's a real honor. I didn't know that I was going to be president, and I didn't know how successful he'd be. I mean, what he's done with his incredible piece of land, this beautiful piece of land, what he's done is incredible, unthinkable. So we were both in a much different position long ago, and it's been a lot of fun for me to see him rise. I also thank the many other Qatari government leaders who joined us, and let me say to my chief.
Looks like we lost the feed.
Margin Ray K.
The Middle East. Again, that was tape playback from the state dinner in Qatar, where we did just moments ago hear from the president. Some headlines. Qatar's Emir has been a friend for a long time. He touts, the president touted an investment package at the Qatari dinner. He touted the Boeing deal and other deals announced today. He also said that Qatar helped a lot of hostages. And the president also said that Qatar is helping a lot with Iran negotiations.
Right. And so a lot in terms of some of the major issues throughout the region. All right, folks, back to the markets we go. Kind of a little bit lower on both the S&P and the Dow. Slight gains on the NASDAQ 100. So tech still a little bit of an outperformer here on this Wednesday. Let's head on over back to Charlie Pellet.
Change right now on the S&P 500 index down half a point. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Ship.
Alt faller, det var masse
Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a
så
free trial.
jævlig ned. Nå har jo de snakket om det jeg har sagt nå 14 dager. Nå må resten av verden forstå det snart. Jeg traff som faen på det forrige fallet vi hadde for 3 uker siden. Hæ? Da vet jeg traff jo. Det ramlet jo til helvete.
10-year 4.53%, the 2-year 4.05%, spot gold down $75.
Det kan stemme det. Jeg tok en kraftig stopp hos deg på høyresken.
Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 62.97 a barrel. First day out for eToro. It is up now by 32%. Coming up after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Cisco Systems. That stock lower by 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie.
Nei, det var meg, Ray K. Jeg fulgte ikke med I går. Oh my faktisk. Nilsen, jeg styrer ingenting der. Altså, det et Frontblock et svært greie. Det over 80 mennesker som jobber der. Ja, jeg har ikke noe jeg skal si der.
That brings us to Angie. It's the online portal for home improvement. It's a small cap.
Hvor langt ned skal det? Tenker du sånn når vi har falt, eller tenker du nå dømt meg? Hva tenker du for noe? Jeg kan se hvor vi skal hen.
You did say 35%, didn't you?
I did. Oh yeah, that was a big day.
That's a big bump.
That's how they closed. They were up even higher than that intraday. Jeff, we want to talk to you because you see both sides of this. You see the spending side from homeowners and the small business side from the service professionals who use the platform. How is the economy in the U.S. doing?
Ja, Ray K. Nå mine marginer.
I can talk to you about how homeowners are behaving and how pros are behaving on our platform. I probably can't tell you.
Ja, jeg tenker vi skal ned til 16.200 første gang. Jeg tror MPCC kommer til å falle med markedet, men MPCC skal opp først. Derfor har falt så mye forrige gang.
And the service professionals are finding the work on the platform. Wouldn't that say that the economy is healthy and sort of vice versa if it were the other way?
So Angie's had an interesting path. Our revenue has come down for a couple of years and was down again in the first quarter. We did have a nice first quarter, but I think that investors were looking at leading indicators of where we're going. We saw homeowner traffic move a bit in April.
For a power hour and
around the time of the greater macro disruption, we saw demand come in and job size mix down. Normally when we see things like that, though, we also see pro demand.
På MPCC, Johannes.
And I think by the end of the month, we've seen things balance out. So I think things look relatively normal at this point.
Jeg tror folk glemmer her at jeg gikk long aksjer for en måned siden på Oslo Børs. På SMS Nyheter så skrev jeg når jeg kjøpte, så jeg timet det helt perfekt. Solgte alt I fjor, kjøpte nesten alt inn igjen for 4 uker siden. 5 uker siden. Nå tror jeg du skal ned til Nasdaq. Jeg tror du skal falle til helvete der nå. Jeg tror Trump midlertidig.
About 2/3 of the traffic on our platform is non-discretionary, and about a third.
Så bra, Tor Larsen. Hvor mye har du tjent på Øystein nå, så jeg kan... Jeg har ikke gjort en dritt der, Ricky. Jeg har bare satt 1 trade, og så har jeg ikke gjort noe mer. Jeg har ikke tradet der. Jeg har ikke gjort noen ting. Ikke noe. Ja, men ikke følg meg på noen ting nå, bare vent til vi begynner å trade igjen. Bare vent. Det her ikke meg trade. Jeg kan godt vise dere hvordan jeg trader. Jeg har masse på det.
Jeg tror de vet at du trader live før det her skjedde også. Det innover 110 000 øyne på en dag, liksom.
I think the most common thing you see in more difficult times is a change in job size rather than a really material shift to discretionary and non-discretionary. But again, it's been a lot of years since we had a really material disruption.
I am also curious, Jeff, you know, as Tim laid out for you, you really guys do, though, see a lot across your platform, and especially when it comes to small business owners. We often talk about the lack of electricians or plumbers that are out there. What insight can you give into that, and also how immigration, because a lot of these folks often rely on immigrants to help them with their projects?
Sure. I think there's a lot of great skilled pros out there who are immigrants. And I think there's definitely employees of pros who are immigrants. You see that all across the country. To date, we haven't seen any real shifts in that area. We have been fairly effective in continuing to acquire pros, and our cost of acquisition has actually been coming down, so our overall returns have been coming up. I think in general, over time, if you look at our platform, making sure we have a full supply of skilled pros has been harder.
Det stemmer, husker du, men ikke nå. Jeg kommer tilbake. Må bare
That being said, you continue to see noise that more younger people are seeing that skilled trades are a great alternative to sitting at a desk. And so maybe there's some movement there. We'll have to see over time.
Yeah, and you hear a lot about the idea that with some of the skilled trades, you can make sure salary out of high school and skip the whole college thing.
Vet du, for et Oslo-fall, men tenk noe sånn økende, eller det står to ting som jeg, så lurer på om det kan være lurt å selge et punkt og kjøpe en billig. Nei, jeg har ikke begynt enda, Hannes, så vi venter at vi ser bekreftelse her nå. For jeg tror du har god tid på deg på Oslo Børs.
Where's the most demand on, you know, again, you guys operate a two-sided market, so you see it.
Så hyggelig
Where's
da.
the most demand, and where's the lack of
Ja,
supply?
jeg 100% overbevist at jeg får rett. Og nå har de bekreftet det på nyhetene, så jeg får rett. Jeg får rett. Men jeg kan trade mellom også, men det går ikke akkurat nå.
Jeg prøvde I stedet, fikk det I trynet.
Tidligere når jeg sitter I Fairway, så har jeg bare tradet imot masse.
Sånn som I dag nå, så det jo helt umulig.
Ja, ikke sant? Det umulig for Stig også.
Det kjempevanskelig.
Så vanligvis hvis jeg sitter I Fairway, så kan jeg gå long og trade masse mot og gjøre masse trades, og så la oss si jeg 10 000 I minus, så trader jeg et par tusen, 3 000, 4 000 imot. Men det går ikke nå. Man bare sikrer det.
Det går jo ingen på det, altså det jo ikke en retning, det går jo bare sidelengs.
Ja, men det så rart. Det jævlig spesielt at Donald Trump sier at hver gang vi prater, når finansministeren prater, så går det opp. Han har forstått markedet. At han ikke blir skrutt av å si det, det skjønner jeg ikke.
Helt sykt.
Du enig, du som ikke følger makro spesielt, du enig at det sykt?
Ja, det skulle ikke være lov.
Nei, så han bare vet at når han prater så går det opp. Jeg ser på nyheter om makro, jeg ser ikke på når han skal prate, tydeligvis betyr det mer nå da. Det algobotter, kanskje det blir tema nå I kongressen da, med tanke på at de må gjøre det med de bottene. Kanskje det? Ja. For det jo faen ikke normalt det som skjer nå.
Whereas in America they probably do twice as many a job and outsource closer to half. So it's a different market for us and it's a much smaller business. But that being said, people owning homes and pros needing work is alive and well, and we found it a great place to operate. There is a lot more regulation, both on the employment side and certainly in the internet and tech, that you have to cope with. It means you have to be very wise in your decisions.
This is the first earnings report last week since the spin-off from IAC. You were at IAC for years before joining Angie full-time.
Men problemet at det selv om det kommer ut av det her, så må markedet fortsatt fungere. Hvis det ikke fungerer, så det ikke fucka. Selv om du sitter Fairway.
What does it mean for you to be an independent?
Trader for å tjene penger.
What does it allow you to do?
Trader ikke bare for å trade liksom.
So it doesn't mean a lot is very different.
Igjen,
our strategy is the same, our mission is the same, our goals are the same as they were.
Det en Truth Social-plattformen nå, så bare dritt.
En hacker burde legge den også.
Funker faen.
Ja, en av det I hvert fall ikke. Det var jo underskudd, så det slo meg etter.
Ja, det var en omsetning på, jeg vet ikke om jeg tror det var 40 millioner eller noe, en omsetning på det der, jeg vet ikke om Truth Social var for noe, omsetning på 40 mil, og så den verdsatt til flere milliarder. Det sånn Texburger Oslo, liksom. Omsetter for 25 millioner, skulle det verdsatt til 3 milliarder. Texburger. Kompis av meg drev noe som heter Tights.no. De omsatte for ca. 400 millioner eller noe. Omsetter 10 ganger så mye som Truth Social, og Truth Social var priset til flere milliarder. Og går det dundrende minus.
Håper jeg klarer å omsette sånn. Det var jo fett rått.
Oda også et sånt case som egentlig burde gått konkurs for mange år siden. Oda. Katastrofe. Bare tull. Hele Oda-konseptet bare tull. Gjør et fordyrende mellomledd billigere, så det går i minus på alt som heter marginer, og så i det hele tatt henter de penger for å gå rundt. Tjener ikke kroner på en shit. Helt fjollete. Det også var priset til flere milliarder. Nå det priset til ingenting, tror jeg. Det var et slunk. Altså, det helt katastrofe. Og han som startet den der munterkameraten var liksom genierklært. Det verste tullet jeg hørte i hele mitt liv. Du vil sånn, trust me, du vil merke når jeg tror markedet har klart det igjen, da kommer du ikke unna det. Jeg prøvde også å vise dere hvordan jeg pleier å trade, men jeg får ikke tatt printscreen her. Jeg skal vise det til dere. Jeg kan vise dere når jeg trader, skal vise hvordan det da. Sånn vanligvis da.
And what we've told people is that's where you see the growth coming next year. Our proprietary channels and our third-party network channels we think will be flat. And when you add growth to that, we saw that in our first quarter results.
Det blir smått av det. Det kjempefort.
Thanks for the update. That's Jeff Kipp, CEO of Angie,
joining us from
Boston.
Jeg har også filmet
Du må trykke pluss.
Already. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Sorry.
Jeg trenger ikke si sorry, det bare hyggelig.
Nei, jeg vekket ungen med lyden.
Vi burde ha sånn lyd nesten hver time for å våkne litt. For jeg sliter å holde meg våkne.
Ja. Hva det du skal gjøre?
Jeg skal bare vise dem sånn som det når jeg vanligvis trader. Hvor mange trades jeg gjør på en dag. Så folk skjønner hva faen jeg egentlig gjør for noe til vanligvis da.
Det printscreen du skal ta.
Jeg har printscreen og film.
Det noe som heter utklippsverktøy.
Hæ?
Du har noe som heter utklippsverktøy.
Ja, men jeg hadde den akkurat, men når jeg gjorde det på denne greia, så ble den slettet med en gang.
Ja, da trykker du Ctrl-C, og så Ctrl-V i chatten, så limer du den uten å lagre det.
Hørte du det?
Jeg hørte det. Og så går jeg på Discord. Jeg tok print nå av noe da.
Da kopierer du bare Ctrl-C, og så bare poster det.
Da Discorden der. Så chatten der. Nå var det feil. Hvor faen chatten da?
From trading står det her, da må du trykke på den.
Messages. Home. Jo da, Trump trading. Det var det. Her en sånn typisk dag for meg, sånn vanligvis. De som følger meg på Telegram. Skjønner nå.
Hvor du postet her, ja?
Jeg trykket feil. Men de som følger meg på Telegram har sett dette her. Det sånn jeg gjør vanligvis. Hele tiden. 100 trades, vanligvis. Jeg har noen filmer også. Men jeg får ikke gjort en dritt av noe. Og det der tror jeg på en dag, hvis ikke det er helt feil. Jeg har gjort mer på en dag der enn jeg har gjort på 2 uker her.
Du har gjort noe på 2 uker.
Jeg har gjort noe litt.
Fader, med dødsmarkedet da, hva?
Hvis ikke det blir sell-off her nå, da, hvor det ramler for alle skjønner at det er piss. Fordi Donald Trump selv har sagt at alle er piss. Alt går bare opp fordi han prater. Basically er det samme som å si at vi prater piss. Og da er det ganske mye på konto. Nei. Jeg har ikke det. Ray K, vanligvis så pleier jeg å begynne på Telegram alltid 20 000 kroner konto, og så treder den opp til 100 000, så gjør jeg det mange ganger. Og det har jeg lært meg, for mange ganger har jeg en tendens til å være litt sånn gæren, at jeg tar alt for store posisjoner. Så vi har begynt å ta ut pengene når jeg passerer 100.
Jo, men det her, se. Se.
Ja. Og 15. Det var da jeg var på, ja, jeg begynte...
Det var en stor konto.
Ja, det var en stor konto. Det var den jeg hadde når jeg hadde en million på konto.
Du bygde den opp.
Den bygde opp fra 43 000.
Men hvor er de nyligste du har hatt? Jeg kan egentlig bare vise min, for jeg trader jo. Jeg liker å tro at jeg trader på samme måte.
Du trader jo nesten helt litt sammen.
Det har jeg gjort hele dag.
Du bare skjønner ikke makro helt ennå. Alt. Det skjønner du, tror jeg.
Makro funker jo ikke nå.
Det funker til slutt. Jeg får rett. Jeg vet ikke, jeg skjønner.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Right now we've got the S&P 500 index trading lower, been that kind of a day, swinging between gains and losses. But let's head over to the first word. Breaking news for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now in a
Jeg bygde den opp på en kontrakt. En halv kontrakt
Det var vannalarmen. Ja, det er fint.
The U.S. 10-year is at 4.53%.
Hva sa hun nå, Stig?
Hvorfor lav lyd på han?
Når man snakker sånn, jeg skjønner jo ikke noe. Hva har du sagt?
Nei, du har så høy lyd på den newsen din, så du hører jo ingenting annet. Jeg bare leste opp til Prepina og sa at han løp rundt i leiligheten og trodde det var vannalarmen.
Ja, jeg lo, ass.
Hva faen sa han for noe?
Nei, Prepina gikk rundt omkring i huset vårt, så det var vannalarmen sin.
Vannalarmen? Var det 23 000 dollar, eller var det 23 000 kroner?
Det har altså ikke noe å si. Du bare tok en random print screen.
Jeg aner ikke. Jeg pleier å trade med en kontrakt per 10 000. Ok. Jeg pleier å trade med en kontrakt per 10 000. Nå så trader jeg med en halv kontrakt per 20 000.
Ikke det, 0,02.
That's lower.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
We'll drive up till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. Kind of a weird trade.
Det er norske, Stig. Nei, Tim. Du skal aldri handle med mer enn en kontrakt per 10 000 kroner. Da er du gira til helvete.
And the Nasdaq 100 holding on to just a slight gain, up about 70%.
Det er sånn tommefingerregel til. Hvis du handler med mer enn det, så blåser du kontoen før du skjønner det. Det går fort, det.
He joins us from Stamford, Connecticut right now. Clear Harbor's got about $2 billion in assets under
det minste jeg trader opp 2.500, tror jeg, til noe 70.
Jeg trader opp med mindre enn det.
Og du trader opp med
Var det $75?
Jo, jeg tror det var $75.
Til 26 eller 27 000. På en uke! Og nå sitter jeg så feil! Jeg vil gråte.
Du må ikke gråte, det er sånn. Nei, det er en del av gamet. Det er sånn du lærer.
Fy faen.
Du skal sitte feil vei, perioder. Du skal lære, og du skal ha respekt for markedet.
Jeg kunne ikke sitte med jeg sitter i minus.
Du sitter ikke mer i minus enn veldig mange andre. Det er mange her som jeg tror sitter i balle.
Jeg tror jeg sitter i minus mer enn alle. Jeg har sjekket chatten. Folk sitter i minus sånn 30 000, 50 000, 100. Jeg sitter i minus med mer.
Listen, all I'm gonna say
Og det blir bare verre og verre for
7 years ago or something.
For jeg tjener penger samtidig ved siden av.
Ja, men Robert trader masse. Han sier selv at det går faen ikke noe trader og sånn.
Nei, altså, jeg ser jo
No
at det
comparison to
går.
what happens here in the US. Okay, we're gonna
Det er
get
ikke
to
trader dette her. Dette er vente og vente og vente. Det er kjøp, vent og kjøp og håp og tro at Trump prater. Hvis ikke så får hun i trynet.
Eric Weiner was on with us earlier. He called the reprieve between the US and China a postponement of the trade war. Would you agree?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I think that there's good reason to believe that President Trump is poised to take out a little more of a scalpel as it pertains to what's going on with China negotiations. And what I mean by that is that there is a real national security concern with regard to some aspects of our trade arrangements. We have rare earths, 90% plus of which are being refined
Skal vi på
in
Lofoten
China.
på tradingtreff?
Lofoten? Ja, men jeg skal faen ikke spise...
Folk får komme til Oslo, faen.
Jeg skal i hvert fall ikke spise fisken til Stig.
Yes, Taiwan's an ally, but you know, China has...
Du kan spise biff, faktisk.
Hæ? Jeg liker jo ikke fisk, Stig.
Man kan lage biff?
Invading Taiwan. And so I think
Ja, biff kan jeg lage.
Biff er jævlig godt. Ja, men kan vi besøke deg nå til sommeren og kjøre opp dit? For jeg har alltid... Ja, for jeg har så lyst til å dra til Lofoten.
Det så veldig fint ut der.
Stig var jo her som meg, ja. Ja, han var her.
Ja.
Vi dro på...
Her er det ikke like fint.
Jo, og så ble vi pult av noen i Tønsberg. Begge to. Vi ble homofile etter det.
Jeg ler det nå.
So do you feel like the worst is over for the equity markets?
Karma is
not
real.
so fast that we are
that's
indeed in a
good.
bear market, so get ready for some more downside at some point.
Å, kom igjen, fall nå.
I'm a bit cautious here. We've had a major rally. If you
Han snur på 45, gjort det hele dag.
Jævlig kjedelig.
Stig, vet du hvordan de bottene blir progga, eller? Du som er sånn programmerer, eller er det bare... Eller beveger han seg bare på handlemønster? For jeg virker for meg som de sitter på nivåene der.
Altså, de går veldig mye på handelsmønster, men altså... ja, men de går jo også på... sånn som BlackRock sine botter og sånt, de går på nyheter, diverse... De ligger og lytter etter diverse sånne her ord og ordtak i nyheter og sånt.
Er det high frequency de kjører?
Ja.
Ut til fort.
Ja.
Right, and as we've been talking and continue to talk with folks like yourself and some of our internals as well as other external guests.
Det burde bli lovlig.
Rate UK, da skal vi til utlandet alle sammen. Og prate skit, vi skal ikke være i Norge da.
Hvis vi blir rike en dag, vi blir rike. Bare vent litt. 100% at vi blir rike. Det er ikke noe kanskje engang. Det er ikke litt kanskje. Da hadde jeg faen ikke sittet på live og tatt alle pengene mine. Det skjer ikke. Det skjer ikke. Jeg kan sitte her og gå i minus litt grann. For jeg vet jeg tjener min igjen. Ellers hadde jeg ikke tørt å sitte her. Enkelt og greit.
Let's not create unnecessary harm to the economy. I think there's an understanding that's been sort of permeating up into the Oval Office around that. And so I'm somewhat hopeful that we're going to continue
network announces multi-economic carrier. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Progress in a positive way. We've done it with the UK. It looks like we may be in the process of doing it with China. EU's ex multi-country. It's going to be more challenging.
Bekymret. Det er vel ikke, Petter. Er det ikke mandag for alle pengene, Petter?
This is considered progress, and if you read The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump,
Er det dumt at rikinger flytter til Norge? Å, det var rart, Petter. Det var rart. Du som betaler skatten med glede. Null skatt.
All right, so Aaron, I have to ask you, have you read The Art of the Deal? Did you read it years ago? Or I do wonder if everybody's like pulling that book out again and saying, we gotta take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm sort of pulling it out now, to be honest, for the first time, and the parallels are sort of striking, and so that's why.
Joakim, har du smakt snegler?
Det skal aldri gjøre.
Og det så godt vanilje.
Det ikke, nei. Snegler ikke godt. Det den der smørkvapset du liker.
Nei, jeg liker
Sneglen smaker snørr.
Det gjør det ikke, det smaker kylling.
Smaker snørr.
Har du snegleegg?
Nei, snegle smaker snørr. Det bare dyppet i hvitløk for det skal skjule snørrsmaken.
Det smaker ikke snørr, det faktisk godt.
Det konsistens som snørr.
Nei, det østers som snørr.
Østers jo bare...
Det snørr.
Ja, det
snegler jo fast konsistens.
Slimepose, liksom. Og dere som liker reker, tenk litt på den her.
Nei, vær så ikke ødelegg for meg. Jeg elsker reker.
Det havets kakerlakker. De ligger på bånd og spiser all driten etter fisk og alt annet. Reker havets kakerlakker. Du kan like den, bare knakke en kakerlakk og tygge på den. Liker du rekene, eller liker du majonesen på reka?
Rekene.
Fy faen.
Hey, Aaron, before we let you go, just 30 seconds on gold. For much of the year, it's been new all-time high after new all-time high. Down about 7.4%.
10 minutter til det går rett opp. Skal vi sette en long og bare være med, eller? For det det som skjer hver dag.
As it pertains to gold, we think that gold is an alternative currency, can't be manipulated by the money printing process of a fiat currency like the dollar, like the euro, like the yen, and that it does have a place in portfolios. We also think the added catalyst for owning gold is the reality.
Så gikk det opp igjen. Hva var det vi sa?
Det så veldig voldsomt ut.
Det så teit dette at jeg gidder ikke noe.
Du sa det, hva skal vi
sette en
for å være med?
Jeg gidder ikke dette her.
Jeg gidder heller ikke snakke.
Trade purposes, owning gold over dollar makes a bit more sense to them on the margin.
Det bounce opp 35 på close her, akkurat som bestilt.
Var du med på den, Stig?
Nei, han gjør ingenting.
Nei, jeg sitter og lager deksel til pepina her.
Da har jeg tenkt, Joakim, de nøkkelringene, også deksel kunne vi også fått.
Jeg tror du sa dra på sjømatsbuffet i Drammen, det var det jeg trodde du stod der.
Nei, Gud.
Husker jeg jo drømmen. Det bare sjømatsbuffet i Drammen av alle steder, liksom. Det faen meg høl. Det et høl, altså. Det et mørkt høl. Eller Drammen har blitt ganske mye finere nå, da. Faktisk. Men Drammen var et mørkt, bokstavelig talt, mørkt, grått høl for 15 år siden. Det var helt jævlig. Hvis du vil bli deprimert, gå på antidepressive, da drar du til Drammen. Eller du kunne gjøre det, da. Det ingen som synes at det litt funny, at du popper opp på det samme hele tiden. Vi snur på 45, og så går vi på close til for close. Det det samme som i går.
Jeg tror alle har gitt opp.
Samme hver dag. Det ingen som synes det funny. Jeg synes det litt funny.
Nå hørte det seg veldig kvalmende ut i chatten, men jeg har veldig lyst til å gjøre akkurat det.
Hva du sa?
Du har lyst til å spise kaviar på et privatfly.
Mer champagne.
Det var rått.
Nei, fy faen.
Jeg tror egentlig ikke jeg liker det, men kanskje jeg liker det på privatfly.
Ja, men du ser det her. Se det her. Vi gikk opp. Vi har gått opp 65 poeng nå på 1 minutt. På close. Det der tilfeldig, eller?
It's not
coincidence.
It's not a coincidence.
Bra Viking Power.
Flink. Jeg hadde en fridag uten noen grunn. Skulle bare dratt på jobb.
Jeg tror det hadde vært mer spennende greiene her. Men jeg skal være helt ærlig med deg. For det her kjedelig.
I morgen har jeg 2 kunder.
Klokka 5:30.
Nei, jeg 2. Jeg har bare 40 minutter å se ferdig. Men jeg skulle egentlig ikke jobbe i morgen. Men så tenkte jeg bare, ja, noen tusen her.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just under 7 minutes away from the closing bell. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. Counting down to the close, as we mentioned, numbers definitely off their best levels of the session. Little changes overall, but we do have, as Tim mentioned, a big drop of earnings coming your way, and so we're going to break them down.
Yeah, let's go over some of them. Luminar happening at 4 o'clock, then followed by Jack in the Box, Cisco, Boot Barn.
What?
CoreWeave.
What?
Boot Barn.
Boot Barn?
Mm-hmm. It's a barn that has boots. You know Boot Barn.
Boot Barn?
Yeah, they do retail.
I don't know that I've ever been to a boot barn.
You don't have to go to a boot barn to know a boot barn.
Is it like cowboy boots?
Yes.
Oh.
Among other boots.
Have you been to a boot barn?
I've not been inside a boot barn.
Do you know what Tim Stenbeck?
What?
I like saying boot barn.
You do? Okay. Western Wear, 460 stores.
Okay, so then it's serious. What's the market cap on this puppy?
Oh, well, I mean, now you're asking me the questions.
Well, you know, when you have a Bloomberg, it's kind of easy.
Yeah, okay,
Just
hold on.
gonna say.
Yeah, but you know, I was like looking at some other stuff. 4.1.
Is it barn?
No, it's boot.
Boot!
Of course it's boot.
Okay, what's the market cap?
$4.1 billion.
Ah, that's
Yeah,
that's
people
a
are going to
little-
give us the boot if we keep talking about this
That's
stuff.
a lot of boots. Okay, where do you want to go?
I want to talk a little about New Jersey Transit. Sort of the opposite of Western Wear.
Listening to surveillance this morning at home, getting ready to come to work. We could see a strike.
Det her har ingenting med noe barnsligste, teiteste markedet jeg har sett
I
i
know, I was a
hele
little
mitt
late this morning. I do work at home, though.
Yeah, I know. We did a lot at home.
And then I was
Then we did a lot here,
taking the
too.
call from the subway.
Prata Trump eller et eller annet sting, eller bare gikk det opp på close, fordi litt sånn closing av marginer og sånn?
You are not.
No.
Despite the fact that
For det gikk opp 55 poeng her, liksom, på et minutt.
You do not have to take New Jersey Transit, you take PATH.
Nei, jeg tror ikke det var
Yeah,
noen
I
som
guess it's
pratet
different.
om.
I think this is New Jersey Transit commuter chain
klikker vi mye
trains,
stedet.
and they
Og
come
bare
between
trafikk.
New York City's Penn Station on one side of the Hudson River, and then they go out kind of just to sprawling communities in northern New Jersey. They also go to Newark Airport, and then I think it also includes a lot of the buses. I think that also gets impacted.
Can you imagine you're like trying to take public transit to Newark?
Nå ble det 21.10, nei 21.50.
And then you get
and then you
there.
get there, and then it's like the plane's delayed because of all the issues.
Yeah,
that the
that's-
airport is
Funny, not funny,
having.
everybody. We're laughing with you, not at you, because it's.
Nei, det er
Well,
ingen
coming from the
som prater
Associated
om
Press story
det.
here, wages have been the main sticking point of the negotiations between the agency and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. The union claims its members earn an average salary of $113,000 a year and says an agreement could be reached if agency CEO Chris Kaluri agrees to an average yearly salary of $170,000. The name of the union is Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen.
He's
Er det
ignoring
sånn
me.
der?
Hey, if the,
I don't know
if
the
the
answer to the
walkout
question.
does happen, it would be the state's first transit strike in
Som
more
blir
than
brød,
40 years,
liksom,
which is
når man
hard to
steiker.
Ja, sånn
believe, but I
rundstykke
guess
der.
I think
Oh,
maybe
det er
there's
aldri
been
smaksløk.
presidents or
Kødder du, eller?
something. Maybe there's more
Det er mer vann og salt,
outages.
og så og litt olje.
Maybe that's why I'm confusing with
Ja, det er
strikes.
dritgodt. Smaker som bakstyrstykke. Du syr den rundt en pinne, og så steker du noen bål.
Strikes that was in fact caused by service disruptions.
Ja,
If
bare
you
litt
live
sånn med
over
marshmallow.
ever in the New York Metro, you know this, that when like mass transit, so many people use mass transit to commute. I mean, a lot of people are working from home and they do have that option now, and there is that option that maybe we didn't have pre-pandemic, but man, when this stuff shuts down, I mean, I've been had that where there's a path problem, and we all look at each other and they're like, okay, now do I want, because Uber now knows the train isn't working and it's really expensive. It's like, what do we do? And we're just kind of stuck.
When there's not a strike, it's frustrating.
What do you mean?
Every day there are service
Path is
disruptions.
pretty good. Yeah, actually,
Yeah,
part
but
of it-
getting to the path.
Actually, part of the reason I was late today is because some problems. It was a police thing, so obviously
Problem-
something happened.
Challenge getting to the path, though. That can be an issue from Midtown Manhattan.
Nå stenger han, så hopper jeg i dusjen.
Sometimes
Så
down,
fytti
subway's
der.
not running. Sometimes the express
We
is
could
running
walk to
local.
33rd and get some exercise, but I don't.
Den Harry Potter-greia du lagde, Stig, den var jævlig kul, den i går.
Listen, I hate to be.
Ja, det er fin.
Men
det.
satte du på kappa og sånt selv, eller?
Sometimes it's a daily struggle.
And there's a lot of times you're in the train and
Kreativt.
you're stuck and you can't get out, and they're like, we got delays, and
It's
you're just
okay.
like, there.
We're pretty much in city bike season right now,
I know,
which
this
is
is when
good.
Tim does a quick change, puts on his helmet, puts on his soccer shorts.
I'm out of here.
Do not go anywhere, folks. We're over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Den her. Det er sånn hører på, så har han satt på kappe og alt. Så du? Se.
On this Wednesday.
Det var dritkult.
The closing bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage.
Så jeg sendte kanskje ikke minst av Batman.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, Alex Dillon, Scarlet Fu here to help you take you through the closing bell in a global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide. We're going to get through the most crucial moments of the trading day that really nothing happened.
I was just going to say, I am so bored. What a boring day. Like, bring on the earnings, bring on Walmart tomorrow, bring on retail earnings. I just need something.
I'm so bored, sier de på Bloomberg der.
For direction much of the day, moving between gains and losses more than a dozen times. You can't really count. It happens so many times today.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the case, but, you know, we need some boredom after the drama of April. Like, it's not such a terrible thing to have the S&P 500 up just kind of marginally, although there is a lot of movement in the yield space, which Alex will get to.
Yes, definitely movement in the yield space, and I guess non-movement in the dollar space is kind of a good way to put it. But also, we were just talking about this with Steve Sosnick of Interactive Brokers. Just the idea, have we finally seen the hedge funds and the funds like CTAs and volatility control funds re-rate enough, or are they still in the market having to buy? And is that sort of distorting any sort of fundamental read?
I love that you went there because Eric Weiner was on with us and he had talked about, I think it was at Goldman Sachs, their trading desk, talking about the hedge funds with, you know, some of the activity that we've been seeing, certainly in the move up, has been short covering. So, you know, is it conviction or just kind of...
Vi tror det short covering på den rekylen vi har hatt nå.
People out there who argue could be a calm before a storm. Or, you know, this trade war has really just been delayed at this point. No real resolution as of now.
Right, we've got 90 days, or actually, what, 87 days at this point, until we get more resolution on what's happening between the U.S. and China.
And for now, though, calm is where we're at. We're obviously still settling out here, but the S&P pretty much flat. The Nasdaq outperforming, up 0.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down by about 0.3%. I gotta say, though, it's not widespread because the small caps, the Russell, down by about 0.9%, and the equal weighted index for the S&P also trading a little heavier, down 0.6. What's the conclusion? It's a tech-driven rally.
Yeah, exactly. Taking a look at the
Max
S&P
7 som holder oss oppe, sier de.
A little bit of a deeper dive. You've got most names in the index, 353 to the downside, Scarlet, and 147
Russell
to the downside.
2000
Risk off trade, no doubt about it here.
Yeah, but to back up your point, Alex, about this being a tech-driven rally, just look at the IMAP. There's 11 sectors in there, and 3 of them are in the green. Which 3? Communications services, infotech, and consumer discretionary. That's where all the Mag 7 names are housed. And because of the size of infotech, that's what's helping support the S&P 500 overall. On the flip side, healthcare stocks losing 2.3% as a group.
Det så sjukt det som skjer borte i USA.
All right, and maybe a positive sign. We actually had an IPO that did really well today.
Hey.
I know, exactly. It's like opportunity, come to market. eToro, this one at its highs up almost 43% in today's session. Its first day of trading as a public entity, closing with just shy of a 29% gain. We should point out the trading and investment platform and some of its backers raising nearly $620 million. It was an upsized IPO, so that was also another positive sign. I'm going to move on to Supermicro because this one, it is your biggest gainer in the S&P 500, and it was also active in the Nasdaq 100, a gain of about almost 16% here. This after a Saudi Arabia-based data center company, Datavolt, signs a multi-year partnership agreement with the company. Stock has rallied like more than 40% this week. It's on track for its best week since November. So a lot of attention on that one. And so, yeah, popping to the upside. Another name that plays certainly into the tech space, we're talking about AMD. This is your second biggest gainer in the Nasdaq 100, and it is your second biggest gainer, I believe, fourth biggest gainer in the S&P 500. So again, an outperformer, up about 4.7% today. The company's board approving a $6 billion share buyback plan, about 3.3% of the company's current market value, according to our Bloomberg data. So that was a big deal. I also want to point out B of A saying NVIDIA and AMD, a big opportunity related to AI infrastructure projects with Saudi Arabia. All of that news out of the Middle East, a lot of it has had to do with chips and AI developments. And one more I just want to mention, because Alphabet, it was also a top gainer in the S&P and NASDAQ. It was up about 3.7% in today's session. In terms of news, Benzinga highlighting an analyst who said in an interview with Yahoo Finance, there's a whiteboard on that one, proposing that Alphabet should contemplate splitting up Google's various businesses to enhance its overall value, and said that the value could skyrocket to over $3 trillion with a Google big band breakup over isolated spin-offs. So, I don't know, just some interesting speculation there.
All right, you had an easy job with the gainers today. I had to search far and wide to find a few stocks in the red. What'd you say, Scarlett?
You scrounged them up.
I did. I scrounged some up. I'm gonna have to explain a few of them. I want to start with Lockheed Martin. Shares felling after the company's management said in an industry conference earlier today that they see some quote, additional cost pressure on their classified aeronautics program. That's all we know because it's classified. It's down about 2.3% on the day today. American Eagle Outfitters also falling today. We're getting more retail stocks.
Dennis Gull har truffet Beatley
falling after the company pulled its guidance for the full year due to a disappointing first quarter with a 3% decline in comp sales, a 5% decline in revenue from a year earlier. They're also registering a $75 million charge for a write-down of spring merchandise. They withdrew their outlook.
Nei, jeg snakket til Dennis. At gull kan bounce, den traff Beatley støtten.
Yeah, that's what we talked about a little earlier too. Yeah, it kind of means all the same thing. And finally, KinderCare, ticker KLC US, down 8.5% today. It's an Oregon-based early
Swappen ikke så høyt på FB, den er standard swap, Dennis.
Shares fell as much as 15% in the session.
Samme som alle andre.
The company reported first quarter revenue that missed estimates. Operating income, though, did beat analyst estimates, and the company maintained its full year 2025 guidance. Analysts flagged a delay in new customer enrollments as the main driver for the revenue miss.
All right, guys, I just want to go to the bond market, because if you're bored by the equity market, just go ahead and look at the bond market, because that actually, fun things did stuff there. You had the front-end bond market up by about 5 basis points, the back end up as well, about 6 basis points. So the whole curve hasn't gotten any steeper, but the whole curve is re-rating a bit higher. I kept hearing how 4 was going to be that top on the 2-year, but we're above that now. Both of them for the 2 and the 10, they're at the highest level since the end of February. And is that a reaction to the GOP tax bill in Washington, or is that just some sort of rebalancing, or is that position resizing as we continue to get this data coming through?
All right, we're talking about Cisco. Let's go right to the outlook. Fiscal year revenue. $56.5 to $56.7 billion. It had seen 56 to 56.5. So a little bit of a movement to the upside. The stock is moving just a little bit higher as well, up about 0.2%. The company also seeing fiscal year adjusted EPS of $3.77 to $3.79 a share. It had seen 368 to 374. So again, a bump to the upside, and again the stock moving just sort of high, up about 0.8% here in the aftermarket.
Okay, I'm watching CoreWeave, which in the after hours is moving higher. This is a relatively new company to go public. It operates in the data and AI data management space. CoreWeave's first quarter revenue coming in at $981.6 million. First quarter adjusted EBITDA coming in at $606.1 million. First quarter adjusted EBITDA margin of 62%. First quarter loss per share of $1.49. The company did hit a record high ahead of that first earnings report. Shares in the after hours right now higher by about 3%.
Yeah, but it's really going to depend on what kind of commentary they give in their outlook, because people are really looking at CoreWeave as perhaps a barometer for the willingness of companies to spend on building out those data centers. So it's going to be the big read on AI spending until we get to NVIDIA in a couple of weeks.
All right, guys. So let's see if we can do this one clearly, because there was HBO, there was Max, there was HBO Now, HBO Go, and then you had
I think Max came at the end of that, though.
Max, I know, it was like
it's
all these things.
confusing even for somebody who watches it all the time.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
And now what they're doing is they're bringing back, I would say, one of the most iconic names when it comes to programming.
Okay, so 2 years ago, HBO, or Warner Brothers Discovery, the parent company of HBO, ditched the HBO brand, and I think a lot of people were like, wait a second, what are you doing? HBO is this brand that is known for content from, I mean,
The
you know, The Sopranos.
Sex and the City.
Yeah, this is like
iconic.
And then they were trying to replace it with Max. They thought Max would actually convey the media company's broad reach of programming. Guess what? They're bringing back the HBO part of it. HBO Max.
Stemmer også.
They did a focus group.
Oh, yeah.
Det umulig.
2 years ago, I guess.
How long do you think it'll take before they drop the Max completely?
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to go back to HBO. We'll have come full circle
2
after
years.
a couple years.
You know, every 2 years will be ran. Here's my question. I can't keep track of how many streamers that I have, so what about this idea? What if you bundle all them together, and then I just pay one bill every month? What do you guys think about that?
I think you can call a company such as Comcast to do that.
Wow, isn't that like mind
The
blowing?
history of media is all about bundling and unbundling, and right now we're like Alex says,
renaming and unnaming.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we're moving towards
Yeah,
bundling again.
Exactly. It's getting as expensive as it used to be. All right, guys, that's a wrap. So it is HBO
Max. Yeah.
Okay.
I always
Just
thought
to do
it
it
didn't matter.
I know, right? Right.
Ja,
Good for you. Good for you.
sa det, jeg vet ikke om du fikk noe av det jeg sa I stad.
Revealing our age.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform
Hør
coverage,
på-
radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Rangers. We all do it all. We're going to continue certainly here on radio, and of course Scarlett and Alex are going to continue there on the TV side. We will see you again, same time, same place, tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the
Gull
magazine that
traff
helps
den
global leaders stay
forrige
ahead with insight on the people, companies,
Toppen.
and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Forhåpentligvis
Global business, finance,
blir
and
gjort
tech
noe
news
folk
as it
her nå.
happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with
På
Carol Massey
Daily og
and
på
Tim Stenevec,
Weekly, tror
live
jeg.
on Bloomberg
Ja.
Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg
Fylte
Originals.
hele Weekly etter igjen.
It's dropping like a rock.
Så at vi får en liten bounce opp, det har jeg prøvd på.
Vi har basically gått opp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 og 12. Vi har basically gått opp I 2 uker I strekk. Vi. De små pausene liksom ikke noe volum I det hele tatt. Det helt sjukt, altså. Vi har gått opp på 2 uker like mye som vi har gått opp vanligvis på et helt år.
Vi har tatt noe nedgang I de siste årene.
I april
Dennis, det kjenner på pluss timeframe.
til oktober 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 måneder brukte vi sist gang på omtrent samme opptur. Vi har brukt 2 uker på 7 måneder.
Men at den oversolgt, så kan den fortsette å bli oversolgt I morgen. Den kan fortsette, altså det gikk videre. Nei, jeg gikk videre. Så, men
Austin, we're talking about DeepSeek. I got to remind
alt
everybody
kommer an på.
Nå det jævlig merkelige bevegelser her nå. Nå folk forvirret, tror jeg. Du har gull, faller som faen. Du har sølv, faller som faen. Du har olje, faller som faen. Du har krypto, faller som faen. Så har du bonds som går rett opp. Og så har du Nasdaq som går rett opp. Det vet vi på grunn av de 2-3 aksjene. Men det veldig spesielt. For alt dette her tyder på at vi skal ned. Og vi går jo ikke ordentlig ned. Jeg tror Dow Jones da, mye er Dow Jones ned. Det var ikke så mye. Mye ned.
Nå den bare ned med 100 poeng.
Ja. Det veldig spesielt, altså.
Japan.
Ja, Dow har jo faktisk ramlet litt der I vei.
Ja, alt ramlet I dag uttatt Nasdaq, og det basically på grunn av at Donald Trump på runkeringtur med både Nvidia og Tesla og Microsoft, som på tur alle sammen til Qatar og spiser middag med kongen. Det så gutteklubben greier at du holder, sitter der og ler og drar den og ler litt og homsevitser til Bessent, for han jo bøg. Ikke at det noe gærent I det, men han bøg. Han gift med en annen mann og har barn.
Han
Helt ok.
det?
Ja, og derfor ser det så bra ut.
Oi.
Vi hører han prater også. Han prater jo som en sånn ekstremt fin homo da. When he talks, he does like this. Og så sitter de og ler litt og spiser litt og drikker litt og promper og raper litt og prater om haha, alle I USA har tjukke huet. Best si noe kult nå, så kjøper vi litt aksjer. Det sånn de holder på. Så ler de litt, så sier Elon Musk haha, kjøp litt Tesla, jeg skal si et eller annet kult nå. Og så ler de litt til, og så. Det sånn de holder på.
Det 2,45.
Tror du ikke han som holder på, Stig?
Jo.
Sitter og spiser og bare kom igjen og skal kjøpe litt aksjer. Bessent, si noe fett nå. Trump, si noe sprøtt nå, så kjøper vi litt mer. Ja, hva skal vi si nå? Nei, vi lager verdens feteste avtale I Qatar. Ja, hva skal det bety? Nei, vi får til å signere en svær avtale. Og når skal vi bruke pengene? Nei, det ikke så nøye. Bare la oss lage en avtale. Det så teit.
At vi ville ha solgt 70% Dennis, og så satt du stopplås på halvparten altså av bevegelsen, sånn at du kan være med ned i tilfelle.
Vi har akkurat tilsett markedet skal opp og ikke ned. Frode, har du hørt hva Bloomberg har satt for i dag? Vet du hvorfor det har gått opp? Hvis jeg sier det til deg, så blir du skremt. Vet du hvorfor det har gått opp siste 2 dagene her?
Jeg tror han har fått det mens han har vært i chatten.
Ja, men hvis du forstår hvorfor det har gått opp, så skal du være litt nervøs nå. Hvis du forstår hvorfor det har gått opp. Ikke bare at Trump snakker. Det var flere store hedgefond i forgårs som dekket svære short i markedet. Derfor så fikk vi den sinnssyke oppturen. Ikke den første, men den siste.
I dag da?
I dag så har ikke skjedd noen ting.
Det har skjedd 140 poeng opp, jo. Det
Det ingenting på Nasdaq. Det det samme som å si at ikke noe har skjedd.
Før gikk det jo faen meg bare 30 og 50 poeng.
Jo, men i dag har det jo gått på grunn av Max 7. Russell 2000 i minus. Dow Jones i minus. S&P bare opp på grunn av S&P. Daxen i minus. Japan i minus.
Max 7.
UK i minus. Alt rødt i dag. Det bare Nasdaq som oppe.
Japan det med 600 poeng. Jeg har aldri tradet Japan før.
Ja, det smeller som faen.
Men hvordan gull? Jeg prøvde å se litt på gull, for jeg skjønner ikke. For det står 69,50 ned nå. De 50, det pips, liksom?
Nei, det dollar.
Det var sånn.
Hva sa du, Stig?
Dollar. Det ned $50 i dag.
Men hvordan trader man den?
Akkurat samme som du trader, kan jeg.
Det liksom 1 pip $1?
Nei, altså det med pip og det så mye forskjellig. Så jeg liker bare å si at $1, så det $1.
Men når det står nå at den ned minus 69, og så ,23 står det her hos meg nå. Og så nå det 25. Hva betyr det? Det $3 da, eller? 25, 23? Jeg skjønner ikke.
Ja, det vet jeg ikke helt hva det står. Når jeg ikke klarer å se hva det.
27, 26.
Ja, det ned. Altså, den var på høy på 2,55-ish i dag, og så har den vært ned på 1,80 nå. Hva blir det da? 55 minus 1,80, det da $75 den gått ned i dag.
Ok.
Prinsippet mitt enkelt. Kjøp lavt, selv på bølger på toppen, heter det scalp. Scalp når du går ut og inn. Det har ikke noe å si om du går long eller short. Du bare...
Ok, så det var bare... Hvorfor trodde jeg det var mye mer?
Ut og inn helt, ja. Det er scalp.
God natt, Lena.
Natta, Lena. Søte lille rusungen vår.
Nei.
Rusungen?
Du får sagt det.
Hæ?
Du får sagt det.
Hva faen, jeg mente det av kjærlighet. Lena vet det, jeg mente det av kjærlighet. Vet du hva hennes største drøm er? Bade på fjellet naken i en sånn der kald pytt. Rusa til helvete på morfin og 3D. Det Lena.
Og så spise pinnebrød.
Og spise pinnebrød. Drita på tresprit og morfin. Da har hun det topp.
Heta pinni.
Månevann moonshine. Tresprit sånn. Jeg spurte å sitte og
Geir
glemte det. Geir herlig. Han var som en dag lurte på om jeg hadde noen nudes av deg. Jeg bare sånn, nei, jeg skal spørre etterpå. Jeg spurte ChatGPT alltid parkert. Jeg spurte ChatGPT om kom du da og mente at du skulle stenge 21.350 cirka. Ja, du får hilse ChatGPT. Jeg skal knuse den. Nudes av... Ja, du får spørre Geir. Jeg forstod ikke helt, Lena. Du må spørre Geir. Jeg ringer av Geir. Hva faen du har spurt om?
Send nudes.
Den har uttalt for en Stig, det hørte jeg.
Med riktig tonefall og greier.
Hæ?
Send nudes.
Send nudes. Det Stig.
Send nudes nu.
Det sier dama til Stig. Men faen Stig, jeg har 5 unger allerede. Det driter jeg, sier de. Jeg har masse 3D-printer på gang.
International prominence back in January.
Team that is that loses to the underdog and then just accuses them of cheating.
No, it's kind of wild, right? That we're still trying to figure that out because it really did stun the world. I mean, I even marked it down, I think, like in my calendar book because it was just such a kind of mind shift. And so it's just kind of wild. Yeah, great stuff. Looking forward to maybe part 2 of this because I know this story is going to be around with us for some time. Austin, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Austin Carr,
China's AI set flies to spike US et eller annet. Ja, det er ikke bra for AI-aksjer det heller. Men vi får se. Stikk for å bli stygt det. Det går bra, Lena. Skal du ta kvelden her?
For det meg?
Ja.
Ja,
skjer ikke en dritt her. Trump kommer sikkert til å si et eller annet etterpå. Skjer absolutt.
Ja, men vi går ned i morgen nå.
Du tror det?
Starter på nedturen. Ja, kanskje ikke i morgen, kanskje fredag.
Neste
uke så blir det blodrødt.
Goldman Sachs sa i dag ganske spesifikt innen 48 timer så bør det bli en wake-up call. Og så sa hun dessverre, var det hun sa. Så sa, og hun, det er Goldman Sachs altså. De er ganske... Ja, når du sier innen 48 timer, da er det et eller annet. Da er det et eller annet. Hvorfor innen 48 timer, liksom? Hva er det som skjer på 48 timer? Hun sa...
Det stemmer bra med grafen, det.
Gjør det?
Ja.
Ja, og sa det, i løpet av 48 timer så vil realiteten dessverre komme fram, hvordan sa. Og så har han annen som heter Moving the Market, som har vært jævlig flink. Han mener at du skal teste nye bunner.
Oi.
Jep.
Det blir deilig.
Så skal folk lure på hvorfor det er så mye som har skjedd etter Donald Trump har gjort det han har gjort. Nei, det har ikke skjedd en dritt. Kina-avtalen er på pause. Tariffen er fortsatt alt for høy. Det er liksom ingenting som har skjedd.
Bare prat.
Ikke noe. Inflasjon har ikke... Han skrev jo på Truth Social, så skrev han null inflasjon! Det er piss. Inflasjonen er fortsatt alt for høy. Den er på 2,6 på årsbasis. Den skal ned til 2%. Fed setter ikke ned renta. Det skjer ikke noe. Kanskje 2 ganger i år. Og det der svære avtalen hans med Boeing gikk opp promp i dag. Gikk opp 1%. Og den der verdens største sinnssyke avtalen hans han hadde i forgårs var på Medicare. Liksom. De må kutte en tax-bill for å få dekka det. Det er ikke sikkert noe godkjent engang. Jeg er ikke noe negativt til han, ja. Så bare si at det han sier er ikke riktig. Det er bare det jeg sier. Jeg gir faen om å gå opp. Jeg gir faen om å gå ned. Men det må være riktig. Du må gå opp på bra news, og så må du gå ned på dårlig news. Blitt en minimal lower low, men det er lov å håpe. Du kommer drite og se på higher highs og higher lows og lower highs. Du kommer i faen. Kommer helt an på han der fuckings klovnen skriver på Truth Social. Nå skal han sikkert adoptere bort Melanie til en av de prinseungene nede i kvartalet der, mot 100 kameler eller et eller annet.
Har ikke vært sammen ganske lenge egentlig?
Jo, men Trump har jo vært gift 3 eller 4 ganger.
Det var ikke noe sånn voldtektssak mot han også?
Nei, han betalte Stormy Daniels betalte jo penger for oss å ikke vise et lag her.
Vi hadde noe bevis.
Samme faen her. Donald Trump ble jo... Nei, ikke Donald Trump, men han der Bill Clinton ble faen meg... Fikk en blowjob av Monica Lewinsky på The Oval Office. Det har alle glemt. Det er mye verre enn Donald Trump at han hadde sammen en pornostjerne noen yngre.
Legende, da.
Ja. Vet du hvordan du fant ut at det var han? For hun hadde sperm fra han på jakka si.
Å, herregud!
På Monica Lewinsky.
Å, herregud!
Det var flaut, ass. Tenkte å se på nyhetene. Hæ?
Trump?
Nei, Monica Lewinsky og Bill Clinton.
Ja, Bill Clinton, ja.
Han ble sugd av hun i The Oval Office under bordet.
Ja, det er flott. Det er fint.
Mens han var sammen med Hillary Clinton.
Ja.
Og det har alle bare glemt. Men Trump ble jo saksøkt og puttet fengsel for Stormy Daniels, liksom. Jeg skjønner han litt forbannet på media da. Jeg forstår det litt, på en måte. Jeg kan vedde alt på at Trump ikke var lov med horene og ung, ass. Det skjer jo. Ja, det kan jeg love han.
Så ser jo ikke ut I måneskinn.
Nei, men det gjør jo faen ikke Bill Clinton eller holdt jeg på.
Det var, du spilte ikke spillet som ble laget, man. Jeg husker jeg spilte. Det var rått.
Hva slags språk var det snakket om nå?
Skjønner du? Iblant så skjønner jeg ingenting.
Skjønner ikke dritt. Når gikk du litt for ivrig på den der skjønner ikke en shit av hva du sier.
En gang til, Stig.
Prøv en gang til.
Jeg sa, dere spilte ikke spillet som ble laget av Bill Clinton.
Nei, det har ikke spilt.
Har du lagt spill?
Har du sånn printet spill?
Nei, ikke jeg. Det var for mange år siden. Så var det om å bli sugd på noe annet rommet.
Ja, herregud.
Ja, det var et kjipt spill.
Kjipt spill, det synes som et fantastisk spill. Ja, fytte faen. Jeg husker det var et fond for en stund tilbake. Det fondet var det var Pornhub og Red Porn og våpen. Et fond som var sånn der. Så jeg skulle jobbe som megler og bare, hva faen dette for et fond? Det gikk som et helvete. Det var porno, våpen og tobakk.
Ja.
Det er et fond. Apropos noe sykt nå. Det var litt kult.
Oi, det dollartegnet kom med, vet du.
Ja, du er helt besatt av dollar.
Ja, den dollar.
Så har han tatovert en dollar på hånda si, liksom. Hvor trashy er du ikke da?
Det var før jeg begynte å trade det til meg.
Ja, jeg vet det. Men jeg ser en dollar på tommeren. Hva faen dollar på tommeren? Jeg tenkte, faen.
Diskoen.
Hæ?
Ja, det er disko.
Jeg husker jeg. Den strøkne dama med sånn der skitten tattis på tommeren.
Den er ikke skitten.
Faen,
jeg liker, eller jeg har fjernet den nå, men jeg skal tatovere den tilbake.
Råvakkert, nydelig, dritfint og vakkert. Få en tatovering i panner også, så kan du få en liten pitbull på siden, en hengelenke og se helt rå ut. Kan du kalle det for Don Sahar?
Altså, det stemmer jo ikke da. Tatoveringen min gjør det. Emojien, men jeg bruker ikke så mye emojier, ass. Men du kan få se. Vent da. Let me screenshot this shit.
Apropos det med sånn tatovering sånn, de sprøste gutta vet du om. Det ser helt normalt ut, holdt jeg på det.
Jeg kan sende, men jeg bruker jo ikke de der ghost-greiene.
Snilleste jeg vet om er full av tatoveringer. Hæ? Unntatt Martin, han var jo faen meg helt apeløtt.
Det er 4 emojier der jeg aldri har brukt. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor den er der engang. Kanskje jeg kommer bort til.
Pokémon Norges. Ja, det er Sahar. Flyr rundt med sprøyter I baklomma med sånn botoxer og tatoveringer på tommelen med sånn der sliten dollartegn. Du fjerner den da. Med laser.
Men jeg angrer ikke på tatoveringen. Jeg angrer på at den var tjukk. Jeg vil ha en tynn strek, og den skal jeg ta tilbake.
Ja. Kanskje du skal ha en bak øret ditt også. Så kan du ha sånn trash stamp over ræva med sånn due. En due som flakser over rumpa.
Det en liten tatovering. Nå holdt jeg på å si noe stygt, men jeg skal spare meg.
Hva da?
Hvor du har tatoveringen?
Hva tatovering?
Ingenting.
Spar deg.
Jeg sparer meg.
Hva da? Jeg tror så har du lyst på sånn trash stamp på rumpa.
Har du trash... Prepino har det.
Nesten alle jenter har det. De som er født I 1980-åra, fløy rundt på diskoteket, så har alle gutta sånn der, hva faen, tattis, alle sånn, ikke
på
Pride.
brystet?
Ikke Pride, det var en tatovering som alle hadde før, ikke Pride. Det tramp stamp, ikke trash stamp.
Sa du trash stamp?
Ja, sånn trash stamp. Ja, tribe. Og alle gutta hadde sånn tribe. Jeg husker jeg også synes det var jævla fett, liksom. Se på noen og se som noen tegner på sånn sprittusj I blinde. Men nå skal alle ha tatoveringer i panna nå. Over øyet og under øyet. Jeg skjønner ikke greia med det.
Jeg skjønner ikke det.
Hæ?
Jeg har det på brøstet.
Jo, men du skal liksom noe rundt her, skal ha litt her, og så skal du ha her, og så skal du ha litt her, og så skal du ha litt der, og så litt der, og så litt der. Og så klager du for at du ikke får jobb. Jeg får ikke jobb! Sier du det, du? Synes du når jeg ramler opp i sminkeboksen til en narkis på plata, er det rart du ikke får jobb? Ja, sånn er det.
Jeg skal kjøpe en lasermaskin.
Så er det sånn startkit for gangstere.
Fjerne alle sine.
Vet du hva startkit for gangstere er?
Det er sånn dråper du sine øynene.
Nei. Da skal du ha rumpetaske, du skal ha hettegenser, du skal ha bola i 3 uker, så skal du ha en pitbull som du ikke har kontroll på, som er egentlig en amstaff. Og så skal du Nei, du skal selge hasj, du skal ikke røyke hasj.
Skal ikke røyke den, ok.
Og så skal du gå med rumpetaske, og så skal du ha en halv kilo gul rundt halsen, som du egentlig ikke har råd til, og så skal du kjøre rundt en gammel BMW 325, og så skal du ha en sånn tribal på skulderen, og så skal du... Jo, for faen. Du må gjøre gjennomført, hvis du skal gjøre det.
Herregud.
Jeg gikk jo sånn selv før.
Frisyren er også litt sånn annerledes.
Jeg skal ha barbert helt på siden, helt skinna, og så skal jeg liksom litt på toppen.
Som fade.
Ja, da er du klar.
Og så stripe på bryna.
Og så skal du ha masse god lukt. Da er du på nett.
Du beskriver jo en araber da, egentlig. Ja.
Nei, jeg gikk rundt sånn før. Men jeg hadde ikke tatoveringer. Jeg gikk rundt sånn kongelenke, sånn som en tulling fra, jeg vet ikke hvor.
Og rumpetaske.
Ja, og rumpetaske. Sånn vindbukse, rumpetaske med gullenke i hånda rundt halsen som en jævla svamp.
Jeg synes ikke den er så ille, Peregrina, egentlig. Nei, hun mener at den er ganske ille, men ikke. Vi fjerner den etter hvert.
Jeg har verdens mest kristatovering. Hvor da? Ikke si den er på your bum.
Nei, hun sa at du ikke hadde det.
Ja. Jeg selger okse, ja.
Men så...
Shit!
Oi, fuck! Hva skjedde?
Men vet du hvorfor ikke du synes den var ille?
Hvorfor?
Fordi du så den nærme, men hvis du ser den på avstand, så ser Jomfru Mariaen min ut som en penis med baller. Det er så krise, for jeg tar så mye selfies, så når jeg holder telefonen, jeg holder hånda, så ser det ut som jeg har en pikk på armen. Og så er det Jomfru Maria, liksom. Det er så krise, det.
Det verste er at det er jo en pikk. Du bare later som Jomfru Maria for å liksom virke normal.
Du har kobret over.
Du har tatt en kuk på armen i Thailand. Hva er det du har drivet med?
Og så er den rett over et kors, og det gjør det enda verre. Åh, for faen, det er så jævlig, ass. Det er så jævlig. Så ja, gjerne kjøp den maskinen, så du kan bare lasere dritten ut av armen min.
Ja, vi må ta tatoveringsfjern, for å si det sånn.
Men du kan få arr av det laseren, så har jeg fikk arr på fingeren.
Ja, det blir hvitere, men...
Nei, jeg vil heller ha arr enn en tiss, altså. Det er greit. Og den er stor også. Jeg skal sende bilder i chatten, så skal du få se bilder der.
Få se penisen din nå.
Men man får egentlig ikke så ille arr, skjønner du.
Skal ta fullforskning med dette.
Jeg var sånn forsøkskanin, Joachim. Vi kjørte alt for høy styrke på meg, det er derfor jeg arr.
Det der var voldsomt å ta. Men hvis jeg skulle ha hatt sleeve, så skulle jeg hatt... Ja, jeg måtte ha hatt sleeve, jeg kunne ikke hatt en sånn. Jeg måtte ha noe ordentlig hvis jeg skal ha. Jeg er redd for hvis jeg hadde begynt med, så hadde jeg ikke klart å stoppe, vet du. Det er problemet mitt. Jeg kan dømme det. Da skal jeg dømme det, vent da.
Men det var jo veldig bra lagd da, hvis man skal liksom tenke kunst og art.
Ja.
Den var jo brutal.
Han var jo faen meg i helvete, det er sånn psykotatovering.
Jeg elsker at alle har sånne
Nå driver Peregrina og selger seg selv i chatten. Hvis du ser tatoveringen din, så ikke se puppa dine.
Hvor er tatoveringen? Det ser faktisk...
Du har jo ikke pupper!
Det ser ut som en penis, jo.
Det gjør det!
Det er det verste jeg har sett.
Jeg klarer det. Det så jo ikke sånn ut når jeg så deg.
Har du...
Nei, men det er fordi jeg sier du så det nærme. Det verste var at jeg spurte følte jeg jo katolsk, jeg går i kirken, så sa jeg til presten at jeg skulle tatovere meg, og han bare nei. Jeg bare, men det er Jomfru Maria, så det går bra. Så kommer jeg tilbake, så står jeg sånn 2 meter unna, bare få se på tatoveringen din. Jeg turte jo ikke det. Jeg tenkte bare, da må jeg stå helt up close, hvis man kommer til å tro at det har klikket. Det ser jo ut som en tiss. Du kan si hva du vil, det ser sånn ut.
Jeg trodde du kødda. Det ser ut som en penis. Det ser ut som en penis med 2 svære baller.
Og den er egentlig dritfin når du ser den nærme.
Nei, det er den ikke.
Jo, den var faktisk ikke i det hele tatt nærme.
Jo, den er, jeg lover, den er dritfin.
Nå er vi ærlige her. Det der er ikke... Det der ser ut som en...
Jeg skal ta nærbildet. Jeg har bare tatt det en gang, da, så den skal egentlig tas en gang til.
Jeg vil anbefale at det ikke går til samme tatovøren. Om jeg kan få lov til å si det.
Jeg tror egentlig du synes han er flink, altså.
Og som du har spilt med spill, så har jeg et råd på sånn spill nå, eller hun var da. Helt imot å trade. Da får jeg bare kjeft, for så vidt.
Jeg savner å spille.
Det er en vaskeekte kuk, det er det. Det er jo faen meg en kuk.
Det er ikke sykt at jeg legger ut det her, altså. Det er helt krise. Der ser du feil vei da. Men den er ikke så ille når du ser nærme.
Den er jo egentlig dritbra lagd.
Nei, da var det fint faktisk.
Den er nydelig, men det problemet er formen på avstand.
Det var litt en liten penis.
Det var veldig rart at den blir til penis.
Men det verste var at jeg så det her, og så sa jeg ingenting, og så fikk jeg tante til å gå og ta nesten den samme, for å så le henne etterpå. Så hun også går ut med en enda rundere pung, liksom.
Ja, men faen. Men den var jævla fin, da, du kan få til å si det.
Ja, hva mener du, Sondre? Du ser at det er Jomfru Maria nå.
Ja, nå
er det.
Men der oppe ser ut som
Sondre har dårlig
penis.
syn.
Vent, da skal jeg vise dere noe kult.
Hva synes egentlig gutter om piercinger? Liksom, synes dere det er fint?
Piercinger?
Ja.
Jeg synes det er dritstygt, bortsett fra navlen.
Jeg også.
På bildet her nå er det jo sånn smykke som du snakker om nesten.
Kan du oversette?
Hæ?
Smykke som du snakker om, hva sa han? Jeg fikk med halvparten.
Jeg skjønner ikke en dritt av hva han sa.
Her skal vi slutte å snakke.
Nei, ikke slutt å snakke, Steve.
Jeg hørte smykke som... Det var det jeg hørte.
Det var det jeg hørte.
Jeg har sånn smykke som du snakket om nesten i sted, så.
Har du det?
Ja, jeg ser på i chatten.
Det er fine bilder.
Hvor er det da?
Der er det fine tatoveringen din nå, Stig.
Hvilken smykke er det der?
Og der da.
Hæ?
Og sånn smykke er det?
Kongeleke.
Sølvsmykke.
Ja, det er fint. Det er dritfint. Jeg har fått så hekta på Bismarck-smykkere.
Men hva slags tatovering er dette da, Alex?
Alexlov, har du... Ja, det der tror jeg var den styggeste. Er det en vikinghjelm, eller er det en krabbe?
Nei, det er en edderkopp.
Hva faen er det for noe?
Nei, krabbe.
Alien.
Det kan være alt mulig, det kommer an på hvilken vinkel du ser den fra.
Det er hepatitt. Det er hepatitt.
Det er
hepatitt.
Det er hepatitt. Han har tatovert en hepatitt. Hva faen?
Det er en katt.
Ja, det er en alien. Ja, det er et eller annet der. Jeg visste det. Skal vise tatoveringen til...
Åh, herregud.
Jeg skal vise tatoveringen til Sahar. Nå finner jeg den.
Hvor er det du skal finne den hen?
Jeg har bildet til den.
Nei, jeg må finne den selv. Jeg må finne den selv. Du trenger ikke legge ut stygge bilder av meg, sånn.
Jeg kan legge ut du, da.
Jeg må finne den.
Den ler jo. Den har du tatovert selv, kompis. Alle tør ikke le.
Det er faktisk veldig flaut.
Det ser ut som en... Det er ikke løvens konge. Det ser ut som en rusa bever. Det er hånda til Sar.
Du hadde faktisk dollartegn på fingeren.
Ja.
Nei, men du har ikke hatt den på armen?
Nei, han bare kødder.
Det er drømmer om tatovering.
Fy faen.
Ta en stor dollar også, jeg går bra.
Jeg kan ikke ha tatoveringer, for jeg hadde ikke klart å stoppe. Jeg hadde faen meg tatovert meg døgn rundt.
Ja, det er sånn.
Ja, jeg ser på alle. De skal liksom ha en liten en, så skal en liten en til, og til slutt så ser det faen ut som en fra plata.
Ja, det derfor jeg angrer på.
Oi, det der var syk da. Den din... Nei, det kødd.
Hva syk nå?
Den siste var dritfett da. Den der med kompass og sånn.
Men Alex, da burde du sjekke ut han tatuerte meg, for han har laget noe lignende som det her. Han dritflink på sånne tatoveringer.
Ja, den var fet da. Den ble kult, Alex.
Ja, han lager mye sånne ting som det her. Men
se den der, til så har den der tommeren der. Det er sånn som irriterer dritten ut av meg. Alle som tatoveringer og sånn. Nei, jeg skal ikke roaste. Jeg skal si, jeg sitter og ser folk som jeg ser på TikTok også, som alle har fått sånn ny tatovering. Ikke sant? Så sitter man vanligvis sånn, så har fått en tatovering på armen, så plutselig så sitter den. Sånn. Akkurat som du sitter sånn med tommeren, peker noe kamera med den der tommeren. Jeg synes det bare teit, altså.
Men har du ingen tatoveringer?
Æsj, er du
Jeg
gærlig?
prøvde å være sexy, hva mener du?
Ja, jeg ser du prøver å være sexy. Jeg har ikke noen tatoveringer. Jeg hadde piercing. Den hadde jeg. Og den var veddemål med en kompis, og det var så vondt. Og det endte opp med verk. Så den tok jeg ut.
Ja, jeg synes også bare piercing i navlen synes jeg fint, men jeg hadde lyst på i nipperen en gang, men...
1 eller 2?
1 egentlig.
I hver eller 1?
Hvor mange har jeg? Jeg har bare 2.
Jo, men du kan ikke ha 1 i nipperen. Du må ha 1 på hver nippel.
Nei, jeg sa 1.
Jeg synes menner med piercing nippel, det er ikke helt meg, føler jeg. Jeg hadde jo nipperen. Jeg så jo helt skjev ut. Men Stig, du hadde kledd i nipperen, tror jeg.
Jeg tror faktisk Stig hadde kledd i nipperen.
Ja, Stig hadde sånn nippel.
Du hadde matchet tatoveringen din.
Ja.
Hvordan ser nipperen hans ut, holdt jeg på å si?
Ja, bitch-tits nå, jeg sa at faen jeg. Jeg kan ha faen meg et fotballag som henger i nipperen.
Har du så deg?
Ja, gjerne send oss i chatten. Jeg skal faen ikke tre deg nå, så bare send oss det du har. Snart så kommer Lena med hele... Lena bare, se på min! Slenger ut hele alt.
Ray 2K likte tatoveringen min, så den kan du...
Alle sier det bare for å snille med det.
Jeg personlig har ikke noe imot den. Jeg skulle bare ønske den var tynnere. Jeg skal ta den på nytt, liksom.
Gjerne gjør det.
Jeg angrer jo ikke, det bare var for tjukt.
Litt av det. Sånn som jeg lager den i slim, jo.
Mener du?
Jentetatur på hånda er litt off-film. Det er jeg helt enig.
Nei.
Faen meg.
Jeg skal trade en graf. Jeg skal tatovere en graf på meg selv.
Ja, det er faktisk litt kult.
Og det er
for det er noe som betyr noe.
Eller en pengesekk.
Nei, en graf er veldig kult. Kanskje skal ha den midt i panna.
Ved siden av bryna.
Jeg skal altså stå her. Always short i panna.
Always short. Short for life. Short for life. Forever short.
Ganske styggeste jeg har sett, er det deg? Ja, det er meg.
Det er jo ikke...
Det er meg.
Med negler? Er det en mann eller kvinne?
Jeg liker å ha lange negler, så det.
Du, det er en mann med lange negler, tror jeg.
Nei, det er en dame.
Faen, så tjukke fingre.
Nei, det er henne der. Se hånda da.
Ja, det var små.
Ja, det er ikke noen mann med det. Det er en dame. Jeg kan ta det frembrukerloggen nakken og sette over en Spice på meg, så var det jævla fett sånn. Faen.
Det hadde faktisk vært veldig kult, eller bare FB.
Den her synes jeg så har skal ta. Det er litt mer seriøst så har.
Ja, nå er jeg spent.
Den her er mer sånn.
Nå er jeg spent.
Det er litt mer sånn seriøst.
Ja. Det er en pengesekk. Det er bare så voldsomt. Jeg bare har en liten en, skjønner du? Bare en liten pengesekk.
Jeg skjønner. Du vil ha en sånn her, da.
En søt liten en.
Du vil ha en sånn liten en sånn her. Sånn vil du ha.
Den er for tjukk, men kut.
Synes du det?
Den er for tjukk. Jeg må ha en strek, en linje, liksom. Jeg vil ha bare kanten. Jeg vil bare ha ikke noe skygge, ingenting. Bare en linje. 2 linjer. Skjønner du?
Sånn.
Og jeg skal ta det på nytt, bare så du vet det.
Ja,
Kanskje i rød denne gangen.
Ja, det er dritfint. Det blir vakkert. For det vakreste som finnes. Fy faen for et marked da, dere. Sjuken dritt her.
Gitt opp.
Skal vi ta kvelden eller? Eller så blir det bare sitte og snakke om tatoveringer, og så får jeg kjeft.
Jeg synes det var litt hyggelig, da.
Og prate tatoveringer?
Ja.
Ikke skill.
Hæ?
Fint å bare sitte og snakke.
Ja. Jeg har lyst på den her, skal vi se hva jeg har lyst på.
Du tror skitsnakker tatoveringer, og så skal du ha tatovering oppløsning?
Nei, det er greit å ha tatovering, men det er ikke noe vits å ha tatoveringer sånn som som ser bare helt fucka ut.
Dollartegnet mitt så ikke fucka ut.
Jo, det gjør det. Sånn som Markmann. Jeg synes tatoveringen var fint.
Jeg tok den til og med på venstre hånda, for når jeg skulle ta bilder med ting i hånda, så skulle den synes. For jeg tar bilder med høyre hånda mi.
Det var sånn nøl.
Du vet når jeg holder i sånn champagneglass og sånt.
Champagneglass.
Gud.
Starlight i Drammen. Han var flink.
Ja, det er en kompis av meg som også er jævlig flink. Oi, hva skjedde nå? Det gikk det opp her.
Jeg tror det
Prater Trump nå?
Nei, ikke Trump. President Trump is not going to Turkey to join Russia-Ukraine talks.
Nei, ikke sant?
Er ikke det negativt?
Det er negativt.
Hvor faen går det opp da?
Det er shortcoding sikkert i dag også.
Ja. Er det noe som heter Attitude Tattoo? Jeg tror de også er flinke, hvis det er noe som heter det. Hva kom på det nå? Attitude Tattoo? Men hvis vi blir rike, så synes jeg alle kan tatovere dollartegn på seg selv. En liten en. Det synes jeg.
Ta inn på Peren at det blir stor når den vekst.
Hæ?
For da blir det sånn der, da har vi en, skjønner du, en gjeng.
En gjeng som blir på tatoveringer?
Ja, det blir som B-gjengen og sånn, skjønner du. Det kan være trading-gjengen.
Trading-gjengen?
Trading-gjengen. Det var litt kult.
Da skal jeg hete Short.
Da skal du hete Short?
Jepp. Faen, jeg finner ikke en tatovering jeg leter etter.
Hva er det du leter etter?
Det er sånn som tatoverer sånn at du ser ikke at det er fake. Det ser helt ekte ut. Det er et psyko-greier.
Nei, jeg må komme ut av shorten, så blir det en ny tatovering her, ass. Faktisk. Den var for tjukk, for jeg følte at jeg hadde noe på fingeren lenge etter at jeg tok tatoveringen, fordi jeg følte det var noe der. Skjønner du hva jeg mener? Jeg ble skremt når jeg så tommelen min, for det så skittent ut. Og så var det bare tatoveringen min. Jeg fikk sjokk når jeg drev og tekstet, for jeg var ikke vant til å se den der. Det husker jeg.
Jeg synes den her er så søt, ja. Hva synes du den her, Prepina? Synes du den her, Jeg synes den var veldig fin.
Ser ut som en dårlig skrekkfilm.
Hæ, hva mener du? Det er så nydelig.
Stakkars hvis ungen dere ser sånn her ut, liksom.
Jeg fant tatoveringen din, Prepina.
Ser ut som hun har possessed.
Ja, tatoveringen til Prepina, samme. Samme som laget
Men
den.
sånne mennesker burde ikke fått lov til å tatovere, jeg forstår ikke. Det ligner litt da. Den ser sikkert også ut som en pikk fra avstand.
Ja.
Ja, det er ring, faktisk. Du har helt rett, Sondre.
Hva mener du? Også helt rått da. Sånn der evig make-up.
Men det tror jeg er rett etterpå. Det skal lysne. Jeg tror det er rett etterpå. Jeg håper og tror det er rett etterpå.
Ja?
Permanent make-up heter det selv.
Ja?
PMU.
PMU. Den her er så fett da. Det er sånn du kunne tatt steg, den tattisen der.
Hva faen er dette her, Joachim?
Hæ?
I alle dager. Det var litt syk, ass.
Hva mener du?
Det var kreativt, da, med annet.
Dette er sånn tattiser som du ser de på TikTok har. Det er blitt veldig vanlig å ha sånne tatoveringer som dette her.
Fuckface. Else.
Det her er de jeg prøvde. Det her er de jeg pratet om. Det er sånne som sitter på TikTok. De sitter sånn der. Bare de der. De er sånn tattiser.
Å, herregud.
Ja, det er sant.
Å, Gud.
Ja.
Han hadde fine øyne.
Han har nydelige øyne, da.
Altså fargen, det var sånn spesielt. Det var grått, hvis det er ekte, da. Kanskje han har tatovert den nå. Kanskje han har tatovert. Du vet, folk tatuerer øyeeplet sitt også.
Ja, jeg har sett det.
Og så splitter tunga si, og splitter ører, og splitter overalt.
Ja, jeg vet det.
Det ser jo helt sinnssykt ut. Og så får de sånne modifications, så det ser ut som ting stikker ut av huet på dem.
Jeg har sett det. Jeg har sett det.
Checkmate! Hvor vil folk seg selv så vondt? Se bakgrunnen, han matcher bakgrunnen.
Jeg ser det. Det er så jævla teit. Å, fy faen, den tatoveringen var sinnssyk.
Hvor?
Hæ? Skal vi se. Jeg klarer nesten ikke å se på det. Det her var ganske imponerende. Skal vi se på den her. Faktisk, se på den her.
Oi, sjukt.
Herregud.
Det så helt forferdelig ut.
Hvor skal du se den, da?
Oi, nå så jeg det. Nå så det er et fjes inni der. Det er munnen.
Ja, jeg har sett av Sondre.
Det er faen fjes, da.
Ser du det nå?
Ja.
Det er en ensom munn. Fy
faen, nå tar jeg helt over. Jeg må roe meg ned. Se på det da. Han er kjempestolt av barnet sitt. Jeg bare lurer på hva faen er det... Han bare I love you forever, my kid. Fytte faen.
Å, herregud. Verst er at kiden kommer til å se sånn her ut når han blir eldre.
Hæ? Den ungen der ser ut som en demon.
Devil's child. Hvorfor er hodet så... Hodet er jo deformert. Se på hodet.
Sier du hodet deformert?
Ja.
Jeg skal gi meg snart. Jeg må bare ikke gi meg helt. Du sier hodet er deformert. Hva sier du noe her, da?
Det er også fra sånn skrekkfilm.
Dette er ekte tatoveringer. Alex, jeg fant en tatovering som ligner på den du har.
Føler du deg bedre nå, Pripina, angående tatoveringen din? Er Alex her?
Alex, har med den alien-tatoveringen. Den ligner på den der.
Åja, Alex Love, eller hva det var, ja. Ser ut som nummer 1, Ryan. Ryan Gosling.
Her har du den hunden du snakker om, så.
Hvem snakker jeg om?
Jeg har lov til å spamme litt nå, for det skjer ikke dritt der. De som ikke vil høre, bare slapp av.
Kan jeg pette et tog?
Fy faen, ja, det er sånn her jeg snakker om. Tenk å se sånn her ut, hva er galt med folk? Du burde ikke fått lov til å leve. Sorry, men...
Hæ?
Æsj. Jeg bare forstår det ikke. Hva er galt med de?
Hva mener du?
Jeg blir provosert når jeg ser det. Hvorfor gjør de sånn?
Hva faen jeg gjør?
Ikke noe jeg kan fikse opp i det der.
Jo, du kan det. Den der var jævla fett, da.
Var det en prøvelse?
Den var jævla fett, da. Jeg skal gi meg noe snart. Den var veldig kul. Se på den her nå. Se på den her nå. Kaffelakker som kommer ut der.
Deilig.
Du er alltid sulten. Det er noe som jeg faktisk tror jeg kunne lagd. Synes han er oppe i byen da.
Noe så stygt, ass. Jeg tror jeg kunne lagd den selv. Jeg kunne lagd den selv. Er du ferdig nå, Jørgen?
Ja, skal vi dra? Jeg skal bare vise legge en tatovering til. Jeg skal finne den. Jeg skal ikke ha tatovering, ass.
Fy faen.
Noe så forferdelig.
Jeg finner noe faen ikke.
Kanskje er det Berg sin tatovering? Kanskje han har en sånn?
Hvem Berg?
Han som la ut katten?
Bare det? Nei.
Du, kan du vise hunden du har på det greia der?
Den er tatt bort. Jeg fikk kjeft hele tiden.
Ja, meg, ja. Noe så omtrent sånn her ut, sånn som det Sondre sendte. Du hadde som bakgrunn.
Vil dere se Sahar før alle operasjonene?
Nei, vær så snill, da.
Gjør ikke noe. Sahar før...
Finner du en dritstygg dame nå, eller?
Nei, for alle operasjoner.
Må du slutte?
Det er grei.
Det er ikke morsomt.
Hva snakker du om? Hæ?
Du ligner på nabojenta.
Du gjorde det. Du ligner på nabojenta, faktisk.
Ja, sånn ser jeg ut, ja.
Jeg ble kastet ut av min egen chat snart.
Ja, det bør det være.
Hæ? Nei, den her synes jeg er fett. Skal jeg vise tatoveringen før jeg stikker da? Nei, jeg kan ikke vise noe. Hvor er det slett?
Jeg fikk aldri svar fra gutta om de synes piercinger er sexy på damer. Ingen svarte.
Ja, jeg tror alle synes det.
Hvor hen?
Det er det jeg lurer på. Hva er det som er fint?
Vet faen. Piercing on girls. Skal sjekke hvor jeg vandrer. Oi, i helvete. Jeg synes denne her var litt søt. Den var litt overkill, da. Dum. Hva har man tett i sånn, vet du faen?
Jo, det er farger. Du, det er en...
Not a dumb boy!
Det er faktisk en fyr som har tatovering av trynet mitt. Det viser liven sin. Fra back in the days when I was active on Instagram.
Den var ikke den søt, tett i de der...
Jo, jeg ser den. Du ser på den når jeg måtte snu den opp ned.
Likte du den?
Ja, jeg liker den.
Den var litt søt, da.
Og det er den dama han refererte til. Ok, du er single, ja. Han tok med seg dama og la seg.
Det er inn liker ikke. Er det inn?
Synes du alle de hullene var bra, Joachim, siden du sendte den i chatten?
Nei, så det sånn der som inn hos deg.
Ja, sånn, ja. Ja, men det litt...
Så sa jeg det var litt fint.
Men jeg har veldig store ører.
Det har du ikke.
Jeg har ikke sånn brett. Jeg ser ut som en alien, jo.
Hæ?
Ser ut som en alien. Jeg har faktisk mange piercinger. Jeg har...
Du har ikke mange piercinger.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stykk har jeg. Jeg har 9.
Hei. Har du ikke.
Ja, vel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ja, det så ut som Mike Tyson sin nese. Er det Mike Tyson?
Det er ikke Mike Tyson, det der. En jævla rasist.
Man ser jo litt spesiell ut da. Jenta mi, gå og legg deg. Ikke se på meg. Gå og sov. Ikke se sånn på meg. Du skal ikke få sitte på fanget mitt nå.
Jeg synes ikke det er noe pent, ass. Jeg synes ikke det er noe pent. Jeg synes ikke det er noe pent. Synes ikke det er noe pent.
Ikke sånn. Det der er bare nasty.
Hæ?
Ja, nei.
Det er jo bare en diamant, skjønner du? Bare sånn tynn sånn titt som stikker ut på siden.
Det var ikke noe fint det der.
Det så ubehagelig ut, liksom.
Hæ?
Jeg fikk vondt i nipperen.
Det er ikke bra.
Fy faen, det gjør vondt i nipperen min nå.
Hæ?
Au, jeg fikk vondt. Det så vondt ut.
Kutt ut da. Jeg synes det var fint.
Er det sånn du gikk før? Var det deg, eller? Du har hatt piercing i nipperen, det.
Se det ut som
Er det din nippel?
Det er jo faen ikke min nippel. Se det ikke er en sånn nippel.
Nei, det var ikke sånn.
Det er jo ikke i nippelen en gang, det er jo hele greia.
Jeg skal vise en illustrasjon. Oi, man kan jo se pupper gratis på Google hvis du søker...
Du kan se porno gratis på Google.
Nei, jeg
Jævla idiot.
Jeg vet ikke hvorfor jeg trodde det var lovlig, plutselig.
Hva faen?
Nå må jeg legge meg.
Ja, det tror jeg det må.
Jeg våkna opp fra...
Du kan se pupper gratis på Google.
Jeg synes det var så rart, for det er ikke porno, liksom.
Denne her skjønte jeg ikke helt. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si, men de greiene her synes jeg... Hva er det der for noe?
Hva er det der?
Jeg vet ikke. Det er derfor jeg spør.
Det er jo nippel.
Nei, det er et bakt brød.
Bedre.
En kompis som har sånn der Prins Albert. Det er det verste jeg har sett i hele mitt liv.
Ikke send det i chatten.
Nei, jeg gjør jo ikke det.
Du vet hun der Morgan? Nå skal jeg vise egentlig puppene hennes, men jeg fant ikke. Men se, hun tatoverte jo W.
Ja.
W.
Er det fjernet han?
Fjernet han. Det er ganske sykt at hun gjør det.
Det er nerd, altså.
Nå er hun barn.
Hva faen er det jeg ser på det kvalmeste jeg har sett i hele mitt liv? Jeg må spyre nesten i det. Fy faen, hvor lite gjør det når vi tredje, liksom. Fytte faen, sitter og ser på by.
Det er stengt nå, nå kan du gjerne gi deg sultegæren.
Ok, så dra. Spør deg, se. Her fant jeg en til han.
Oi, hva er det der for noe, ja?
Hæ?
Skal det være en pupp, liksom? Hvor starter den, hvor ender den, hva er det her for noe?
Og det jeg la ut?
Jeg skjønte ikke...
Bakt brød.
Stakkars, jeg hadde... Off. Det var trist, da.
Trist? Hun har tatt nippler rundt helvete med sånn greier.
Men det er jo ikke noe nippel, det er jo pjølse, på en måte.
Jo.
Jeg tror hun der har vært i en skade, stakkars.
Nei, det ligger jeg ikke ute der. Jeg er stolt som en hane, jo. Jeg fant ikke noe her.
dør at jeg kommer sånn Paradise Hotel-kommentarer iblant.
Nå det nok nipler. Skal du dra og spise?
Har du fått nok?
Det bare folk har sånne piercing på de mest sjukeste steder. Ok, avslutt med den fine her da. Avslutt med den fine her.
Så kan du våkne opp I morgen og bare, hva det her? Nei.
Hæ?
Herregud, jeg tror noe annet.
Hva?
Takk og hei.
Hæ?
Jeg tror det var en mini-penis eller noe.
Nei, nå det ferdig.
Det jo jurene til kyr. Ku, mener jeg.
Jeg vet ikke faen hva det var det. I hvert fall ikke skjort Nasdaq, det alt jeg kan si.
Jeg har lyst til å melke ku.
Hæ?
Jeg har lyst til å melke ku.
Lyst til å melke ku?
Jeg vet ikke, jeg har alltid
Men fortsatt ikke han okse da.
Da ble det melke okse. Ja, fy faen.
Ei ku, ikke en ku.
Ei ku.
Men ok, nå høres jeg sikkert litt sånn tilbakestående ut, men
Ja, det gjør det.
kan man drikke den med en gang, eller må den renses og alt sånn her?
Hva melka?
Ja.
Med en gang.
Du kan drikke den med en gang.
Ja, for det sånn melk jeg liker, tror jeg. For da smaker det sånn som hjemmelandet, sånn ordentlig, sånn feit melk.
Ja, men du kan drikke melk rett fra tidsalderen.
Ja, det det jeg vil. Jeg vil melke en ku, så vil jeg drikke den. Det alt jeg drømmer om.
Ja, det veldig fet.
Det bare på en bondegård.
Hæ?
Det bare får opp en bondegård, det, så får du lov til det, sikkert.
Ja, for det man gjør, man pasteuriserer, heter ikke pasteurisere mjølka når du gjør det for at du skal holde seg med lenger? Heter ikke det pasteurisere?
Jo, for å selge det I butikk, sikkert.
Ja, noe sånt.
Fy faen mye jeg vet, ass. Jeg er faen som en sånn åpen leksikon. Jeg skjønner ikke selv engang. Fy faen.
Fordi den melka som I utlandet, for du vet, hver gang jeg reiser til utlandet, så kjøper jeg melk. For den melka smaker annerledes, og I Norge så smaker vann.
Nei, smaker ikke vann!
Så jeg må kjøpe meg en ku og melke den og ha det.
Så du kan øve på meg.
Jeg har ku I hagen.
Har du det?
Sånn seriøst?
Jeg har ikke det. Du må kjøpe deg ku og ha I hagen.
Ja, det heller det enn krokodillene til Joachim, liksom. Du får nytte I hvert fall, kan få litt melk.
Ja.
Og så kan...
Så blir det nydelig indrefilet etterpå.
Jeg hadde jo...
Ja, det litt trist da.
Jeg hadde krokodiller, vet du.
Jeg hadde ender og kyllinger og lam.
De spiste opp.
Jeg spiste ikke de, men familien min spiste de opp. Jeg litt traumatisert, men det går bra. De spiste opp alle kjæledyrene mine. Ja, og kyllingene mine døde fordi at de var kunstig farga, så de bare døde. Jeg vet ikke hva som skjedde med de, men jeg hadde 5 og alle døde.
Jeg har en fylt tattis-stig før jeg gir meg. Jeg klarer ikke å gi meg helt. Vil du se tattisen som jeg synes du skal få?
Vi kunne få hønerprepina, jeg sa nei.
Har en tatovering I alder, ja.
Det var litt
søt
da. Den var søt. Den var ikke stygg.
Ok.
Nei. Jeg synes den var dritsøt.
El gringo.
Nico.
El chapo.
Det var en nipper. Herregud.
Jeg ser ikke at det nipper.
Jeg så det nå, da jeg tror det var en hatt først.
En hatt? Det var nipper.
Hatt. Kreativt. Lucy, hvorfor spiser du midt på natta?
For det bikkja der fucka huset. Ja, skal vi gi oss da, eller?
Altså, det du som ikke...
Jeg blir bare sittende her og poste spam, og hvis du kjefter morgen til, hva faen har du driver med? Du skal drive med aksjer, ikke puppe-piercing.
Det holder nå.
Ja. Det faktisk flere som har tatt, sånne som har hatt kreft og sånn, som har tatuerer nipler. Det ser ganske bra ut, faktisk. Faktisk. Noen av det ser helt ekte ut.
Jeg vet det, de er flinke.
Sånn med teambuilding.
Jeg er redd alle unfollower den gruppa nå hvis du fortsetter.
Jeg skriver meg. Ok, en siste tatovering som er sånn, som er litt søt da. Ok? Det er greit. Kan jeg ta en til?
Peis på.
Nå er det skjegg og greier.
Og så er det siste tatoveringen som... Nei, siste. Det er Stig. Jeg må gi meg nå. Jeg skal gi meg nå. Stig.
Ja, nå er jeg spent. Nei, Gud. Det der er den verste av dem alle.
Hva mener du?
Da hadde både piercingen og synet, liksom.
Nei, jeg synes den var bra.
Åh, så forferdelig.
Hæ? Det var også så bra. Og så er det aller siste.
Nei, du, nå
Jo,
må
nei,
du prøve!
Jo, bare siste. Siste nå. Da er vi da.
Da orker jeg ikke.
Det er Stig som prøver å finne shorten.
Det ser ut som deg, spør du meg.
Ja, og når jeg logget her, så ble jeg blokket fra TikTok og alt som er. Snacks i morgen da.
Snacks.
Sove godt.
Kanskje komme på hvis det faller
Drøm
etterpå.
søtt. Vi snacks i morgen.
Oi, har du tegnet?
Jeg tegner helt det.
Hva er dette for noe? Er det en blomst?
Hvordan?
Du har tegnet der, mye rødt.
Nei, jeg har bare lekt litt.
Mm.
Synes du det er fint?
Nei, jeg synes ikke det.
Kødder du da? Jeg er faktisk jævlig på å tegne det sånn.